He's going to force the kill in the last second. Oh, right through the smoke. Look at him go.
Hello there, ladies and gents, welcome back. Next day here in the Thunderpick World Series, Championship, European Series number 2. We've got the playoffs here. My name is Nexus, I'm joined by B-Dog, the wonderful man himself. And we're going to be taking you guys through this opening few games here in the playoffs. We are in the round of 16. We've had a long way and we've got a bit more to go here, so we can head forward, take a look at exactly what is to come here. But we've got a couple of very good games today, at least. That we can say.
Yeah, look, for sure. Look, Nexus versus Reason, I think, is a welcome surprise. I think the same for Sparta as well, making it through this group stage. It's interesting because you take a look at the round of 16, it feels a little bit top-heavy to start the day, with Nexus being favourites against Reason, ENCE being obvious favourites against Sparta, and then Tricks versus Partizan, I think, is a bit more 50-50, and the same for CYBERSHOKE taking on 500. Obviously, that's a new 500 team that's got Hampus and Volt in it. It's a little bit weird, but they're making it work, and CYBERSHOKE are a team that have been kicking and punching above their weight for a little bit now. So, yeah, I think we've got early games that could be expected, and then unexpected results potentially in the third and fourth games of the day.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and take a look as well as what we have today. Now, I'm not actually sure about this on a complete level. For the side of Nexus, there is, on HLTV, there has been registered. You have Adam S in for BTN for this game on HLTV. Of course, then we'll get to it when we actually know for sure. So I'm actually a bit interested in that one for one. But overall, if we take a look at the team itself and what they've been doing these last few months, I think we can say very clearly that it's been on a massive upward trajectory since the start of the year, where they had kind of locked themselves in a position they couldn't make roster moves, which for them was real bad because they kind of just decayed the points they had. But when they made those changes, when they brought in Sound, then Lone X, now things have been looking fantastic for the squad. They have been kicking a lot of ass and playing it pretty damn well. But the problems have really risen in this last month for them. They've been having a couple of closer games, ones that really haven't gone their way. But I don't think that really deters them from still being, I think, a big favorite in this series.
Yeah, no, they're definitely a big favorite in this series, but I am a little bit worried about their form over the last month, because I can have psychological impacts, and you take a look and you actually compare that to Reason. They've not been playing the most amount of officials. In fact, if you look at that BO5 versus ENCE, that was 10 weeks ago. And that was their fourth game listed on HLTV when it comes to recent matches. There's some guys that you will know a little bit in this. I think Antivirus and Frontside have been playing together for a little bit. Spavac was a part of the Permitter roster for a little while, and then he was sort of kicked out from there after I think he played for like a month and a half, and then they were just like, no, this isn't working. We're going to move away from that. Mast gave up the AWPin to in-game lead and rifle for Spavac, so it was clear this guy had a lot of potential. Unfortunately, didn't quite realize it in moments for that team, but he's hoping to bounce back here on Reason.
I mean, so far things have been going pretty well for him. He's put up some of the best numbers so far in any team, although he's only got like 5 games played so far under the banner. But so far, things are looking a lot better than they were over the longer periods of time. But nonetheless, there's a little bit here. I am surprised we do get to see Reason here, though. I don't really favor them against teams like teams like maybe FAVBET or even the Total 5 they came off victorious against last night. So I'm very surprised to see them here. But they've made their way, nonetheless, and they are going to be going up against a bit of a tough opponent in that sort of a Nexus side, which is what we're going to be looking at. But there's also a couple other things we need to find out, and one of those is, of course, going to be what sort of veto we're going to have here. So we can take a look at that one, see where we end up, and we're going to be starting things off a little bit of Mirage. Makes sense to me.
Yeah, look, Nexus love picking sort of Mirage does too quite a lot. The fact that Reason go into Nuke, that's a really strong map for Nexus, so I don't think they're going to be upset with that. Trainers a decider. Both teams have exactly the same stats, with the most amount of games played also being free for both teams. So I think you look at this on the face of it, and I think you say, look, it's actually quite even throughout, even though Mirage is a pretty decent one for Nexus comparatively to Reason. Like, Reason are very good on Nuke, but Nexus are also pretty decent, and you know these individuals on this team, like Frontsider, for example, Antivirus, and SPAVBET, as we just talked about. These guys can definitely just show up and come to play, especially on a map like Mirage. So I still fully expect Nexus to take this. I expect them to take it pretty dominantly. I expect this to be 2-0. However, there is definitely an argument that can be made for Reason walking away with at least one map.
Yeah, that one map most likely would then be on Nuke, but even so, it's been one where Nexus have been just overall very strong on as well, right? They can match whatever Reason's kind of shown on that as well in recent times. But they haven't been infallible. They have had, I think, somewhat easier opponents than normally when it comes to what Nexus usually kind of play against. They had against a couple of wins against Zero Tenacity and IP and CYBERSHOKE toward the start. But recent times, it's been loss against Sparta, against Ruby, close game against Heroic Academy. It's not exactly games where you're saying, okay, that makes a lot of sense. They would be shaking in those games or wouldn't perform the best, but they have had a couple of worries in recent times, I'll say, just to put it like so. But nonetheless, we can as well take a look at some of the head-to-head individuals. And LordX, it's nice to see him here. He's been a very, very damn good addition to this roster and really made it perform on a different level. It's nice to see, right? He's had a bit of a tumultuous career in recent times, recent years. But it's nice to see him land on his feet. And thus, I'm happy. But he's not the only one who can actually frag out on this side either, because you have the usual suspect, right? You have Cello, you have Sound, who I think since 9 showed that he's one of the better anchors as well we're going to have, and has been performing to that sort of a level. I'm very happy to see that out of the entire Nexus side. But the side of Reason, kind of like you also put it, there's a little bit less to say just because we don't know as much.
Yeah, no, that's very valid, and we are going to learn a little bit more about them as they play this game. What I will say is, you mentioned Exelo, and I think obviously when he's on a hot day, he's unbelievably good, but there's some games where he's a little bit hit and miss, and I think that's just been true for Nexus in general. I think you can actually say the same for Launex as well, even though he's the highest rated on HLTV. There will be games where Launex is vital to the success of Nexus, and there'll be other games where he plays a much more spectator role, and that can't happen because he is the star player. I think Blitz coming into this team has just added a lot more consistency. I think you are going to see the likes of Launex and Exelo step up a lot more, and as you say, Sound and Blitz, but with the fact that they're being a lot more reliable in this team, I think gives the star players a little bit more leverage, and they don't have to really punch up and try and get like 30, 35 kills to win a map. It's more, let's just play normally. You don't have to do too much. You don't have to overextend if you allow Nex and Exelo, and I think that playstyle is going to work out a lot better for them, rather than trying to force the issue all the time. That's what I noticed a lot in the old iterations of the Nexus lineup, is they would really try and force the issue more often than not when they didn't need to.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Now, also, I can tell you, it does appear as if we are going to have Adam S playing on the side of Nexus for BTN.
Okay.
Which is an interesting one. When you look at BTN and Nexus, that's a career that's gone back, I think, almost 10 years at this point, if not already crossed that mark. No, 9 years and a month. So, I don't know. I'm imagining that's... that is just a situation for today, perhaps, probably. I'm not seeing any news. I'm trying to look at Twitters. I can't find anything. So, most likely, as it currently is, a stand-in situation, which does hurt their odds perhaps a little bit. But, nonetheless, that's the way we're going to be going about it for now, so everybody as well is on the same page.
Yeah, and also it's one of those where BTN's the in-game leader, so it's probably going to be Blitz calling, I imagine, this game. So it'd be interesting to see how that sort of all meshes together. We are waiting for one player, and then we can jump into the action. So, do you know what? By me pretending to go to the break, we've actually sorted it out. So we're going to go to the game now, and it's live. No break needed. We can get straight into things. Mirage, obviously picked by Nexus. Reason to start on the CT side, and for Blitz, he's only got a flash. That is not a lot of utility, guys. I guess it's to drop P250s to both Loudx and Xello. All right. So what are we doing with this one flashbang, guys?
I feel like that could work. Starting off here as well. Placing up for a fairly simple round. You're going to have just one sound toward the A site round. Everybody else walking in mid, P250s in hand. They want these long-range duels. They're going to be kickstarting off with Wonka waiting. T2K. Contacts gained, but no kills from real. Back away. That'll keep the stack for the moment as well on the B side. Spotting nobody else. No utility, nothing short of a signal.
Where...
They might have to just make a rotation here.
Look at Spavak. Spavak pushed Palace and walked ramp, and he somehow killed Sound. Flashbang, brilliant from Launex, and now you know that Spavak's in at ramp, which should give the indication to you if you're Nexus that this is the only player here on A. So if you get rid of him, you got the plant, but the rotations are quick.
Need to find him. Blitz can't even cover for this. Bomb does not go down. That Spavak has made this round his. With Launex and Jello, they at least have, you know, the P250s to work with. Instant headshots, don't have to worry about things like Glocks and damage drop-off at all here. But I need the first one. We said we know how good Jello can be when he's locked in, but for the moment, just the one of the pistol, and that's the end of the round as well coming in. I think a good sign. I want to see more of this Jello, but you kind of said it. When he's playing his A game, he'll drop like a 2.0 rating like it's just a casual Friday or something. Like, he is that good at times. I want to see it. I want to see it.
That is a crazy lurk, by the way, from Spavak. On the pistol round, you've pushed Palace, and then you've gone ramp, which is kind of ridiculous. But it worked out. Xello is ahead of all this util, and he's already up ramp, so he's hoping to maybe get a 1-dig, try and bait in these players. It hasn't really worked. And now if you're Reason, you're pushing top middle, you're pushing everywhere else, and this was an eco for Nexus, but it's unfortunately fallen a little bit on deaf ears. USP is out for front sider, and he's able to clean that up. That was incredibly messy, but it does mean that he can hold forward on towards the apartments. Sanuko can just come in behind, and there's no bomb plant, no nothing. 5 stay alive for a reason. Lovely stuff.
Good stuff. They got the weapons out as well for the T side, of course. Third round buy is always going to be lacking something here, but we'll get to see exactly what Nexus want to do with this. How far they'll get this one. I'm trying to see... Yeah, no, this is just a very all-out buy. Just a warfare sort of purchase. No Galils. Barely any extra utility. And it makes sense they're moving fast here. Pack tactics. Escort everybody into good positions. And already beneath connector, they're going to have a couple. There's going to be Launex now. Holding for short. They're going to be boosted or boost Cello into window. And it's going to be the former. Making his way in. Wait at the edge of the smoke, and it's going to be Spavak at the other side, who might just catch him. Depends on those timings. As of now, it'll become a stalemate.
He's dead. Like, Lanlex is so dead, because Spavak's got the angle. Yep. There you go. Good reposition out of Spavak. You got this pushing towards Palace again. Look at Fnatic. He's all the way in Palace deep. Adam S is considering it, but the bomb is heading in that direction. 3 players lean B right now for Reason. And Adam S needs to clear every corner. He's being diligent right now, but can he get rid of the MP9? No. That's not ideal, because now rotations are going to be on the way, and you're still worried about Palace to the point where you're not going to clear antivirus.
Such a tough angle. Blitz as well is going to walk in. Shadow given away. Now the Palace player can activate, and they can play Crossfire if they want to. But SPARTA from CT instead. They'll just one by one trade each other out instead. It's not the cleanest of endings there, but it's still a good round out of Reason nonetheless. And Fnatic specifically. Good push out of him. That is 3-0 to stop. Now, I'm a bit worried there for Nexus because they get to mid, they slow down, they are so afraid of that window smoke, they don't even think to clear ladder room, or more likely, they don't have the utility to clear out. Usually you have your Molotovs and all that. Valkyrie instead just gets a freebie. And Nexus didn't really have any solid plan B in this case. They just all rotated away, left it to be. And as such, reasons one at a time toward the end, pick them apart. That is a... I think that's just... Oh god. I gotta think of the words here, Brandon. Effective how the round was built up for Nexus, i.e. just lack of everything, where they couldn't really make it as... It was... liked.
It was one of those where, because Launex is in the window, they didn't put resources into getting him in towards the window, but they put time in. And because he dies immediately, it's sort of like, oh, okay, well, we've got no map control now, so the only place we can really go is back towards A, back towards where ADMS is, because you can't really go up con because you don't have any info about short. You can't also go in towards the bottom of the con to look at window because you know Spavac is there, and as you say, they didn't really have the most amount of utility to clear him out. You can't really go up towards top con because you've got no info there, and that people can just keep peeking you and have all these crossfires. So they wanted to go towards A to reset the situation. And it's just unfortunate for Nexus they're not able to do that, because again, just an advanced lurk out of Reason is what gets them over the line. I will say, having a lack of plan of falling back into, oh, well, I suppose we have to go here, is where the substitute is going to come in for ADMS and be a little bit worrying, because there is no sort of clear leadership in this team. And that is a potential reason as to why Reason, in a weird way, could win this 2-0 if it keeps going on this trajectory, because you think about how this is now struggling for Nexus on Mirage, imagine it on Nuke. It's going to be way worse.
Absolutely. But there's going to be I think there's going to be the resurgence out of Nexus shortly enough, because you, as we kind of put it out as well, you can only hold down the firepower they have so long. There's going to be a situation, surely, where things do flip. I think even in the games they've played recently where they didn't end up on the winning side, it wasn't like they just rolled over. So I think there is... That will what we're still waiting for. But this one... Yeah, no, we were just waiting for this one to end, unfortunately. Got a bit of a play toward the B side, and with Swanko here, it's got to be an easy time. And Spavac and the front sider did want to steal the kills from him. But all good. He doesn't care all too much, and that is the 4th round now coming out. And at this time, a lot more well-equipped on the side of Nexus. Even going to be having Shello and the AWP. They'll be feeling pretty damn good for this one. Hopefully, but let's see. Reason could get away with a fast early start as well, because you got Spavac currently on 8-2, having a fantastic time of his own. His life, one that's filled with the blood of his opponents.
They're going in Palace again.
You gotta respect the hustle.
Yeah, the issue for Spavac here is, never mind, they fell back, Nexus. I was gonna say, if he gets the kill in Palace and then tries to run away, I think he's gonna get caught. But that's not going to happen, and this smoke is only going to press the issue in further. He just has to make sure that he's patient. If he goes round the corner, he's dead to ADMS. That means you give ADMS his first kill with the map as well. This is really passive out of Nexus. They are trying to ensure that Reason haven't pushed them. And Reason, well, they haven't pushed them at all. This only favors the CT side because you have no info if you're the T side. You have no map control whatsoever. Antivirus has a little look in towards ramp, doesn't see anything. Fnatic is just jumping. You still don't know about Spavak in Palace.
The fact that he's held that angle as well within all for this last minute and 15 seconds is ridiculous. That's never going to be something you expect. But if he does miss the shot, you're going to have two T-side players give him chase immediately. Utilities coming out toward the A side from ramp as well. Spavak has to decide, do you want to stick around for longer or not? Because the push is coming through. There's the trade. They force Spavak out, but two more still remain. Antivirus stairs and Fnatic on site. All is good. Put him into a fight, but it's suddenly two to swing at him. And Antivirus, he's been waiting. He dropped down from the stairs. He made his push work, and that's going to be the round. Down, having no time to make this one up. 5-0 to start for a reason. And as you say, that's a poor round really for Nexus because they had no map control. The most they really tried to do in the late round was fake things out toward mid. You had a bit of utility there. And that was about it. Then they just went for a very standard A play where you lose one of the two prongs you already had in Palace. Immediately you trade it out, and then you know it's just going to be a very standard play where nothing's really going crazy.
I can't believe Spavak is holding that warp angle for over a minute and doesn't move when there's sort of like no pushes on the other side of the map. Like, there's actually just kind of ridiculous that that's going on, but he sticks to his guns and you're not prepared at all with your Nexus. I feel like they didn't pair their utility correctly over towards A because you had the molly, sure, but there was no sort of flashbang support out of Nexus. But Reason were just in the right place at the right time. They see the smoke's coming in. They reset from middle. It's a little bit flat out of Nexus. But for Reason, they're just chilling. Like, Fnatic and Frontsider haven't died. Like, that is abysmal, really. The fact that Sound makes up the majority of the kills, and then only a couple of other players are just chiming in with one or two.
Either way, we'll have to continue to see what we can get now. And it's going to be a half fight of Nexus. We're seeing Sound or Galil as well. He rode up. See what they'll be getting up to here. Because you've got around, or at least some sort of ideas here. And most likely a very simple one, and that's exactly what it is. Don't even need hindsight for that one. We see exactly what the plan is. We have this sort of perspective in the game where we know where everybody is. And it's all toward the B side. Currently Reason on the wrong side of the map. Well, Lornex, he's only got one to find, and with Adam S to assist him, they'll find the only defender from the short. Swonka will arrive at the case and take down Sound. That's the Galil God, long range advantage in fights now removed for the moment. Not for long, they pick it back up, and suddenly they look to hold Reason back. Two from short, two from kitchen, and now just one from short. Fnatic, his AK, starts singing. First one gone, slipping in, Antivirus, one of his own as well, and suddenly 2 out of 2 remains. Down on car, Blitz as well, makes a bit of noise, dropping. And it's not clean, he'll find one, and now the 5-7 to rush him down, but he'll just hold down a mouse one, swing around the corner to secure Nexus there first.
That's what they need to do. Just go together. Make sure you've got concrete trade spacing. That's exactly what happens here for Nexus. Works out brilliantly. Look at the way that they're able to operate on the site, even when like Sanuko is finding these kills in from short. I think Zella does fantastically. Launex is able to grab one, and everyone is in pretty decent crossfires. Blitz needed to clutch this up for Nexus. He does. And now I think they're just going to play pretty exec heavy because these defaults haven't really been working. This pushing towards mid has never really gone the way of Nexus. So instead, they're just going to go A right now, just with all the util. No funny business.
No funny business. No need to complicate things. Utility goes in. This time as well, Reason they're not all too ready for it. Unlike previous, they won't have a 3-man stack here. They were focusing more toward the mid part of the map. Fast enough rotations, and Spavak flick won't connect, but they've lost Fnatic and suddenly control of the site. Bomb to be put down at the CT. They'll have to hope they get something here, because the utility for sure out of Nexus is not stopping. But they do let them out to what it says. Assisting Reason already. They get a foothold in the door. That's not going to be good enough here.
Oh. That's a misleading dink. That felt like a collat. Antivirus has got one as well. You still got 3 players alive here for Nexus. Adames gets a crucial one, and good little crossfire operating in with Blitz. You might know where he is, but oh my god, he's just gonna stick it. Yeah, no idea the sound's up there, even though you saw a nade. Nexus will do it again, but they just lost everyone doing that. Everyone died. There isn't the best amount of money in the world for reason, sure. But I love these afterplants that Nexus is getting into because the trade spacing and all these crossfires, it is just guaranteeing the round being a success story.
Alright, they're shaking things up here. Like I said, you can't really hold them down too long. Eventually, you'll have to budge. Nexus having to waste the opportunity, give it to the mighty. Forced by win, half by win. Whatever you want to categorize it. Put themselves into a position to still make this first half now very much competitive. Taking short control, they're taking mid control. All of this will fall without much of a fight out of reason. I say that, SPARTA will very well will find himself the opening. In and out of ladder. Blitz. He's playing an audacious game, but one that is going to pay off for the entry. That is ridiculous. That's what Swanko. He's usually been the short player. You gotta think there is a second one somewhere. That's what Sound has done. And that's what he's doing. Ripped this round away from his opposition by himself. What a fantastic little sequence for him. Simple enough, I suppose.
This kid is always in Palace. I swear. Fanatic, you're in Palace again, my friends. Like, that is absurd. You can't go for this. You've not got a kit. Bomb's already halfway gone. But he's thinking, oh, okay, he thinks better of it. That is absolutely the correct decision there. He'll save his Galil. What a round out of Sound. The fact that he's able to immediately get the kill on towards B-Apps after Blitz just hits this banger. And then the spray transfer in towards the window. You just need that. You just need a little bit of individual prowess from some of these players. You just need one of them to have a round, and that brings confidence. That's what, 3 in a row now for Nexus. That's making them feel incredibly good. The money is in the bin for reason. This can be a one-round game. This can be Nexus back in business.
Definitely is leading that way. As long as Nexus do avoid Palace to a degree, I feel like they'll be okay. They know already you've had plenty of Palace control for Fnatic and SPARTA. It feels like a constant. All they have to do is be aware of the possibility. That should be good enough for the most part, but this is not Palace, that's just straight up ramp. They walked through. Fnatic alongside, I believe that is SPARTA. The 2 suspects on their CT side have now made their way all the way to T-spawn. And in a round like this, you gotta take some risks.
I can't believe they just done that.
That might just catch Shello off guard, and he's not the only one. There's 2. Quick trade. Second, they haven't seen him. SPARTA's gone into the B apartments, but Sound does turn for it.
Oh my god.
Bad. That's something you don't want to look at. Close your eyes. Pretend it didn't happen. That's at least what Sound's going to be thinking, at least. But it might be the reason as to why this round suddenly doesn't go their way. They've lost control of every position they had. If anybody was in advanced positions, no, they're not anymore. 3 remain at the CT side of 35 seconds as well. Nexus limited to what they can do. In the back. It's still going to lean to B. Yeah,
but Suniko is here. Like, I doubt you're clearing this. And frontside has moved over to also just take contact. So this is going to be a free kill. And a second. I can't believe they just push ramp there with no... Wow. I'm stunned. Because Nexus has been in ramp like a lot. And they just go, yeah, you're not going to be here. I mean, they were right, but I mean, that is bonkers.
Going from the whole palace to ramp, they just gotta change things up. But the fact is, well, they didn't even consider it for a moment. Weren't ready for it, and Nexus, they do get caught off guard. He was leaning one way, now it's not. Because that's completely crippled as well what the T side is capable of here. They have to take a time out just to make sure they know how much to invest in this one. It's gonna be a hero AK for Blitz. I love the choice. Now to make it work as well. Even a couple of kills here. Get your teammates a weapon, you can still snowball this round into something at least half effective. But the blow from the last shot is gotta be one that's felt through the entirety of this half now. Most likely the second as well here. Good dink. There's a push. And
wow.
there was the push. Damn, crispy headshots. So there was a round, now there isn't. I'm a big advocate for the hero AK. It's very little investment, or very little risk for something way much more, or way more than that. The payoff's great. Here you get nothing for it. That's a bit sad.
Can you remember which player popularized the hero AK buy? Or the
God,
one
no.
rifle buy?
Okay. Give me a time frame. I'll have to try to make a guess here.
It was 3 years ago. And it really wasn't meta.
I'm gonna go with a little bit of Nico Manesi kind of stuff, maybe.
No.
Am I in the right area? No. Okay.
No. So I believe, and to be honest, I could be wrong. So you could also be right, but
I could also make the argument. I think a Zeus AK simple deagle.
Yeah,
back.
fair. That was a thing. The building blocks were there. I was thinking more like Jame and Outsiders. You know when they won the major.
Ah.
Because that was really popularized off the back of them winning that tournament, because they had like these moments where they just have like one rifle, or they had like one AWP and nothing else, and they would just make the ridiculous amount of rounds happen. And it's like, oh, okay. And then it's become a lot more popularized. So I think it comes from there. Back into A we go for Nexus. Nexus love a bit of A. They've got to clear out Fnatic, who isn't in Palace anymore. He's actually just under it. Adames has now made noise, and Zello falls to his death. Good trade, but where's the second guy? It's Spavac in towards CT. They surely have to be aware that there's going to be a guy in CT.
That was well done in the map. Sound was looking toward Palace, just in case. But here's the real play coming in. Blitz will find a big relieving kill. And Adames with a very nasty shot at Spavac to remove him. That's the AWP guard at CT. Frontsider's the only one to remain. If he's not given a kill here early on, he might just have to save the AWP. Nexus currently not in the business of giving away free kills, but he's still inching forward. He wants to force his way in, and he'll get forced out. That also might have been a good save there. Might have been a good call instead, because you look at that economy, it's not all too perfect. Would have afforded a bit more utility, maybe even a kit and somebody who's missing it, but what this round still ends up being is a good round for Nexus. A great flank for Blitz through mid. Makes use of a perfect timing his teammates as well toward the A site. Only limiting Fnatic to 1 is a great result there on the attack.
Tell you what, good ground out of Blitz as well. The mid lurk, that's something we've not really seen. And this time he's holding for ramp aggression. Antivirus just walked straight into it. And you've also got Adames in towards Palace. You will not push us on A, say Nexus, and they get rewarded with a free kill.
That as well, by the way. A new name added to those A pushes. That is so sharp for Blitz as well. Just doesn't want them to walk forward at all. Not even close. 5-1-3 for Nexus to seal this 5th in a round at the half. Malvik, the only one towards A for the moment. He'll spot one in Palace. Suddenly Nexus look to converge on his location. Through mid, you're gonna have this two-man unit join. Ability from A ramp as well, and Malvik in the middle of it all. He'll take one for his troubles, but troubles have just begun. Frontside is the only one left to defend at the side. He'll take two. Thought he finished the job on sound. Looked away, but the round has been made doable here. And 1v2 Swanko does approach. Rapidly from connector. Bombs from plant the default, but here's a double swing. They'll count it down. They don't want to give him any chances, and that is 5-7 at halftime. Good resurgence there for Nexus, even though there was a slip-up in the mix as well, but they can make do with 5-7.
I'd say so. I think look, they approached this really nicely. I think they recognise in the last couple of rounds that mid is vulnerable in towards the back end of some of these rounds, like Blitz and now Sound have just both walked through connector and have been able to trade out Spavac or potentially other players that were sitting there. And I love the Adam S and Sound combo here, where they know the last player is probably in towards mid after they kill out the A player, so they take all the deep space in towards CT. They don't plant for connector, then they just group and they swing after Sound doesn't see or hear anything close CT. Got to pick one of those fights, they take it. And they are able to get that 5th round, and hopefully on the CT side, your AWPer, Zello, can be a little bit more influential, because in this head-to-head right now between him and Spavac, Spavac is a country mile ahead of him.
Let's get it going. We're going to be headed toward the mid part of the map and bomb in B apartments. You got a couple of options here with this immediately. Into B apartments or through underpass for the bomb, but it's Babaku in the apps where he'll be going. The rest of his team slowly walk up here. But there's a good bit of util here as well for Sound. Problem really does arise in this short defense. I believe that's going to be Adam S there. He has a nade and a kit. He's tossed in the nade. There's the first one. Jello's delivered in the meantime. And now to hold of the site to push as well. It is not all too successful. Damage plentiful, yes. But in a 3-on-3, they'll still have to work their way back into this one. There's a kit dropped on short. They're going to make do with that as well, if need be. But Spalvak's taking 1v1s here. Dueling for his life. There's Law and X, and one more remains. And dealt with.
Yeah, I mean, look, brilliant. Yeah, brilliant retake. I was worried when Spavac hits that instant headshot, but as soon as the bomb's planted, I'm thinking, right, Nexus, there's 2 low HP guys. Like, I know you're going to be aiming for the head anyway, but it should be completely fine and cleaned up, and it is between Zello and Launex. Literally just spoke about Zello, and he's able to get these 2 kills, which is really important. It's nice to see Launex having an important moment, because this for Nexus is vital. You don't want to start off this second half as badly as you did on the first round, but they were losing like 5-0. So for them, if they're able to just immediately withstand this pressure of the force buy, they get rewarded with an eco, they suddenly start to feel a lot more better. Remember, it's their map pick as well. You don't want to be losing your map pick, especially when you've got Nuke coming up next, and we've already highlighted this. This is a perfect way for you to win the series 2-0. So let's not make any faux pas if you're Nexus, and that's already started off brilliantly. Spavac, 17 kills deep, has been removed early without anything in this round.
Just one reasons also as well, setting up here. I will bring this up. I had this thought, this feeling that Jello is a CT-sided player on Mirage to a ridiculous degree. I go to check. Last few months alone, this is just, going off recent stuff because why not? His T-side sniping rating, I just put it out there, and firepower. Firepower is 52, sniping is 29. This round is done. But on the CT side, his firepower goes up to 71 and sniping alone to 94. He is so much more of a sniper on the CT side. So I think there is a reason to believe he will be kicking ass now in the second half. He started off fairly okay now. He's already up to 6. He's getting there. That, and the fact that on the CT side, he is actively hunting for openings. He is a very aggressive CT operator here. So I'm looking for a lot of interesting pods here. Or interesting part of the second half here. So that's what I'm trying to seize. Shello, CT side, what can he do? Because he will be doing a lot of things.
Yeah, that's kind of insane, actually. The
It is
disparity
ridiculous.
between T side and CT. Well, there he is again. But that one was an easy one. Running straightforward in towards B apps. It goes front side up. This was the reward for all the hard work, as we're talking about. You get rid of the force buy. Suddenly, you are going to be taking the lead here. And I feel like CT side is just a lot more comfortable for Nexus. I feel like they've got players like Sound and Blitz, as you mentioned, that are just, I think, a lot more CT pilled. And then you got the Exelo stats that I wasn't even aware of, but that is just bonkers.
Yeah.
I love that these rounds here, where they potentially could be the most dangerous, aren't as well for Nexus. Like, there's only one casualty in them. I think in the Force round as well, there was only like 1 or 2 kills going the way of Reason. That's really just going to help not only your confidence, but also your bankroll.
Take the lead here. They're in the game, absolutely. And so we move on down the rounds. And this is where what does ECLOT shine, right? We're putting a lot of pressure on him. For a good reason. He said he can change a game all by himself. He's looking to do that here as well, but he's not alone. Everybody's involved. There it is. Openings. Again, part of those early duels. AWP will strike for the first, and now it's 4 more to go, and a majority of them in the mid. ADAMS with another one of his own. There's a trade through, yes. Position to be taken. As Blitz will stand. That is fairly clean. Even if Reason are taking so much map control here, right? They're already out of connector. It doesn't matter. It's just clean duels coming out of the CT side here. Doesn't feel like they're under too much threat in any second.
It's so much different to what we got on the T side, because look at how Nexus are taking all these kills in their stride. Look at how they're setting up their AWPer. Flashbang through towards connector. He gets one, falls back. Then you got a double con setup. And then you still got the intrusive player in towards window. You've got so much dictation of where you want this round to go if you're Nexus. And then Blitz keeps Fnatic accountable because Fnatic's always in the damn palace. So you know he's going to be there eventually. As soon as you get contact in towards connector, you have to look at Palace just because you know that lurk is going to come through. But this is so front-footed for Nexus. This is so much better than what we've got all first half long. And this is why you shouldn't be worried about Nexus when they swap on the CT side, because these players, it just suits them. It just suits them being a lot more direct. It suits them being a lot more sort of anchoring on towards the bomb sites. It makes sense, and as you say, the Zelo trajectory, it's still increasing round on round. Now, there is this SPAVAC potential and this Sanuko potential in towards ladder and con. But, with that being said, the bomb's now just been spotted. That means you imagine that Launex is going to be aware of ladder. Where did SPAVAC go? Okay, he went back under, so now this flank isn't even a possibility.
This is a good hold, however, on the side of Nexus as well. The Sound able to adjust to either side. Same stuff with the Law and X on short. He can just make sure nobody actually drops down if need be. Take duels. As long as you don't fall the Swan on short, then, well, there is that. But the round is still good enough. And it's going to be an ace coming out here. Nicely done. Talking a lot about Sound as well here. He's a fantastic CT side player, right? On his time on, or during his time on 9, I think he was one of the absolute best anchors we kind of had in this tier 2 space. It's good to see he's kind of keeping up with those similar numbers here as well. Form hasn't dropped all too much, and in fact, it's made Nexus a lot better as well as a team. Alongside a few other changes, but it's good to see it. Very solid start out of the round here. It's direct out of Reason, at least. Made to be thrown in. Plenty of damage. Gotta be a mid-play coming out. Most likely the A split in the end. That's why you've still got Fnatic in Palace, as mentioned.
He's always there.
He's there. An opening towards B might tempt him, though. Here's something to go off of. Oh, the reload doesn't get caught.
Oh, Zelo's
now the A side needs relief. Diobocello delivers 2. Stays alive, even more impressive. Takes 3. He is not done by any long shot here. 4 to go down. The orb is firing. That's the Zelo potential. Now it's the sound to close it out. In 1 versus 1, given it to him by his teammate. Keep the streak alive here. He's walking slowly, clearing every single angle he can imagine, making sure Swanko's not crossing any long gaps to a ramp. But this timing, the swing, Swanko to swing instead. 1v2 complete for a reason. It's got to be round number 8 here. Efforts go to waste in the end. But it's a messy round here for a reason. I'll say that much. Bit slow when it came to everybody getting out, and then when you have Ixello on the side, you do need to respect him.
I'm not being funny. Zello goes above and beyond there. How has no one from Nexus got that kill? Or got a kill whilst he's taking all of the contacts and finding 4? Like, that is actually just so absurd that no one from Nexus could be able to either bail him out or at least get the trades. I cannot believe they lose that round based off Ixello's hard work. That is going to be such a frustrating one for him. And for Nexus, who feel like they could do no wrong so far on this CT side, or apparently they can. Spavak is playing with fire. He smoked himself off at the end of apps, and now he's looking potentially for a kill. And again, Sunako in middle. Sound will grab this kill, but you imagine he's going to get traded in a minute. Launex needs to come over and cover, but the ladder player on the T side will activate. ADAMS now hoping for a kill, but instead he's vacated connector, and this gets a little bit weird, but it still should be fine for Nexus.
It's a weird round out of reason here, where everybody's taking to their own duels. It's a default to the extremes, where it's just everybody needs to win their own duel, and that's it. And with only 1 so far, this is not really going all too hot. Bomb's at least got to be in top mid. This is surely not a round Swanky can win. They don't see the bomb. Wait, ADAMS has gone past it, but Swanko has to run back, and here the AK awaits. The clutch will come to an end. It's some nice shots here, but it's got to be Nexus on in the end to take 11. Not terrible.
Yeah. No, it was
not a great round.
No, it's not. This round was just, oh, let's see if we can find a kill. And everyone says, okay, and they just run at them. Like, that is absurd. But Sunako is getting a lot of space up short, and I feel like that is something that has to be communicated to Reason. Hey guys, I'm getting up short quite frequently. We could definitely go for a mid to B. Instead, they're going to exec A. He's going to be the one on the hero AK. Everyone else is going to be on Deagles, Tech 9s. This makes a lot of sense when you're on a low buy to go for an exec. And maybe if you're Nexus, you're anticipating the mid to B that is not coming in.
Oh, Blitz anticipated the AK-47. First one down. They'll pick it up, pass it around if they, or as they need to. And for Reason Gaming, this is a problem. They can't even cross toward the stairs. They can't do anything about this, but it's just a bomb they need to put down, and that's Law and X's job instead. Smoke's now gone. CT side, they have the surround under control. Front side from Spava going to come back here. A big mistake would need to be made, and that was wonderful front side, but that should be all. They're still going to give them 1 versus 1s, but Law and X is that much better. Hits the quick headshot. And a map point to Nexus. PT side of the team.
Yeah, you can say that again. They got what? Reason Gaming got 1 round here on the T side of Mirage. Nexus have just been in cruise control. And look, Silent Killer. Like, Sound did get an ace against Tech 9s, but he's still on 17 kills. I think ADAMS has had a brilliant recovery in towards this game. And obviously, Xello has just been undeniable on this AWP, on CT. Yeah, you're right. He had 3 kills. How many does Spavak have? 17?
17 or 16, I think. Yeah, that's a bit of a fall off. But at the end, hey, his numbers still look pretty compared to the rest of his team. So he can't complain all too much. But one thing we gotta say as well is, more as well on that Nexus side, is the way they've been playing this this mid in these last, what, 4 or 5 rounds, I think, when Reason haven't tried it, is the fact that, right, there was one of those earlier buys, they just walked in, and Nexus picked them apart so cleanly, gave them a bit of map control, and then still won out those every single duel. They have had everybody in the right position when they want to. It's been real nice to see. Of course, not the whole story, but it is really nice to see. It's been very clean. It feels like a Nexus-dominated half, and it has been exactly that.
Oh, little did he know, if he dropped that nade, he was thinking about it, that would have done a lot of damage. SPAVBET is still taking half, so is Sanuko. 1 minute left for reason to find their way in towards the site. And I love the way that Nexus is doing this. You speak about the mid, this time it's just a complete disengage. And they're saying, okay, look, if you need to come into our bomb sites, we're going to set up in these really strong crossfires. We're going to make it really impossible for you to do anything. Blitz has been spammed out just a little bit by SPAVBET. This was never the intention for reason to go in towards A. It's just going to be Fnatic in Palace, Shock Horror, and then the rest of the team are going to go mid to B.
And the fact that Fnatic has been playing there the entire time, it might still shock them a little bit, but I think we also saw in the earlier parts of the half where he did play toward the Palace side.
Oh, yeah, look at the rotate.
And the rest went toward the B side. I am surprised to see this rotation from Nexus. Just noise Fnatic's currently making. 15 seconds, Blitz sees nobody else, but they're still committing to the rotation. B side's been left wide open here. Bomb does get planted. There's not a single sign of life from Nexus around this part of the map, and a sound walks in. Into the afterlife, and perhaps even the next round here, because Nexus, they back away.
That's mental. And look, I understand it to a certain extent, because reason have not gone for these really late round execs. And I mean, this time it was a late round exec, but there was a fake element attached to it. So Nexus bite down on it. So you can excuse them to some respects. But as soon as you see it's Fnatic, you might just be thinking, oh, well, he's always there. They're going for this. Hang on. You can't go for this. They've now realized it, and they're gonna back out. That was an interesting decision. They do a lot of damage, to be fair to them. Like, SPAVBET lives, but everyone else dies. That's going to keep the money honest, at least. So fair play for Zelo getting these kills.
I'm surprised. As I said, we've seen that round before for reason. Almost entirely. Where they do still have Fnatic toward the A side and Palace is lurking late round. But it was in that round where the push on B was still held by Nexus. Didn't fall for it, and this time they do. In fact, they even left nobody there. That's the more concerning part. But nonetheless, so far, that's just one round to make this comeback happen. It's 3 more to go if there is to be the comeback confirmed. Again, they get control of mid. Nexus let them have it. They won't face immediately. They have problems and worries about short for good reason. And Adam S with the duel he's taken is playing a dangerous game. If there was more than one on his screen, surely a dead man at a very quick time. But Lord X, fantastic stuff for him. And they're ready for Fnatic on A. This time not Palace, Ramp instead, but that's the round, and that's map number 1.
Yeah, that was an unbelievable resurgence by Nexus, and to speak all things Nexus, we needed a Romanian, so we've got Pop breaking down that game. Thank you for joining us, mate.
Well, look, I'm gonna try to be as unbiased as possible, but no, I'm joking. But Nexus did actually have a very good comeback in that second half. First half it was a little one-dimensional. I did need some help from my casters, and they did provide some information, as that was, I did get in, but a little late. But reason we're taking advantage of that, as they saw that Nexus were not doing all that great, and they were able to get themselves a very good first half, not really looking too bad, right? It ended as 75. It's not the best half that you can get, but it's at least something to work with. On the other side, when Nexus got to the CT side, well, they started looking a lot better. I mean, Scylla was more impactful, and not only him, because everyone else started mattering a lot more in the second half. We saw a lot more kills coming in from Adam S as well, and everyone was. I mean, Sound got an ace at one point. They were getting a lot of great things done together, but it was Cello as the core of this comeback, right? Because even when Reason were pushing into the sites, it felt like Nexus always had the right formula to stop their pushes. And now that almost always, I should say almost always, because there were rounds where Nexus didn't win even after Cello got a 4K got a 4K, but no, that's more of a meme. But yeah, did really well. I mean, their defense looks strong. I think they used a very good mix of being aggressive and also being passive. I know Cello was not afraid of pushing out, trying to find those kills, right? Just because he usually is an aggressive AWPer. Might have been, or at least he was in the past. Maybe now it's not as aggressive anymore, but he still used to be looking for those kills. And yeah, just having a lot of impact, not backing down from a fight. At the same time, you know, there's been, as well as we all know, there's been some big changes in the roster so far, right? With Lonix and Blitz being brought in. Now, well, at least for now, I could only assume that ADAMS is standing in. But the biggest thing is, I think, right now for Nexus, not only coming back into this one, is the fact that, well, as ADAMS might be standing in for BTN, I'm really curious just who the IGL is, because it's going to be interesting just to see how they do without their IGL that they have been with for the past, well, at least the team for like the past 8 years. I might be exaggerating a little bit, maybe 7.5, but he's been, you know, BTN has been around for a very long time, and I'm just, for now, it seems like this worked out, you know, without having BTN at the helm. But we'll see exactly what happens, as yeah, we saw what happened with those last rounds where Nexus were able to walk away with, well, the majority of them. Reason, I'm going to be very curious as to how Nuke is going to be played out, because, you know, it is the map pick of Reason. That is the second map coming up. Nexus, they're no strangers to it, but I don't think it's going to be as easy, once again, without having their IGL present, or at least their usual IGL. Might be a little more complicated, but we will be going to a break, and when we're back, we're going to find out what happens on Nuke.
force the kill. The last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Welcome back. We're getting ready for the second map of the best of 3. It is Nuke, which is going to be a very interesting one. It is the Reasons map pick. And, well, Nexus have played it before. But it is not going to be as easy as one expects, right? Is it? Guys, yeah, we know we found out some information during the break. So what's going on here?
Yeah, look, I don't think it's going to be really hard for them, but we'll have to see. Sorry, Paul, going to cut you off and throw you, to the subs bench now because we've got to get into the game. But I know that you're going to be watching this with great intent because obviously Nexus are your boys. So for reason, they got a rebound and maybe their T-side can go a lot better. It hasn't. Blitz has just deleted them coming out the door, and ADMS and Launex have cleaned up a hut. That round lasted 14 seconds, Nexus, who's also casting Nexus.
Nexusception. This was supposed to happen a few times, and it has happened quite a few times. Last time, I wasn't able to make it. There was a change in schedule, but this time we're here. Nexus on Nexus action. And Reason on Nexus action as well, but that's apparently for the pistol all too easy. Well, I gotta say, good day to be a Nexus today. That's all me. Here for the second round, it's going to be an eco out over this T side. They're not really feeling a force bind. They're just happy to chill. Let this round go. And on the ramp, there is a couple of seconds where you can walk in. Maybe find one free kill on the sound, but no, Cello comes around very quickly. Sound and no ending up on the dying side either, and that's 2-0. Very easy. Yet to have a single death on the CT side, but that's going to change shortly with the weapons coming out. And actually, a pretty good amount of everything on that Reason side. They've foregone a fair few Molotovs. They've only got one, so execution's got to be a real tough one if they go for one. Most likely, it's got to be the default. There goes the smokes outside already. So how do you want to play this one on the Reason side? They are very adept at this map. So are Nexus, that's the problem.
It's probably a lukewarm take, but I've just got a gut feeling that Nexus are going to overwhelm Reason here. Just based on what I saw on CT side Mirage, it looked brilliant. SPARTA has got rid of Gazello though, and now you've got really good spacing towards ramp here. So as soon as we're speaking about the fact that Nexus have got good coverage, they've been doing really well, like no one's died. You got 3 players in towards ramp here. Spavak's been removed, but ADMS is going to have no idea that these players are here. And I love that Launex has already just reverted in towards Hut. Blitz has found a kill, and they now have seen the bomb as well. This gets a little bit complicated now for Old Reason, especially with that molly. But at least Fnatic on his look has found sound.
Problem is going to be Blitz as well, and how he's able to get himself active, because he's going all the way toward the lower side of the map now. And Launex just needs this kill no matter what, but unable to get it. Bomb picked up, dropped down, and that is going to be the first round, surely, with Blitz not having enough anything to work with here. I would have expected the secret rotation there out of Blitz. I'll be honest, would have let him be active a lot more sooner. Not that it would have mattered all too much. Launex was going to be dead before that as well, but still a surprise.
I was surprised he even leaves him and goes down B. Like at that point where you've both been spotted, like that's the consideration for Nexus. Oh, we've both been spotted, therefore they can just go and head down towards the B bomb site. I really would have preferred Launex and Blitz to be together there. It feels like a big mistake them separating, even though both of them have got what, low HP. I still would have much preferred them to be together in that moment. Nice round out of Spavak. Good taking in towards ramp. That's Reason now on back-to-back rounds where they've really heavy prioritized this ramp control. And this is the first time that it works out.
As well, just to kind of put you back on the Nexus camp as well here. They've got a 59% CT win rate. East side, not so much. That's some 50, but GT's pretty good. The only real problem is that as I kind of mentioned way back when at the pregame, their last few losses they've had here haven't been against the best teams, and not even close. Like Sparta and Ruby, 13-5, 13-6, those are not really good results. Then even, as mentioned as well, close games against, like, Heroic Academy and Rebels. Not so much Rebels, but it's not the... It's not been the most solid as of recent times. That's real awkward and real poor for Blitz. Dropping down too early.
Oh my gosh, what is this?
Ella's left alone. This is an order setup for Nexus.
I think where you spotted a player deep CT for Sunuko. Oh, and now he spotted another one in Spavak. I think you see this and you think, okay, well, they've probably got guys down on the B-bomb site. That's not going to scare them away. It did initially, and now it's not. So you're going to have this double rotate. Frontside is holding the vent. Zello is still not revealed in the dark cubby, but as soon as he takes one shot, surely he gets overwhelmed. The ramp player needs to help out.
Gonna be Sound arriving. Shello with the first one. Nails it. Up next. He's still going, facing wide. Bravik will shut him down. That has to be the save call here.
I don't know why Blitz decides to jump down the vent really loudly.
I'm not a fan of the no rotation out of Nexus either. I guess Sound wants to help his teammates clear out lobby and trophy room, I suppose, but they got only like 35, 40 seconds there remaining. You know they're already down to what the B, so they have been for a while. They've been cooking their approach, and Shello just gets no help. Suppose that's a take it or leave it sort of thing, where you felt like they had to have been at least somebody on ramp.
Yeah,
Which, if that's the case, then sure, Nexus probably get away with the kill, maybe two. But that's unfortunately not the great result they're looking for.
It's just bonkers to me that Frontside has been allowed to get that kill, and yeah, he was looking at a vent because obviously he was loud on the approach. He's trying to make sure that no one else has dropped down, but Blitz just immediately dropping off. I guess that's because he wants to have the element of surprise, but that's a bit bonkers to me. And look, think about the first two rounds Nexus have played this. It's all been crossfires. Think about the way they played CT Mirage. There's a lot of good crossfires. They were taking the fights on their terms. In these first two gun rounds that Reason Gaming have had, Nexus have been really on the back foot, and they've been taking a lot of individual fights. It's not really been the same identity of Nexus that we're used to seeing in this series so far, especially on the CT side. So that leaves me a little bit concerned for how this is shaping up so far. Spavak has been dealt with. Adam S has got his number. Adam S has got him both times now through the smoke.
Gotta be just a lack of information here. The utility is the only thing that has been given, and Adam S doesn't have anybody to even open up these smokes. But he has the potential on Nexus, so they'll have to let them go, and they'll have to trust that Adam S, now down the bench, can find himself at least a 1. Multi-kill preferred, gets 0. That's not amazing. And you still have Sound so far committed to this. That is not great. Everybody takes an L here, but for X. Maybe finds himself a kill into antivirus, and if so, game on. One freshly planted, but Schwanko will take him down. Blitz, one last matter to 1 versus 2. He's got at least time to work with, but that's about it. Information on the second still eludes him. Looking above the site, if anybody is there, but not being given the kill here, he's just have to call it quits.
I'm getting really frustrated by watching some of these Nexus players just take dry fights for no reason. Like, you've... Adam S down the vent this time is just wide swung into 3 players, where... Sure, he needs to find info, I guess, but you can play that a lot safer. You don't need to hard commit into this angle, especially after getting this opening kill on Spavak. That just feels so stupid to wide swing like that in the open. He could have played a head glitch on either one of the stairs. Could have played at the double doors, because then you can see people and just run away. There's probably 4 different ways to play that, and he picks the one that puts him in the most danger.
agreed. So far, it's not the cleanest CT side, and that needs to change. I mean, let's be honest. It didn't start off perfectly on Mirage either, but that was their T side. CT is when they started to play a lot better here. Well, they're starting on that favored side, or their favored side. And reason they're just being given very free kills here. Opportunities present themselves at almost every chance.
Good timing on this. Yeah, I was just gonna say, good timing on this push by Nexus, because you are now going to be acutely aware that they are down B. So even though you've not got the most utility, like ADAMS will be here in time, and he just needs to not overextend. You got Zella here as well. ADAMS is overextended. I don't know, man. Like, I know you're only on pistols, but you've got 2 rotates coming in Zello and Blitz. Like, do you really need to go into the open completely by yourself and give that up? I don't think so. I just think it's scrappy.
And I think you're right. It is getting really early and really upsetting in the sense that Nexus are taking these fights when they just don't need to. Not in the way they're at least going about them. Here as well, they're still sticking to ramp. Sure, you've got a buy coming out next round, whatever. But you still end up losing both your players. There's not even not really a little bit of cohesion in how they face those fights. Sounds all the way on the other side. He's maybe getting himself this one. Not even. Reason is having a very easy time in these last few. And okay, it's wrong to say that Nexus aren't challenging them, because that's exactly what they're doing, but it's the problem of how they're taking those challenges. It's way too easy.
It's just individuals. It's just individuals feeling like they're getting a multi-kill for no reason when they're not.
Yeah. Either way, let's get back to it. They got time to still turn things around here in the first half. There's Cello. Opening found. A good sign. CT side playmaker. Ramp we go. Blow the smoke open. Sound will be waiting. Flashbang dodge. A multi perhaps allowed, but a quick trade instead of a frontsider's AK. That advantage is kept for Nexus. That's all that matters. Now you make sure you don't give them any more easy kills here. Jello forced ahead by the flames. Off strain. Doesn't nail the shot, and here comes the second Molotov. No, he doesn't. I lied. They just take him down to the straight up duel. He faced again. Spalak will take him down. That's good position now. Taken over by Reason. Where you'll have to fight your way out of this one. Low on X1. Raiden Spalak open his hands, looking for the third of the round here. With the shadow advantage. There's so many opportunities, but gets baited by Blitz. And Fnatic back at the site. One angle clear at a time, and they'll go for the challenge. That's one. HP down to 16. Time is low. That flash might have just saved it. And it has. USP too late. A 1v2 Reason to keep their streak alive. And still they managed to wiggle their way in back to the round.
Yeah, I mean, what an unbelievable flash by Fnatic. And if you're ADAMS, you got to sort of commit to the fight, because what you're expecting is Fnatic's going to swing off the back of it because he's not going to be blinded. You more than likely are, and if you turn your back, then he can also swing before because he will be unaffected by that flashbang. So ADAMS just commits to the spray. Full blind. Doesn't work as intended. That's the closest it's been for a while here for Nexus. And Reason, yet again, just resurging in a first half, doing a lot of damage. ADAMS is now trying to get tricky with it. And you imagine that Reason are going to clear this angle. They're not clearing the angle. Okay, now they do. Oh. And ADAMS is still unable to get one. At least Elo will trade.
Making a lot of noise. They've got no nades as well to open this one up here. Folks instead will fade. Trade again with Cello.
Sparrow's got a bomb behind red.
Yeah, he's stuck suddenly. Doesn't know exactly which angle Cello is holding. Last known in Garage. Might just be watching the cross as well, but he's got to let his teammates work their way into this router. Instead. Don't want toward the vents. Thinking of a way up, perhaps. A frontsider still remains. You can see Reason Gaming, they have a way out. Or maybe two. That's it.
Oh.
Cello's down. That's the bomb now making its way toward the B side. Outside across safely. And Nexus lose control of this round.
Really good spray from Frontsider as well. Now you're guaranteed that Sound's going to have to save the AWP. That one kill from Frontsider just onto Excello, as you say, just creates all the space. SPARTA goes, oh, okay, thanks. You've killed the sniper. That's exactly what we were looking for. We can bring the bomb down. 6-2. This is incredibly dominant here out of Reason. And my take was definitely hot. And it's landed in ice-cold water. 6-2 on the T side. Nexus look incredibly flat as soon as the guns come out.
This is not the Nexus nuke I was looking at. Not the one I was expecting here, and even if I wasn't sure what we're going to be getting out of Reason, sure as hell wasn't this easy, in my imagination. It feels like Nexus aren't... Like, they have the right ideas. You have Cello active, searching outside, getting openings a fair few times already. But it falls flat afterwards. The mid-rounds where they really struggle, their plays or reactions, whatever they want to make, seem like they're always 2 steps behind. And it's just... It feels very poor. Even that one. Blitz, you've got ways to smoke that without swinging into it. Gives away the opening. You've got a fast play out of Reason. Now they're trying to shake things up here with this timing. Law and X will deliver it. Same with ADMS. But they've now stopped this play out of Reason by what seems like sheer luck at the moment, more than anything. Reason unwilling to admit all too much without those, or without the entries they get. One by one is how they end up dead in the end. How does this round go that way? They have everything correct on Reason.
Well, they do, apart from the call, which is let's go in towards A main, and this is the first time in which Nexus have been set up in a crossfire, and it was these crossfires that were undoing Reason so often on Mirage. And here, just by, to be honest, sheer coincidence, there's multiple players for Nexus here on the A-bomb side, but they thrive. And that's why I've been really annoyed in this first half, because Nexus are really good at playing off each other, they've got really good team cohesion. Why on earth have you been playing so individual, or all map long? It makes no sense, and that is the clearest day example of it. And yeah, that's why I've been mad.
Well, that's a bit sad. Losing Blitz immediately. Folks praise where he'll be found, but I think one of his own. A potential lineup? Nope. Instead of 2 players low in the T side. Law and X, he's going through a smoke. Talk about individual plays. Again, that's what he feels like he needs to do. Left in 1v5. Times are tough here. The game, not amazing out of Nexus, sadly. We'll just keep harping on it until they really fix those mistakes. But they're only going to have 2 chances to do so. We already saw as well, Cello is brought up in AWP here. They're going to try to win these last few rounds. But they need a major change.
That was a much better round out of Reason, by the way, because they actually just matched Nexus's teamwork with some of their own. Breaking over these smokes, having multiple players try and potentially think about going through main. Instead, they smoke it off. They want to wrap all the way deep after Fnatic gets the kill on a player that's been playing deep CT for Nexus, and more often than not, that's been the setup for the CT side. So they have a really nice mid-round here, and they're even holding and keeping main accountable. That's where Launex pushed, and he pushes again. That's because the teammates that have come through ramp. Sound will get a good trade, but if you're Reason, you start to realize that you've probably got a lot more space outside. That is a joke of a clear from SPAVAK.
They recognize as soon as they notice the ramp place coming in for Nexus, it'll all be crunch. They're going to take this for free. All they had to do was clear one angle. They found the correct one. Now the last few out towards A. Kill is good, but Bliss revealed his own position with the kill to Swanko. They'll just find him and take him down, and that's 8-3. Now, it was 7-5 on Mirage's halftime. Nexus came back fairly easily. Here, this is going to be a lot different, because their T-side on Nuke just isn't up to that same standard. And this was supposed to be where they do the best work they have. But as mentioned, it's been so individual and so slow in those team reactions. The only round that they looked competent is the one where they had a setup on the A side, held it properly, and for some reason kind of walked into it. More than anything, it was the T side giving up the round. And Nexus, they've been doing a lot of that as well on their own right. Here again, taking duels. That's 1 and 2. Okay, decent start. Now you don't overextend here. You don't overstay your welcome.
Yeah, true. You don't need to. But they're going to go straight down secret here, Reason. And that means you're going to go straight into the AWP. So this feels a lot better here for Nexus. Zello will take his kill. Doesn't need to commit into the fight, but maybe he'll just take it anyway. And Sunko is sent scrambling. Wanted to grab that kill in towards Launex, who drops down the vent on a jiggle. But this would be a ridiculous 1v5 that I doubt he's going to pick up, especially without a mess on this advanced angle. He can break the window, but as soon as he jumps out, he's dead. Oh dear. It's not Adamess's sound. But it doesn't matter. Result's still the same. Stop peeking him. You don't need to be peeking him. You just let Sound grab the kill. Okay, and he runs out of ammo, but Zello will lock it in. Oh my goodness me, guys. Like, really? That was the easiest round to win once you put it into a 5v1 and you made it look scary.
Yeah, I have a suspicious feeling. Now, in hindsight, I can say it doesn't seem very smart. Your call of Nexus running through Reason here, it does seem to be a little bit incorrect. I'm sorry to say, Brandon.
Yeah, no, I know. It's fine.
Right,
it was a hot take
I
for
hate
a
to
reason.
throw you under the bus.
No, that's fine.
Something has gone wrong.
I'm just friends with Pop, and I just wanted to appease him. You know.
You want to believe. Keep friendly relations. You'll sink with the ship if you have to, but the second half is coming up here. Maybe that's where things change, right? All you gotta do, as often is the case, 8-4 more than doable. Win the pistol, win the first gun around 8-7, bada bing, bada boom, you are in the game. Like, the door is very open, but it can very quickly shut as well. And all the reason I have to do is win these first 2 rounds, most likely. We'll see if Nexus maybe even get a bomb plant down, because that does affect things. Like, there are so many ways it can go right, and there's so many things it can go, or so many ways it can go wrong. You win this, or lose this pistol on Nexus, you get a bomb down, then you force by, you lose 4-10 to 4-11, right? That's the worst case situation they've got here. So, if they end up losing this pistol, we'll have to see how they want to come out of it. That's what I'm actually more interested in than them winning this pistol, because I want to see what their sort of reaction would be. If they have those reservations or not. Here is a pistol, a very simple one. This is what I've been running for ages. Smoke mini outside and just run at them. Take these tools. Barbecue, what do you got here? That's the bomb. Information plenty. Swonko's got to be getting his smoke faded shortly as well. And Reason, they've got good positions. There's Swonko down, dropping on in. The barbecue. Adam S is not clean, but he's the kill nonetheless. And 2 remain.
Yeah.
They just about, I think, saw the gun barrel, but Fnatic is also here.
That's an important one, because that means they can run now, and Fnatic can't make noise. And I love this. They're going to go back in towards lobby. I think they're going to get around the corner just in time. And now Fnatic is like, oh no, where have they gone? They have to be down B, right? They got the kill and they're going down B. Brilliant maneuvering by Nexus. Fnatic is going to have no idea that this is going to be A.
They haven't put the bomb down yet. He doesn't hear any noise. He's thinking about it. Bit of a gamble, but if you consider which is better to retake, A or B, you would rather go for the B retake, most likely, instead of up vent. And here he's fighting. He's missed his one opportunity on a 1 versus 1. Oh, let's go whizzing by. Not a single one, by the way, connected. Nexus pistol in the bag. Not all hope is lost.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's all okay. You don't force this if you're Reason. You just save. You want to get your guns out as soon as possible. Your guns have been doing the best work against Nexus so far in this map. Also, you just don't want to give Nexus a a chance to make this a one-round game immediately. They got to work for it. But you can imagine this is going to be the 6th round. Lannex is going to try and farm with the Mac-10. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Easy does it.
Nice. This one, they can treat it as a bonus round. We said it, the way in is clear. It was to win the pistol, win the follow-up, now win this gun round. Already, we see Spalvakill. AWP in his own midst. 3 kills in the pistol go a long way. He just about gets it. Now we'll see how he can put that to practice as well. For Nexus, early utility, outside smokes, the basic stuff. They're even going for the normal smokes. They're not even doing the wide smokes. I don't know whichever we want to call them. Phase mouse. Depends which part of the game you kind of put into. But nonetheless, Spalvaku and the AWP, well, he's got contact. He's got a double for it. Maybe even a third. Not far, but a sick shot for Sound. Slips right in. Insta headshot. Coming back around. Fnatic's dealt with. Perfect stuff at the CT side, and now it's left to a very odd position. How is Law next down here? What?
Well, he went down the vent, right? But he must have just hit a weird timing. The thing is, yeah, he's not going to be ready for Sanuko. Oh, and Zella gets caught as well. This is now brutal for Sound. But you imagine he's going to take contact with the control room player, and as soon as a shot's fired, Antivirus is going to open the door. What a brutal timing that is for Launex.
If only he knew. If only he knew how close he was to actually winning the round there. What goes back in and not ready. Can't really even blame him. And as such, it's going to be the round of a 9, but for Nexus as well, that was just the bonus round. They'll have full AKs, and even a better buy in this round than the previous. They're going to make this one work. Got the outside smokes already. You're going to have one to make the cross with them. Onyx, some trouble. He's waiting at the edge of the smokes. Nobody swinging from mini. That should be at least information to work with. How forward-facing he is. Bit of a scary game for him. And he's dead. Antivirus, now you stay alive. 5 out of 4 achieved. Let your teammates be the ones to initiate next, and that's a 2-man commit from Heaven. Not an easy one, but Stillo clears both. He's looking for another one here. Antivirus, back of garage, waiting.
Why? Why would you pull your nade out? Oh, yeah, there you go. That's why. Jeez, that's why you don't do it. You don't need to. Zello is unbelievable. 17 and 10 right now. I'm worried about where they're going to end up, because you got frontsider down secret. Blitz is accounting for him, and he will get the kill. So now you can take this anywhere, as long as you trade efficiently. 40 seconds left. And they smoke off main. We just killed the... Oh, no, he didn't smoke off main. He smoked off Unbreakable. Uh-oh, they go straight into Fnatic. Zello needs to be careful. They need a multi-kill, or he can just rip his head straight off. What a round from Zello. Jesus.
Imagine as well he doesn't get that kill in the garage. Imagine he or completely fails. Blunders this one. In the end, an AK headshot, all 4 will do. In his case, that's a nasty little shot as well. Great stuff. Good recovery out of this T side here. But they're still cooking. The kitchen is not on fire just yet. Also going to look like there were some troubles now as well. They're being very cautious of any fast plays for a reason. Not wanting to be caught off guard. They're back in the game, Brandon.
That they are. Fair play to them. They've shown a lot of resilience and tenacity just in this series in general. Especially on Mirage, it feels like they have just been struggling to warm up into the first half of maps. I'm not really too sure what it is, but you just need one big moment out of your individuals. We need a couple more moments out of Launex, it's got to be said, especially because he was featured in our head-to-head in the pre-game. Highest rated player on HLTV for Nexus. Has currently got 5 kills. So that's got to give, that's got to change. Or you need Zello dropping 30. Which used to be the requirement for Nexus. Used to be one of these two guys having to go above and beyond. They bring in Blitz, they bring in AdamS to stand in for BTN. You feel like the floor has been raised, but currently that has not been the answer. Maybe AdamS can find some ecos to get his confidence up just a little bit between him and Blitz. They completely open up the A bomb site, and this will be a one-round game.
This is clean. Great entry as well for Adam. I imagine he must have heard a Swan go there as well then. He looked very locked in on his position. Even if he doesn't get the kill here. That's Blitz. Spraying the smoke. Good stuff. And a very neat round out of Nexus. They need something to cement their economy a bit more in the game, but that's exactly what that one does. Now we're going to see what Reason want to do as well. We talk about the individuals well that have been lacking on the Nexus side of ENCE mostly. On the other side, you've got Frontside and Swanko and Antivirus all below 10. Could use a bit more out of them at the same time. You had SPARTA already delivering you a start to one of the previous rounds with the orb. He's shown he's active. He's ready to play. How about the rest? That's what we're still waiting for as well, but we'll get there eventually. We'll find the answer.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Whoever's core is going to elevate their floor is going to win this map right now, because it feels like you're missing one or two players from each team. Nexus have got the momentum. That's been, again, another important feature piece for both these teams in this series so far. Break on the smoke. Oh, Antivirus has spotted Launex going down, and he got the immediate vent rotate and the block from Sunuko.
All damage averted, bar for ENCE. First cross made, the rest here. Reason have the best read they would need in this situation.
Bonkers. 3 down here, really?
For Nexus, usually you're gonna have the Molotov. There it is. Limit at least one of these angles. It's gonna take Frontsider out of the equation for the next few seconds, and even Swanko is playing this one now a lot more passive. Looking to find the timing, will get his head chopped off. And here's the rotations. They're gambling on this fact that it is going to be the B play, but AdamS as well. We see him all the way up on the roof. He's waiting for any rotations, any reacts if the CT's into lobby. He ventures into the A site. He looks for information. You can see the rest of Nexus. They're ready to go up the vent. They're still exploring this option, but the exploration now comes to an end. It's the ops barbecue on ramp. Will fire the first shots. No connections. And Nexus, speed on in. Frontsider on site. He waits for the first one. Crossfire needs to be dealt with. This is a blender you're walking into, and one that you're not very happy about. AdamS on ramp finally activates. Time is low. You find this kill. You get a bomb down. Nexus into the lion's den they go, and they might have just found their way out of it, and just by a second they'll get the bomb down. And Fanatic at the doors. He'll open them. Look for the first one. He'll get it. Disengage. 19 HP. Molly. AdamS's best friend, and he will burn. Claimed by the fire. AdamS to come up clutch here. Nexus, I cannot believe they get away with that call.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, that call is probably going to win them the whole series 2-0 now, because the fact that you've got the correct read out of Reason, the fact that you've got 3 players down here, Frontsider hits the really delayed trade on his teammate going down over at Secret, but AdamS, his lurk timing is absolute perfection, gets rid of Spavac on ramp, creates the space for Zello to go out on towards the site. And that's going to completely dishearten Reason. It really felt like they had the correct recipe to deal with that. 20 seconds is when Nexus walk into that bomb site. They find the kill on Frontsider, I think, at 13. And it's a very similar round to what we got previously on the anti-eco out of Nexus. They're just going to start walking in towards A. Zello finds one. AdamS can't trade out Frontsider. This is starting to get a little bit dangerous now.
Mentioned Nexus have been reliant on those individuals, especially first half, the way they played. Now it's those individuals that might find a reason they're 10th, with Fnatic on the AK-47, space taken here for Nexus, and frontside for third! Yeah, sure, ENCE might have slipped by. But the damage has been dealt, he's got a fourth! What is happening? It's a 5-7! And it's all left to Cello. Cannot be getting away with this, this is impossible! Down to 11 HP! And that's an ace! Pistols! How on earth do you reason? How does Frontside get away with this?
I don't know, because he should have been traded out on this second kill here.
This is crazy.
Third one's back turn. Fourth one, he's anticipating Lao next. Just able to clean up. Ridiculous. And yeah, I'm not surprised I take a pause. They're probably thinking we literally had this game in the palm of our hands. We've been disrupting Reason throughout the entirety of this game, and then you just get Frontsider hitting them with a complete sucker punch. That is audacious, to say the least.
Suddenly in jeopardy. Nexus needs something to go their way, and this is... well, suddenly pressure on them again. The game's reaching its end. You're looking at both teams. Money's kind of screwed, mostly on Nexus. At least got a little bit of a back on one or two Reason plays. But for this Nexus side as well, you give away 11 here. You got nothing to fight against 12. That is horrendous. Loss coming out. ENCE still on 5 kills, but ADAMS and Blitz, they'll walk toward the side and fight those openings. They require the Mac-10 of Sound still fighting. Getting into position. 2 are low HP already. ADAMS out half HP. Sound at 9 and now dead. Even worse, ADAMS out at 24. Getting Cello to cover, provided the right assistance, but they've just walked away from it. ADAMS nails the shot to heaven. Frontside took his duel. Ends up on the losing side, and there's SPARTA with a quick flick and one more to go. And ECLOT walking in, swing into the fight, and SPARTA will take it.
Why? Why would you swing that? 1v1. ADAMS gets the kill in towards heaven. Does he need to move? No.
No.
Zello, does he need to swing out of heart? No. Like, Nexus have crafted themselves a massive opening, and then they just decide to swing. Like, that is absolutely ridiculous.
That's a messed up way to lose a round. Again, going back to them relying on their individuals too much there. At least the bomb plant gives them something to work with, but as said, it's not a whole lot here. Outside smokes, that's the basic stuff they've been added for the entirety of the half. ENCE together will make the cross. This time, it's the corpse that arrives. Reason. Entry found, 1 rotation below the vents. One goes here. Fnatic apparently going aggressive as well to fight himself in ADAMS. His lurk previously. Very important. This time, the B defense, it's good. It's gonna be 12 the Reason here. And Nexus, they've lost all their Reason here in this game.
Just a couple of decisions in back-to-back rounds that have really ended up costing them. I mean, like the front side at Ace is one of those where it's extremely unlikely that that will happen again, but that previous rounds is just a symptom of their own downfall there, Nexus. And as a result, look, they've not got the money to work with. It could have gone the other way. If they just win that round, then Reason are limited, then Nexus can break them, then you can look at it and it can go completely the other way. But these 2 rounds back-to-back have swung the game in Reason's favor. One was just individual brilliance. The second was Nexus's own individuals costing them. And now, look, Reason have got 3 chances to close this game. This is going to be the easiest of the lot. A couple of Mac-10s, a single Galil. You're loving life right now if you're Reason.
The way we get here is absolutely ridiculous, and it seems like Nexus just want to run it back yet again here with a take. Blitz into mini. This is very similar to these last few rounds. As Swanko's getting interested in mini, he'll find Blitz to open it. A second Misses tries to lurk through. No support, no flashbangs. There's the utility. Sound finding an entry. Make it two. Maybe not all is lost. They're looking for a third. It'll come from Cello. And to find another one. Surely not again. It's another 2 versus 1. This time, they'll look to plant it a bit more open. Wait for Frontsider to get around toward the site first. And he'll choose the correct path. And Nexus, they're just playing this time. They're waiting. They're allowing time for the rotation. Now he can stop the bomb plant if he gets close enough.
Oh, what are they
One
doing?
more fake. He's just waiting. This is just not needed. Frontsider will walk in, and it's a 1v1. How have you given up so much in this run again?
Doesn't
One
make
last
sense.
man. Map number 3 is where we go. How on earth? Nexus lose another one, and that's Nuke done.
I mean, look at this replay right now, and you craft open so many opportunities after losing the first 2 kills in this round, and yet you allow Frontsider all the room to rotate. Unbelievable, and I'm speechless, to be honest. The good news is that we don't have to talk anymore. We can go straight to Pop, who's ready to break this all down. I imagine he's not a very happy man.
That is hurtful. And not only because, you know, they are also Romanians, just because that has got to be one of the weakest, like, 3 rounds I've ever seen from a lot of those teams. And, you know, let's break it down. Let's look what happened. I mean, first half was not really all that good for Nexus for a reason. It looked very good, right? They did lose the pistol round, so Nexus started off strong. They started off 3-0. Not really bad. I mean, we tuned into the game, and Nexus were basically already done with pistol. That was a very quick pistol round, but Reason started winning rounds, and they never really stopped in the first half, right? It was Nexus that really struggled to get things going. Especially the first 2, my bad. And Reason were able to really power through the defense, right? There were some moments here and there from Nexus, but nothing too much of note. I think Reason were doing a very good job at just kind of breaking the defining element of the defense for Nexus, right? Just getting through and making it look easy. And, you know, even with Cello at the end of the first half ending with a 12-8, something like that, he was still getting those kills. It was still not enough at the end of the day, not only from him but also from his teammates to really get a good first half going. Second half, they get a pistol round. By the way, Nexus won both pistol rounds in this map, just as a piece of information. But after they get that pistol round in the second half, they started looking really good. They had some very good decisions. They even had the round where they went B. They had Adam S lurking around the A side in case that was also an option. But even still, that round actually went in their favor, even though it didn't look like it should go in their favor. And then the following round, where it looked like, because B-Dog was saying that, well, basically this wins them the game just because of the situation they're in right now. They're up against pistols. It shouldn't be the hardest situation in the world. Well, apparently it was, because there comes in, I think it was Frontsider with his 5-7, gets an ace out of nowhere, where it looks like they lose a player to him, and then they lose track of him, which was really surprising. This was the round I'm talking about, the one that they barely won just because they had good trades and everything. But right after this one, Frontsider able to win this round with this 5-7 and an AK picked up. I think it was Lonix's AK from up there. And then he wins this. Zello as well. He gets this kill. And I don't think he gets the information that that's not the player that actually killed them. Then they go into the A site. Again, it looks good. 2v1. No double peek onto SPAVBET here. This would have been so easy. Just double peek towards main. One of you is going to get the kill. Then right after, well, it was not really one of the best approaches to a round. And then in round 22, it still looked like they had a chance, but they hesitated so much. Again, they were missing the information. Where is Frontsider usually playing? Well, he is the ramp player, but they expected him to be way, way closer. maybe not the best, well, not the best performance here at Nexus. Of course, Reason, they're very happy with it. They tie up the game and they're looking for the third map. And if they're not in the right headspace here, Nexus, Reason could actually power through them. We got a third map. We got Train. It is not going to be easy for Reason because I remember Nexus being very fond of Train, so it should look very, very good for them. But Reason, they're here to take this one 2-1. We'll see if they can do it. It's Train coming right up. We'll be right back.
force the kill in the last second. Urge right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Back into the action then is Train being our decided map in our round of 16 game between Nexus and Reason. And Reason start on the CT side. Nexus have been a little bit mid on T sides to say the least. So they're hoping for a really good start here. But going into B with this double setup is going to be a bit tricky.
Ready and waiting for them as well. SPARTA's got this initial one. You're going to be able to see the front side are able to adjust if he wishes to. Watching for the drop at least, and there goes one more. 3 total now. We leave it up to Cello and Lord X in the first few seconds of this approach. No finding a single one in returns yet. Bombs dropping, and here's the flank. Swanko's got this one. And here's the flank of the flank. Lord X went through A. And with nobody else with the B side will be expected as well. Swanko's got a good position to deal with it. Pistol goes very south, and we said the T sides have been mid. That sounds about right.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just not working out whatever they want to do. I mean, solid setup put on B, very simple for Reason, and for Nex, he only got what 5 or 6 kills in that entirety of the Nuke game. So we're hoping for a much better showing here. On Train, I've not really seen Nexus too much on Train, so I'm sort of anxiously awaiting their CT side. I feel like they just need to get by here on the T side. They just need to give themselves somewhat of a foundation. But check out these shots from Spavak. It is absolutely brilliant. He's been so consistent all series long, and that is a worry for Nexus.
It is. We said as well, right, in this roster, although he's only been a few games so far, he has had a better time than previously on his time with the Luminar on the Permita. And in today's game as well, he has been the one constant for his team. Right, on Nexus side, I could say, sure, they had individually better performances overall, but you can't really take much away from Reason, with Spavak giving them so much in those first few maps already, and then just moments out of the rest of the team to take some of those rounds away. He's been enabling the rest of his team very, very damn well. Here. Blanco somehow gets the second. Was Adam's blocking Shello, I imagine? Looked like it, at least. Doesn't matter. Round is easy enough there for the CT side. We do lose Shello for a moment. And we should be back any moment. But for now, this is what we have. A 2-0 start for the CT side. As expected with the pistol round loss there. And on to map number 3 we go here. Now, I know we mentioned it at the start as well, right? You're going to have some problems when it comes to Nexus, just with the sheer fact that you don't have your IGL with you. But you do have Blitz, who was taking over those IGLing reins, correct? So, it's not been amazing, but it hasn't been horrendous. They've been able to get away with some things, and at other times, things have looked a little bit poor as well. We just go back to the last, what, 2-3 rounds of Nuke. That alone, I feel like, is enough of an appetizer in terms of those poor rounds, and I don't think we need more.
I think the thing is to look at it as well is, sure, you've not got BTN playing right now for Nexus, but you take a look at this round of 16 game and you just assume that they should be winning it, that they should be taking it quite convincingly, especially given the trajectory. Over the last month, as we said before the match went live with map 1, look, it's not been amazing for Nexus in the last month, but the calendar year's been pretty good. Like, it's given you a lot of promise, it's given you a lot of hope. So for them to crash out here in the round of 16, especially being the team that's invited, I feel like you're really not in a good state to kickstart this season. Something's got to change here for Nexus when it comes to the results, and they're hoping yet again that this play towards B, after fanning out over the map for a little bit, will net them an early kill. Nade dodged by Zello. A main now being taken by Reason. They're just going through the motions.
It's pretty damn slow out of Nexus, but they are setting up for the A play. 3 from main, 4 from main. Gonna have Blitz join them shortly, and as such, Reason have a very good setup to deal with this. You've got a neat little off angle of Kynes for Swanko, able to assist his teammate here as soon as that smoke gives him the opportunity, but they're very adamant. Antivirus is here. They will find him, only let him get away with the first one, but the rest of the CTs, they arrive at the case. These smokes blocking Nexus' trade potential here in every single situation, and Celo's left alone, and quickly disposed of as well. A very solid defense coming out for Reason there.
Yeah, as stated previously, they're just going through the motions right now, and Nexus don't really have the answers. This was a nice take from Launex, but that's it. The team are just so far away from him, and again, we're evolving in towards this very individual-based Counter-Strike coming out of Nexus. We just need them to pick a bomb site that they want to go to after taking initial map control, and then just go together. Make sure you've got appropriate spacing, because right now Nexus haven't had any of that, and in fact, they probably haven't had it for certainly at least the last 15 rounds of play. This is starting to get out of hand very early. Look at how quickly, again, Antivirus is just taking a main. Spavac 5-0, just completely destroying Nexus right now. This is a disaster, and they just can't do anything. That's been the horrible bit for this. They literally cannot do anything.
It is a surprising lack of map control they're going for here on that T side, right? The only thing they're really taking is the one they're given here towards B, sure, and that's one that you're at least going to see some utility every now and then of the CT side. Currently, we're seeing a passive setup in kind of a Reason with the fact that they've got Antivirus making up that space on A instead. They can play passive, because they can have an HOTU who on the B side almost constantly. But it's not like they even need to take upper B, as long as they have that A main control, but it's still something that Nexus will have to find an answer to, because you cannot just go about it the way they're going at it now. You need to split up a little bit, go for that sort of real default, and even contest A main. Maybe even get somebody out there. A scored one with a flashbang or two, see if you can get an entry. Maybe that's a bit more of the old train, who knows, but we just need to see that change. Maybe it would be Reason going aggressive towards B where that change could then show, but if these last few rounds are anything to go by, I don't think it's happening all too much. Again, similar stuff. Spavaku, AWP waiting, finds the first. No trade attempt. Nothing of the sort there to the T side, and instead it's slow, it's 1 by 1. Blitz gives himself up, and now comes the Hail Mary play of this one. Have your individuals bail yourself out of this one, but Launex good for 1 only. This is yet another round where it just falls apart quickly. They just don't stop.
It's just a little bit frustrating to watch. I think in these moments where it's so obvious that they've got a game plan here, but the effectiveness of it and the way that they're going about it is just really poor. Maybe Zello can grab one, but he can't because this brand new box is preventing Fnatic from really peeking, and he's able to get Sound. And that's because Zello's peeking, he doesn't see anything. Sound walks down the ramp yet again, just completely by himself, and I mean, what can you do? You can't do anything. Fnatic's the even one to get that headshot. Fnatic is 3-0. Frontside are 2-0. There's 4 kills for Nexus, and they're all on Launex. No one else has got a kill.
Not really amazing, is it? Not great. It is. I feel like the new trade as well is a lot more fast-paced and pack tactics, because you are given the opportunity to walk out A, right? You can just get behind the train here if you want to. Contest it, have a little bit of utility to support you, and currently that could have done very nicely, but instead they cement themselves in main. Launex, with smokes deployed, he'll back off, and suddenly it's right back to so many of the previous situations for a reason, where they have main control. You leave Launex to at least guard it to a degree. Now we're splitting into Ivy. That makes a lot of sense here for Nexus. Need to change things up again, but Antivirus, yet again, in main, and he'll hold the positions with his teammate.
So SPAVBET, I was going to say, was sold in Ivy on this advanced line, and again, one by one, just no trades. It's so simple. For Reason, brilliant flashbang, sounds full blind, Fnatic will follow through. And now ADMS and Launex are just thinking, right, well, it's not one of these rounds, is it? Launex is thinking, am I going to be the only one to get kills on my team? Is this really how it's going to go? ADMS tries to grab one back in towards Pop, but it's not happening. And Launex is just disengaged from the bomb because he's only got 20 HP, 40 seconds left. I feel like you gotta save. And again, Launex is the only one with kills.
That's ludicrous. That is absolutely ludicrous. What is happening? I can tell you how that last round again goes wrong. It's the fact they let a main go so easily. They just smoke it off when a molly goes and everybody disengages. And in that time while they're making these rotations towards Ivy, it's taken them about 20 seconds to get anywhere. They just walk into a main. They have their smoke, they have a flashbang on the Reason side. They get the control, and SPAVBET never has to worry about anything except Ivy that entire time. It's way too easy. Slow on Nexus is what I mentioned as well previously on their CT side of Nuke. And here on Train, yet again, it's just slow. Not to mention the obvious of nobody's got kills. 6 rounds in. 6 rounds in, Brandon.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen this one before.
It's just because, look, Reason are dictating all the tempo, all the pace. Yet again, look, Sonuko is just going into Pop. He's doing this because there's players pushing in towards lower. Oh, Blitz has got a kill, unfortunately. It's on his teammate.
Doesn't count, sadly.
Oh, and then Launex tries to take space in towards A main. Again, it's like they've never played Train before.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it. Sound if you go down here, that's going to be triple James Bond on your team. Oh, hey, look at that! Look at that! Yellow's popped off. There's an Eagle delivering 3. You needed something, somebody. But it's too late. It's too little.
Yeah, see, it's inconsequential. Yay. But, I mean, yeah, that doesn't matter. If you're getting all those 3 kills when we're thrown into a 2v5, it doesn't matter. Did it achieve anything? No.
Yeah.
And that's me being horrible, but it also just is the reality. We'll watch back the highlight reel moment out of Zello, because, I mean, these shots are absolutely disgusting. But again, does it achieve anything in the round? No, it doesn't.
For the future, maybe. He's awake. He's now hit shots. It's time to capitalize off that. Get something more here. Come on, Shello. Let's go. For as much of a factor as we put him out to be as well in this entire series, he needs to activate to kind of match those expectations to a degree. Into what the B side, yet again, it's passive on the CT side of things. We're seeing exact same route as we have with the past few for Reason. SPAVBET towards Pop Dog. He waits, dodges the flash, there's an entry. Alpha's taking the angle, but he can Molotov them off. And another one. Keep on falling. This time A main wasn't really contested by the CTs. They weren't fighting for it, but stop below an X's own approach. He'll take 2. That's made it a situation to get it doable. But Reason, they just exert a lot of control over A main, over the yard as well entirely. These rounds seem to just repeat themselves time and time again.
You know that they've got pop control, which means they could also just be in towards A main, and you get that confirmation if you're antivirus. Sam will find him. Fnatic doesn't need to swing. Fnatic can win this whole round here for Reason if he just tucks. The bomb's got to be committed to the site. The Nexus are going to reset the situation. They're going to go back in towards B, and currently it's the right call. Frontside is nowhere near.
Oh. Okay. Maybe to a 1v2 here. I think it's got to be very cautious of this aggressive player. That's going to be ADMS looking the wrong way for a moment. That moment is his demise. Now he's got Sound, who's already disengaged. He's made his way back up to upper parts of this B site. Fnatic's thinking it. Maybe he's on ramp. Maybe he's not. Here comes the nade. And
Oh,
it's
no
a
way.
slam dunk. You gotta be kidding me. Can't go any worse. The only chance they've had to pick up a round, the best chance they've had to pick up a round. And it's a 1v2.
But here we go again, right? And you can make arguments for ANMS taking space deep in towards the B-bomb side, but he's solo. He's solo and he has no kills. Sound has got his first 2 kills in this round. What is the point? Like, honestly, what is the point of them pushing there by themselves? Because you just give Fnatic these 2 1v1s. And sure, the nade placement is annoying, but if he's got a HE, he's probably certainly always throwing it upper. It's way easier to put it there than lower. It's devastating. Launex again. He's just trying to force the fight. Just trying to force the fight, and it's not working. Straight out Pop Dog Nexus go, and it's to their detriment. This is going to be 9-0.
I was going to say, I at least enjoy the effort they put in that one before it all goes down and shit. They take those fights. They at least wanted to give reason to fight early on, but they walk through the smokes and it just does not go anywhere for them. Instead, I don't know, Swavaku's on 14. And there is not a single shred of Nexus in this entire game so far. This is finally, I guess, crack showing in the long term of what happens when no BTN today. Again, you force the opening. LawNX, he's just tunnel visioned on this one thing that has succeeded for them.
God, that's ridiculous. Now Frontsider has just popped up in towards upper B. They're just having fun with it now.
Yeah, first time you see the aggression as well, it immediately catches off one.
Yeah, of course it does. I mean, you've just been aggressive the whole time in towards A main. Ivy, oh, covered. This is ridiculous. They're locked in. Sound can't really do anything about this. Antivirus has had a round. He's not even the main AWP player.
Wow, is all I have to say. My question, however, is that are we again going to see the forceful push out of A main here for LawNX? And if so, what are the rest doing? Because he's so far ahead of everybody else in terms of the tempo of the round that you need to just change that up. But if you do so, reason they'll just take main. Now they won't. They've instead switched things up. They've gone aggro again. Aggression from upper, catching 1 and 2. Republican antivirus. That's B control. That's, oh, a bit of a whiff coming out. LawNX and main control, sure. Rotations coming through back toward the site, and everybody's here for reason. You had a moment, and that moment is gone. 1v4 against the world. LawNX approaches and Swavaku just holds, because everybody has control everywhere else. He just needs them to hit the shot, and that's all good. Not a good day to be a Nexus fan, apparently.
No. I mean... Eesh. This has been a very quick map 3. This is... This is Nexus with 15 kills total, and SPARTA has 16. And it just gets worse. Of course you can double nade this now, because LawNX has been pushing the entire time. Sonoko has just taken 2. But 6 kills on the entirety of Nexus, and 9 on LawNX. It's just not good enough. This is going to be 12-0. It's probably going to be a 13-0.
Usually I try to make an argument as to why it could go the other way, why it isn't going to be that. The only thing I can say is that you've had 2 rounds, pretty much, where things have looked okay, but, as mentioned, even then, inconsequential in terms of kills that were gotten by Nexus. You had a clutch, one of us do for Fnatic, that was the best chance they had. It's 12-0, and that's just, map number 3, a disappointment out of Nexus.
Basically, yeah. I can't really add anything more to that, to be completely honest. Like, it's 12-0. The fact of the matter is that Nexus are going to be kicking themselves, because if they didn't lose that insane round that Frontsider got with the 5-7, there's a real argument that they could have won this series 2-0.
Yeah, we can go back to Nuke and say this could have been avoided. He never needed to come down to the train, but when he does, Nexus fell apart. And it is so ridiculous that we get here in this manner. There's one more to go. It's it's one of the games of all time we've got here going on. Like, individually as well, just to give Reason credit, like, the shots they've been hitting have been fantastic. And finally we're getting some shots out of Nexus. But the round may not be done. Frontside has got 2. Fnatic joins into 1 versus 2. It's not a 13-0. Celebrations in order, surely, but it's not going to change anybody's mind or the vibe in the game. Somewhere out there in the wild, Romanian hoping for a Nexus masterclass on the CT side. If that's
they need
you,
some kills first.
you might need to stop coping. It's unfortunately the reality. Hoping might get. It's easy to get. But there might have to be a limit to that. Even on Mirage, I gave a lot of credit to how good Shello as well as a whole individual is when it comes to playing on the CT side on Mirage. Here they just have nothing to go their way.
Oh, that's a free bomb site. That's a plant.
This is not it. This is not going to be the round. This is not going to be the round. Lord X, MV9, you're going to win this. You have to win this one, and thankfully, you'll stop the bomb plant.
Okay, fine. That's okay. I mean, look at the money that they've got anyway. They can have all the AKs, they can have everything. No AWP for Spavac, but I mean, it'll be fine. Can Nexus win 12 rounds in a row?
Nope. You can try to add a bit of intrigue, but I'm just going to say no.
Ouch, what a nade. Lands straight in the mouth of Pop. Blitz eats it for 50.
And all of the damage they've dealt as well here. Hello and Low and X also damaged. That nade almost real good. Here's the flash. Won't affect anybody. Was it even a flashbang? Was that a decoy? I don't know. Doesn't matter. Blitz will find too. Matter so little I didn't even notice, but that's going to be an advantage to work with, and RMS on the B side continues at advantage, while Fnatic's got a sharp shot here. A 2 out of 4 turn to 2v3. Post plans on B. They need to look for Blitz in the back lines. And Fnatic, he's the one to go ahead here. Look to find the CT's out of position. It's a bit of a tough situation he's playing here, but they might haven't seen him, and definitely seems like it. With Blitz clearing all these angles, eventually it'll lead them to decipher the last man's whereabouts. That is a third coming out here.
Yeah, good retake.
A good setup as well coming out.
Yeah, I can't believe Blitz gets that double kill there. He's on like no HP. And here, Nexus anticipate the flank because that's how they played it in their after plant as well when they planted the bomb. They pushed all the way to the back site. They're still hanging on by the skin of their teeth. Tech 9's now for Reason. Hoping to inflict a devastating blow. Hoping to progress themselves further out of the round of 16. There's a lot of space being given over here. Sound is on the angle, sure, but Spavac Deagle doesn't find anything.
How many do we give Nexus before the game is over? Where's your head at?
12. I feel it now. I couldn't tell you why. I feel it.
Uh-huh. So 12-12, 16-12 overtime reason win. Or are you just are you instead saying that this goes all the way to overtime and we just figure it out from there?
I don't know, bro.
You know what? I'm good with that. That was a great answer. Here is Reason's own answer. Already as well, we saw previously, great nades came out early on. Utility damage chipped away. There's going to be another one. We'll be chipping away plenty from Law and X. Blitz as well, only a little bit. And in Pop Dog, should let them know that nade did land as intended. At least somebody's taking some damage. Reason are playing this one as very packed deck. It's heavy around. You're going to have just one further away. That's going to be Swanko joining the rest of his team. And everybody's ready to pounce on the B side. You have a very strong setup here, however. Timing is also required to work your way. Adam S, first one. Smoke cover. He can have another duel up in upper. An antivirus down. Nexus, they want to continue the streak they've got going on here, but Swanko's fighting back. There goes Barbecue as well. 5-on-3. Turns it the other way.
Oh, wow. Okay, never mind. It looks like it's going to be done right here and now unless Zello comes up good. Nice shot on the first. Ready for frontsider, but misses the chance. That was the opportunity. Nexus don't give themselves nearly enough rounds to work with. In fact, any rounds to work with on that T side. So it did feel like it was only a matter of time before one of these rounds gets out of control. Even with Adam S finding a double kill, even putting this into a 3v5, it's still not enough to put down Reason, and they eliminate Nexus from the tournament.
Well, not really a lot to talk about there, do we? I mean, one of the main things, as you guys pointed out time and time again, is the fact that Nexus, when they were on the T side, they were just going in one by one. I mean, Lonix just had to take that duel every single round in main. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't, but it's not really like it makes any difference. And it's just they were so focused on just going in one by one that they were unable to win a single round on the T side. And Reason were doing a very good job at just punishing that. They realized it early enough, and they kept shutting them down. And I do think that, you know, going all the way back to Nuke, those few rounds that didn't go their way with some questionable decisions, that might have not gotten them in the perfect headspace. And with a start like that, you know, starting off 5-0, or rather 0-5, 0-6, 0-7, you start to get a little more, you know, angrier. And yeah, they got the piss around on the CT side. They got some rounds on the CT side, but it's not really like it matters anyway. Like, it wasn't that bad. And if they would have gotten at least 3-4 rounds on the T side, maybe we could have had a full-on map. But with 12-0, it's not really something that you can get done there.
No, it's not. It's a very poor performance, and as we kind of mentioned toward the end of that first half, or somewhere during the game, all of it was like 5 minutes long anyway. If all of it could have been avoided, there was the last 3 rounds on Nuke, which is just insanity. The fact that the frontsider pissed 5-7 ace, that's just insane. That's why we're ending up on this third map. That's why we're on train, and that's why Nexus end up losing. And the fact that they also gave away another 2 1 versus 2s. It's just fallen apart for them in the end. If you ask me who played better, I'm gonna say after map number 1, it absolutely was Reason. Mirage, Nexus did play better on that second half. It was the individuals, like we kind of mentioned, coming up alive. They are CT side team over there. But the rest of the series, it was just Reason.
Yeah, look, they didn't have their in-game leader, Nexus, but at the same time, you don't expect the amount of structure to deviate away, especially from a team that has got so many experienced individuals. So it is disappointing, especially when we sort of hold them to that high regard. This is the best team in Romania, and you're playing like that. It looked really amateurish on train. Like, let's be honest, like it looks incredibly amateur.
Yeah, no, and there is a reason why I said that it's not going to be an easy map, or at least I expected not to be an easy map for Reason on train, just because Nexus are just very good. Historically, we're a very good train team. Even before when we went to CSGO and all that, and with the old train as well, it was one of the favorites to pick for for a team like Nexus, but even still, they just didn't look like themselves. I really think that it was the rounds that angered them. And if Train, just hear me out, if Train was the first map in this best of 3, it would have looked completely different. I really have never seen Nexus be looking so disconnected from each other in recent times. But at the same time, I think Reason held their own very well as well. I think we need to highlight them as well. I think they played really well. Oh, hello, cat. I think we need like they played really well on Train just to punish Nexus, and they got awarded those chances on Nuke and they took them. So credit to them. They'll be moving forward.
Yeah, no, not a whole lot to say after that Train, to be honest, Pop, mate. That was, I think, disappointing, and I think it doesn't really need to be sort of like hammered home that much. The reality is Nexus are now out of this competition, and their results in this past month have been less than desirable.
Yeah, no, that's 100% true. But that is not the only game we have at hand. We still have 3 more to go through, and next up, it is ENCE taking on SPARTA. We'll see who will win there after the break.
He's going to force the kill. The last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the playoffs here at the Thunderpick World Championship. Being a bit of a change on the desk here, but of course still joined here by the wonderful casters of BDOG and Nexus, and we are still having some more round of 16 games to dive into today. But Brandon, I want to instantly pose this to you. You guys just got to watch Nexus fall to Reason Gaming.
Yep.
I think a bit of a shock to the system initially coming into this. I think, sure, Nexus without BTN, Adames, regardless, I don't think that was exactly a result we were expecting. Do you think we're going to see more of this in these round of 16 games? I mean, I was looking at some of these matchups and saying maybe we could have a few more upsets, but I just can't imagine anything quite like that.
No, I don't think so. Look, I think ENCE and SPARTA is really straightforward. I said at the start of the day, look, Tricked Partizan, CYBERSHOKE 500. I'm expecting Tricked to beat Partizan. I'm expecting 500 to beat CYBERSHOKE. So there you go. I don't foresee any ridiculous upsets. I think this is going to be the easiest game of the day right now. Sorry, Sparta, but ENCE are on a different level right now.
Okay. I mean, are these similar thoughts more specifically towards this ENCE game with you, Nexus? Are you also expecting this to be sort of a bit of an easy slam dunk for them?
Yeah, in all honesty, yes. Like, I know, like, the Sparta guys, they've been playing for a while, right? They've made some changes since they were fluffy gangsters and all that, but I'm not expecting all that much in comparison to ENCE, right? Even if I'm critical of ENCE, I think there could be a lot more they achieve as a team. This should be an easy enough of a day for them, I think.
I mean, with this Sparta team in general, like you said, we've seen a few changes over the last couple of months. It feels like we're still sort of waiting for them to sort of step up from that sort of tier 3 into sort of the tier 2. Still waiting for sort of that result, that event placement that we're still waiting for before I can probably say they can get pushed up into that record. But there have been some good performances from this side. Is there anyone in particular, Nexus, that you think is worth highlighting on this team?
I think Yuramiata is absolutely up there as the one that has been consistent for so long alongside of John 8. Because they have been just that good for this team at delivering those games when they need to. And they can fight back real damn well. And that's, I think, the biggest credit to this team, is that the firepower on these two alone is very damn strong. That I think ends not or doesn't regularly match, but they are kind of getting up there, especially with some of the recent games we've been seeing for Potty, especially the last game I saw as well this a couple of days ago against OG, for example. He delivered an insanely good game. Wasn't good enough in the end to finish the series, but I have a lot of hope now, because there was like the whole start of the year, I think, and even before that, when I as well for a couple others were kind of seeing Potty as a weaker link in this team. But he has massively stepped up, and that's exactly what was needed. But you do have this other conversation on this team, which is SDY individually. He's been brilliant since joining this team. Now he's back to an IGL role. How much is that going to affect him, and how well can he set up the others to make up for that deficit that will most likely get or come to him at some point?
Oh, can I jump in here?
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the changes anyway, so jump in.
Yeah, look, I've compared. I'm trying to push this narrative, because if it reigns true, then I think it's a really good comparison. I've been comparing this current ENCE iteration with SDY at the helm. It looks a lot similar to the old Monte when SDY was leading, because I really do believe that. I think you've got really aggressive players in HOTU, in Rigon, that want to push forward. SDY has always been a pretty aggressive player. Nature's been really good at these lurks. Nature reminds me an awful lot of Demka. Rigon reminds me an awful lot of sort of old roles that SDY was filling. Also Krasnal in the way that he takes space. So I look at this team and I actually think when Monte were at their highest, when SDY was in-game leading, his firepower was unbelievable. And his firepower has still been unbelievable. And I look at this, and sure, Poddy's no Warrow, but I assume he's going to be a lot more comfortable to work with. And between him and Miltsy, I think they can definitely come into their own, because a lot of the burden is going to be taken away by SDY, Rigon, and HOTU. So I look at this team, I think it's really exciting. I think this ENCE is probably the best looking ENCE that we've got, because I think SDY is going to really utilize the way in which these individuals want to play.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to ask you about sort of the changes that we have seen on the end. It feels probably a little bit less flashy than sort of, oh, you've got X amount of sort of GOAT in-game leader, Glaive at the helm. You've got super young talent in CPH. It does feel a little bit less flashy on paper from probably an org point of view, but it does feel like as a team, I probably am in agreement that it does feel like maybe we can actually start seeing ENCE build upon this. It's clear the results weren't quite there from when I think they mattered most for this lineup. And I agree, I think these changes could certainly be promising, but I still maybe a bit hesitant to properly say I think we're going to finally get to see some real magic from this ENCE side, just because I think they've burnt me one too many times. In terms of this head-to-head, though, I feel like both of you guys sort of already covered individually what we're expecting from these guys. I think SDY on paper, I mean, if he can have one of his sort of magic games, he doesn't feel like anyone sort of in the world can stop this guy. I think in particular, like you said, Brandon, when he can call on sort of previous lineups, somehow can still find the form to go alongside it. And I do think this is going to be an exciting project for ENCE. I'm hoping it isn't going to just be sort of plugging the gaps and can be something a little bit more consistent. But let's see the actual vetoes that we do have between these two sides. In terms of what we're expecting, we are going to have Ancient being bought out by ENCE, Mirage by SPARTA, and Overpass as their decider, which I'd love to see in the vetoes. Are there any surprises initially from these vetoes that we're particularly seeing at Nexus?
Not necessarily. I think there's a lot of question marks as to what is SPARTA kind of up to, since they haven't played as much. You don't know all the ins and outs of their map pool. You know they like Nuke, you know they like Mirage, but besides that, there isn't a lot to really look at for the rest of the map. So it's gonna go and default into a map that they've been comfortable with for quite a while, one they've been preferring to play for a good while anyway. And then we just head toward the rest, where SPARTA, again, comfortable territory, and Mirage, shaky for ENCE kind of thing.
Well, boys, we're going to be jumping straight into Ancient now. ENCE's map selection, whether they are going to be able to take this series comfortably, like both of you boys are predicted, or maybe SPARTA will have a bit more bite back on their opponent's map pick. Regardless, we're going to be jumping into the action now. Boys, take it away.
Yeah, we're straight in, and look at this. A-pop out of ENCE, invisible, now sees all of it, but it's a pretty easy one in terms of, wow, okay, well, that's one way to do it. That SDY flashbang is immaculate, and ENCE have won the pistol.
10 seconds of action, that's all it takes. Rigon's chasing, he wants some more kills, he'll take number 3, and 4 is going to elude him. But that's comfortable. Just as I described this map as one of the ENCE's better maps and more comfortable ones over this entire year as well. They go in, they get the job done, and they come out without really any scratches on this pistol. Wonderful stuff. That flash, as you mentioned, a godsend for SDY. And it couldn't go any better. The fact that it's 3 and all blind as well. God damn. Decisive.
Yeah, decisive is such a brilliant adjective, because this is going to really see. You're going to see. I've watched ENCE a little bit since they got their new roster. Decisive is the way that they approach the in-game leadership, and this was always the operation for SDY when he was on Monte, calling the shots over there. So I think it's deviated obviously a lot away from Glaive. I think Glaive was stuck in the times a little bit. It wasn't all on Glaive, his fault, why the ENCE project wasn't as, I think, as brilliant as it could have been. But I think there was a lot of rounds where you're playing some really slow Counter-Strike. You're not allowing your players to do what is necessary based on their profiling. And I think this SDY change has given a lot more, I think, flexibility to these players, especially HOTU. And we know that Rigon just wants to fight all the time. So I love this sign-in. They'll hopefully prove me right with this series. But this should be one that they should be incredibly comfortable in. Remember, they played the Mongols literally a few days ago and took a map off them, so...
Yeah, in that series as well as the game against OG, they were very much down on Mirage. Like, against Mongols, like 2-10, they made that game still close in the end, like 10-13, still on the losing side. And a similar game against OG in the sense that they do not give up until the very end. They made those comebacks.
Yeah.
They are not going to give up. They will keep fighting, and it's very, very impressive for this team. And one of the biggest highlights as well that they are going to be showing us and have over time. For this one, they don't need a comeback, not yet. All they need is 1 and 2 rounds. They've got those, and here should be number 3, with Sparta not having a whole lot to really work with. They want to get the AWP out in the first round. That they should be. And here, to number 3 we go, slowly.
Interesting breakpoint for a pause here for Sparta. They only had Deagles in the previous, and they still can't afford. They invested too deep in their pockets. So they haven't got a whole lot, and yep, it's what I expected. Straight up the ramp. Only the USPs, it's about what you expect. ENCE running riot over Sparta, bomb planted, can it be denied? No. There will be a Zeus kill, but that's the only fun in the round for Sparta.
Nice. Simple stuff. This is a very, by the way, very aggressive start out of ENCE here in these first few rounds. And something I'm very keen to see if they do keep up for the rest of the game, because they are now setting the tempo that Sparta will have to answer back to. One way or another. We'll find out what the answer is going to be. Again, early utility, couple of smokes flying out for the T's. Very quick. There's Invisible, run boosted. But we are going to be spreading out a bit more of a default. I say, as SCY's running out, Rigor joins him in the death. Or in his death. Wow. Well, it's difficult. Caffeine's running out. And that is going to be ENCE as well. 2 running out, 2 dead. Natio might have joined to be number 3. This is not the start I was hoping for in terms of the gun rounds. They are just playing as a default. Everybody given a mission, go kill. And so far, nobody succeeded.
I like this smoke being put down, but that is until Invisible just steps in towards Red Room. I guess where Poddy hasn't received any contact there for a while, he just assumed that Invisible wouldn't be there. Catches that timing. Oh, then Nature gets dinked in the process. This is all falling apart. And you're right, that this one was a lot more aggressive out of ENCE. SDY wanted to commit to the mid-fight. Rigon wanted to be there to try and trade over Heaven. It doesn't quite work out, and in fact, all 5 stay alive for Sparta.
That's not the sort of start I was hoping for on ENCE. As I mentioned, everybody was given a job to go kill. First few already failed, even then the third as well, Natio. Lucky he didn't die immediately, but it didn't change anything in the end. He had an early plan in mind. Well, then Invisible strikes, and now gotta be tested with early utility out of mid and B, both sides. ENCE will take this control. Sparta's not looking to fight back here, not yet. I do like the call here with the CT side. Anticipating ENCE go back to those pack tactics from the first 3 rounds already. Just leave mid B, reinforce the bomb sites, now that that's not happening. And then look for a couple of different avenues. But Natio's picked up 1, and that's going to be now the loss of Invisible. So the map becomes a lot more active out of the C side. And Sparta will have to respond in kind, but how much do they want to invest into what? And where?
Yeah. I like this a lot from ENCE, because all they're doing is they're running exactly the same round as they wanted to achieve in round 4, but they're doing it here, just on a more delayed timing. Swing is good. for Sparta. They're able to trade this one out, but all the distraction, the diversion is going to allow HOTU out of A main. Rigon will also trade onto Solby. He can disengage. He can go and get the bomb. The danger is that Uramiata is now scaling up to try and deal with Rigon. But HOTU's in the back lines. Okay, so they wanted to end... Oh, wow. HOTU's the lurk play. He gets rid of Uramiata. Canfers is also dealt with because of Rigon's advanced position over towards Cave. Lovely little lurk out of HOTU. ENCE will get the round back.
That was a very nicely played round. Like I said, it's just delayed the previous one. And it works out so much better than these last few as well here. Nicely done. Activating HOTU as well to the position he was supposed to be. Getting it more than one. Just looks fantastic. Another timeout, by the way. Sparta already 2 timeouts used and we're 5 rounds in. That is... I don't know if it's concerning or impressive that they're using them this early on.
It's one of those, I suppose, where they don't want it to spiral out of control. So if you can stabilize things early on, then that will feel a lot better. But the thing is, you're right. If you take all these pauses and then you end up losing the rounds anyway, you don't have a lot of a feedback loop later on if the game runs deep. And ENCE are now just going to directly go towards A. This is a brilliant call because, again, you've gone back-to-back rounds conditioning towards mid. HOTU's always been here towards A main. Smokes come forward. Flashbang out. Invisible is able to get the opening kill, but Rigon trades immediately, and Milty will follow through and stand where his partner stood just a moment ago. Bomb can be planted, and you've got a lurk here for ENCE in middle. Difficulties getting this bomb down. Poddy is almost stuck, but the footsteps will be heard here. Uramiata can post on the angle. If you're Poddy, you just want to try and maybe throw the bomb across to your teammates so you can remain in this spot, because he's in a right powerful position. There you go.
So as well, Multi's thrown in a CT smoke from Donut, so that's going to be covered for immediately. Now they've got a fairly few strong positions to hold from. Second flash won't affect Poddy at all. It'll bounce back, and now you've got a crossfire here. The 1-2 punch coming out by Uramiata. Also the second on his team. We now leave it just to SDY. Back 10 on his person. No kit on the CT side. They're going to pick one up. Uramiata, he's got that covered. Tap the bomb once. Try to find the right angle, and now they'll stick it. Still, wait, what? There it is. HOTU was freaking me out, saying 10 seconds. He's got a kit on it. Made me rethink for a second about all is good. They do get the 5-second defuse out, and SDY also sent to the grave. Second round here for the CTs. All is okay in the end.
Yeah, tough one for Poddy because he feels like he needs to swing Temple because he doesn't know about CT. Because where you've got these 2 players in towards Donut, they've almost left him hung out to dry. So not only is Poddy worried about CT, he's worried about Temple. Then there's also this consideration of, sure, SDY's walked through middle, but there could be a late lurk that's gone all the way from B. He has to sort of turn his head a little bit. You can see him giving that over a little bit of anticipation. He just wasn't really well protected there by the rest of his team. You almost feel like it as well that it should be Milty going second, SDY leading out with the MAC-10 in a round like that when it is that post-plant. But no, Milty tries to swing to trade, doesn't happen. Poddy overextends into Temple to try and get some space, doesn't happen. Sparta, off the back of that pause, they're able to stick the landing on one of these retakes. Flashbangs. And nades, brilliant in towards mid, but it is Poddy with all the control.
Openings. Uramiata will take the first, back away. Damage is plentiful already on the ENCE, and they're going to reconsider their own approach. Initial contact has got the rotation back from Sparta. Opened up the rest of the map here, but ENCE being a little bit slow about this. They don't want to make too much noise and alert the plays on B to the whereabouts and the plans that this T side have at the moment. Playing it passive, information is what they're looking for here in one way or another. That's mainly towards B as well. They're not getting anything there. They're still not pulling another rotation away either. But it is this information that comes to contact of the... Or it comes to form of the site to hit. 92 down instantaneously. Rigon puts the bomb down. It'll be very scarce on the side of ENCE to work with. Gets deployed. All 5 of Sparta are here. We're looking at Potty now to be a playmaker here for the side of ENCE.
He just hasn't got the health, which is the difficulty. But he will at least find one kill, and he runs away towards Donut. This is creating a different angle of approach. Miltzy needs to swing. He goes first. Rigon's removed immediately, and now you know that Potty was in the back lines. He can't go for this anymore. So it will be that defuse coming in. There it is. And Sparta will get that third round.
That was a quick takedown. There's one to one of the sides with only one on Xbox and the second amount behind him. It's almost a lineup in Sparta's entries here. You'll get to see it. I hope right about here. There you go. It's too easy. Mogus Mountain main. Sparta had that set up very nicely. And with one spotted all the way back, as mentioned, Potty was going to be a non-factor there, so they just rushed in. But run call in the bomb plant also. So it's not completely free. You've got at least upgraded pistols, but that's not a lot here.
Oh, that was nearly a chance for Rigon. But this should be a Sparta round. This should be them equalizing up the game as well. Solby backs off. ENCE determined to go in towards this B bomb site after taking a little bit of cave control. Boost up for Yurimiata. Yurimiata's always in at the right place at the right time. As he slides over to help out cave, Solby goes wide. Potty doesn't have the chance to remove the AWP. You've got to be careful over towards mid, though. Potty recognizes that fact. John 8 will at least reply back with one. Is he able to get any more? No, he isn't. And that's a little bit of a worry because that's going to send rotations scrambling. And ENCE could go back in towards B if Solby falls.
Seconds remain. They back away. They have to make this choice quickly, but time has made the choice for them. A-sign, dude. On the outside. USP is his weapon of choice. That's not a great one. But Hanfa's on site. He'll be waiting. Molotov will put him into the open, but the round gets decided. He had it planned to bomb. Hanfa's stuck around in the corner and will deny this round by himself there. But Yurimiata tries to give it away, but Hanfa's who's now 9-6 has kept it alive for his team. We're not exactly done, and not yet at least. Better tied up the game. And
that's scary.
Yeah, we are, because ENCE started off so clean. They had the pack tactics, everything was great, the tempo was there, then they slowed down in what felt like a round where they didn't immediately need to do so. And they've been a bit afraid to kind of pick that up since then. Oh wow. Flash as well. Woohoo! Dolby assisting, and John 8 onto the job. Hunting down to 2, and that's B control taken in a matter of seconds.
Fair enough. That's an unbelievable push. He's gone through the molly. He's gone through the smoke. You know that Nature's always been lurking out A. This time he's got the support as well of SDY. Yurimiata about to be mollied off, but there's a slight gap between the molly landing and the smoke to the point where SDY will peek out but won't be punished. Potty's got the bomb, which is the difficult feeling here as Campers is removed. But again, getting this bomb towards this bomb site is going to be increasingly tricky, especially with no util, because the only util that ENCE have got is on Potty.
A very slow rotation out of Sparta. They know that the site is tested, but they are afraid to make the overcommitment. But with Solby having control toward the B site, they at least feel somewhat confident. They're worried about mid. For all they know, SDY could have still turned to be a lurk here, but there's that utility that will confirm the eventual suspicions. Now for the duels, it's 1 and 2 invisibles on the kill feed. And this is a very simple round again. It's a multi-frag that Sparta come out here with that is able to stop ENCE time and time again.
I mean, this is the John 8 one. I mean, brilliant flashbang. And yeah, from there, you just make sure you don't peek, you don't give them anything. As soon as the smoke comes down, CT player pushes, Donut takes contact. It's really simple. Good structural CS out of Sparta. And they're the ones that will now take the lead. ENCE to be tested. They might even look to be testing Uramiata. He passes the first with ease. Rigon is just going to run through the molly. And Uramiata needs to be careful because not only is he being pressured from Donut, he's being pressured from SDY out of main. That's an AWP that could be scooped up here for the afterplant.
And these retakes have been fairly good when it comes to Sparta. Allowed to frag and get multiple in when they should only have it around 1 or 2 max. But here you started off, Rigon with the entrance. Solby, position's good. It suddenly dismantles ENCE's own post. Bland, because they can just walk in again. And delivering doubles on Confus and Solby. Take 6. This is just way too easy, dare I say.
Look, that one was just Tech 9s though. Like in both of the rounds where ENCE have had low weaponry, they've been able to get the bomb down. They've been able to make it a little bit costly here for Sparta, and the fact that they're even making it even a question that they're able to win the round, I think is good enough. It's just whether they can now use that to then make this 6-6. Because if this goes 8-4, then it's all in vain, and you know that point's a little bit redundant because it doesn't matter as much. Wow, everyone is so blind. So's Miltsy. Yeah. But the Heaven player comes over in time, and SDY pushes elbow. 2 opening kills for ENCE.
It is now back to ENCE's favor. Finally, something that goes their way in the earlier rounds as well. Gets control, but Sparta is coming back for round 2. They're not done with mid. Get rid of these ENCE players, but it's got to be a very quick approach that ENCE is ready for. They've got the players for it in positions. And again, the multi-frag potential of these Sparta players keeps showing round after round, and one remains, Uramiata and SDY. Got to be a race, and it's headed toward the B site for SDY. Long way across the map for one Uramiata. I surely not going to be reading this. Oh, maybe it... about it again. Timing of it is what can go wrong, but SDY for the moment doesn't have to worry about anything except this angle. The bomb doesn't get tapped, there's no sound cues. Just wait, and Uramiata swings to glory. SDY down, and that's another one for Sparta picked up. Man, Brandon, these are getting now tougher, ENCE.
I don't really understand. I don't understand this round because you've got a 3v5 in middle, and then after that, ENCE just sit in mid. They wait for the reaction, and they just don't win out their gunfights. So I don't know why they don't just move somewhere else as a unit. They've been really good at getting the kill and then accelerating to take the space. This time they don't. They wait for a reaction, but they just get completely overwhelmed. And that one's been the worst of the lot so far, because you shouldn't be losing a round like that, especially when you get a double open up.
Position's good here for SDY. He's quick to take it. Looking to set up for a play of their own. We're gonna have Uramiata as well joining into a red room. Molotov goes out. There's counter util. Why not going to be flushed out of his corner? Not yet. But all of Sparta have the correct read. As long as nobody tells Invisible otherwise, or he doesn't get dealt with, they can stick to what they have at the moment. But Euromiata's pulled back towards A. He wants info on main. Lost that much of the map, and then seen it once or twice. They've tried to just walk out A. With a bit more bravado, perhaps, but here it is. Toward the B side, utility flows in. Rotation to be made, and we're still looking at STY. In mid, there is an invisible matter looking for him. Timing is where this one comes down to. 30 seconds, and ENCE currently smoked off the side. Utility's not perfect. Sparta rotations are good enough, but can you capitalize on this opportunity? And can you even make this into a B play? Now they're pulling A. Invisible smoked out, and that's his round now suddenly coming to it. Multi-frag could be what seals the deal here, but he's looking for the second, can't find it. Natu forcing it. And Euromiata on side, time is low. Bomber gets dropped, that could be it, and certainly it has to be. One man find, and with the kill from STY, that's going to be this round, and Potty, on the case of Euromiata, it still comes back to ENCE.
That was a very complicated round by ENCE, and one in which nearly doesn't work. Nature getting this important trade on Invisible, and STY gets 3 kills in from Red Room. They just don't see anything. And where they don't see anything, it feels really telegraphed to drop all your util in towards B. They're probably playing off the site. We have to go back in towards A, STY says, and it works out just about in the nick of time, despite Euromiata's best efforts. So they will take a 5th round here, ENCE. They will break that 6-round streak of Sparta. And now they look to make ends meet on this CT side.
That is a ridiculous round for STY to come up with as well. Talking about him just a little bit, considering his numbers now in IGL as well. No stranger to it by any means. It's good to see him get awake toward the end. Now 5-7, T side is good. You're fine. It's just the way you get here is what ENCE are going to be slightly upset with, because they knew they had this one in the bag. A lot more they could have gotten, but they started playing, in my eyes, too cautious at times. Ended up losing a little bit of the momentum they had early on, and then there was just the individual moments that Sparta outplayed him. They were, what, like 3-4 rounds out of Canifus alone, where he is the difference maker in terms of getting the kills done, and that's all the more talking, or without even talking about Euromiata toward the end here, John 8. Everybody on Sparta were doing their jobs.
Yeah, that they were. Even with the low kills on some of them, the impact's definitely been felt. Poddy's dropped a lot of utility for his team. Dooley, Smoke, Flash. ENCE have notoriously been quite good at pistol rounds, so if they're able to grab this, if they're able to stabilize again, then Sparta have to try and get back in on these gun rounds. It's going to be a fast play towards A. At least that's the initial intent here for Sparta, as the bomb makes its way over with 4 players.
The bait and switch. Nobody's even going to go ahead and clear this, and Body's allowed the 3Bs to make it 2 and 3. Headshots from the back of the side. He'll retain his position. Sparta, they're going to be walking into a couple more CTs, making their way across out of Temple into the Glocks. And suddenly they've turned things around. Dual Beretta's the only thing that remain. The last magazine running out of ammunition, however, was Canifus as Milseal walk in. Secure ends this round. Number 6 comes there. Both pistols, and now to ENCE.
Yeah, I mean, look, brilliant work from Natu, to be honest. Because, look, Poddy gets these 3 kills, but Natu takes all the attention. And then this is a little bit difficult for Poddy because he has to hit all of these shots to give his team a chance, and he does brilliantly. But shout out HOTU, because if it isn't for him staying alive, jumping back in towards Donut, being an absolute menace, if he just dies instantly, then they clear Poddy. But he doesn't. 7-6, ENCE, as you say, back-to-back pistols, back-to-back involvements, force fight coming in for Sparta, and it's not worked out brilliantly. Canvas will grab one, but that feels like the only victory so far. He was able to get a second. No, he's not. HOTU will find 3. ENCE are starting to warm up a little bit and come into their own.
Ramiaz has shots apparently going nowhere. A storm brewing on the side of ENCE, as that 7-7 has been reached. Now, here's the thing, right? For the first half, like I said, ENCE, they started off very confident, very nice. I just don't want to see them start over that way again and then fall off as soon as Sparta have a chance to get any rounds on the board as well. So, would like to see them keep up this sort of gusto in these rounds. That is a fantastic nade. A second goes. And SDY's MP9, while only good for 1, he's done the job that he needs to. They rotate over. Rigon's coming across. He wants that MP9 to farm these kills. Ends up taking a step too far. Is what is going to be done. Eventually, wait. There it is. I don't know how it gets so difficult. From the slam dunk of nades, a 2-on-5.
Yeah.
And Poddy, who was 1 shot away from death.
Pretty absurd that it gets that close. What's nice here is look at the baseline for ENCE. Everyone is performing within like 5 kills of each other. Same, it's similar to Sparta. But the reason why I'm commenting about ENCE, because it didn't used to be like this. It used to be a couple of guys performing, pulling their weight. The others started to suffer as a consequence. Rigon in cave. Oh, being a little bit dastardly. This is potentially a big overextension. Solby recognizes that Rigon could do this. And instead he doesn't. SDY is now spamming to give Rigon an opportunity.
Oh, no.
And Solby, even though he was delayed, he still gets the job done.
SDY backs off and will be giving up the space now. We're gonna have Poddy come around. It's the first shot. Half his HP gone. There's the rest. With the B side opened up as well, the round is going to be going the way of Sparta here. You've dealt plenty of damage. But that's surely not enough to really tempt AT. A lot of it as well is going to be unconfirmed. They don't know for sure. Better hang on to the weapon, maybe even collect the AWP. It is right by him. Gonna wait to see if anybody's gonna hunt, take the op the last second to run away. This one, it is Sparta, right to it, and this one was a very confident round. As soon as they get that first kill onto Rigon, they just speed things up. At the same time, they already had their push into Red Room. Poddy missed a big shot, missed the timing by a couple of seconds for the cross to come through. Good stuff here on the T side.
Yeah, kind of brutal for...
Oh no.
Oh dear. Kind of brutal for Rigon, because like the SDY spam, then Rigon pushing through, it was just being held for. And then because you've got SDY coming over to help, then therefore you don't have anyone in towards red, which means that Poddy then has to cover it, and that's why you miss the timing. So it's just that one decision has just compounded for ENCE in a really bad way. But for Sparta, they'll take that all day long. They'll be more than happy with it. Let's see if 3 MP9s can be the difference for ENCE holding on. Otherwise, they're going to have to eco. Sparta will go up to double digits and look to take ENCE's map pick. This is really quick out of Miltsy. Oh my goodness me. They've got all of B for free.
I like the pace. This is pretty much a CT-sided evil you'll have to get used to anyway. You've got to do this at some point of the game. Now they've been early on established this position for themselves, and it'll take away Sparta's decisions and all of their attempts at going this part of the map. They'll all disengage, run far, far away, and they'll meet them at mid, perhaps even toward the A side if so choose. A lot of unknowns out of ENCE as well. And we see all the way back in CT spawn, I think that's going to be Potty with that MP9. He's playing the A site out of CT. That's not a good sign, I'll say. Lack of utility as well does not contribute to ENCE's success in this one, but they will have a chance to shut them down in mid. There's going to be 4 players close to this area. John with an insta-headshot. Yuramiata joins. And now the trouble really has brewed. Nate's going to be stuck in the corner, burning smoke down. The A side is really what matters here. And ENCE, if they've let it go, Bodies come back around to the mid, expecting more attention there, and let Sparta walk right on in.
They've not planted yet. I was actually worrying that they've not planted. Because you can still maybe give this a go. Nade is not good enough.
Again?
Headshot isn't good enough.
No,
it's starting to get worrying. That's the bomb denied. Or maybe it's not, but Nade just removes all of them. Uramiata now stuck outside Donut with an impossible 1v3. Maybe he can break this smoke. Instead, he just throws his nade deep, and that confirms that he's in Donut. ENCE need to defuse. They don't have a kit. Maybe that could be the potential here. Lineup not good enough. Potty hits the headshot, but it's Nature with 4 that takes the headlines.
I can't believe in A2's 4th kill in that one as well. The last set of CTs is him strafing by. Holy. A moment he slips in and he deals the entire round to ENCE's favor. What a moment to come alive there. Mention it as well, everybody on ENCE has been performing throughout this entire map so far, and that's exactly what they're doing here. And it is such a good day to feel to be an A2 fan. Because he is really damn good. He's insanely solid and has been for a long time, right since Mouse and XT. And on this ENCE lineup, it's good to see him perform. And it's good to see this ENCE as well performing. But it's not done. The game is not over. We've got more to go, and even this first map is still what feels like starting.
Yeah, important one to win for ENCE. So remember, they were on 3 MP9s. So now they've got much more of an semblance of a full buy. Faster smokes in towards middle. The denial of the Heaven Molly as well means that Sparta want to fight mid pretty proactively, but Rigon just takes his time in. He's able to get rid of Solby. Oh, and Poddy has just lined one up as well. Invisible is now thinking, which way do I turn? Which fight do I go for? He goes in towards red. But STY and Nature are now trying to defend A. There is a time in here for Invisible.
Timing. STY will throw you. Tell the Molly's going to be good already. Invisible couldn't wait for a second or two. He'll push forward. A2 will trade it back. He's low. He'll have to wait for his teammates. If he loses control of Donut, that's suddenly going to be a lot of position for Sparta. The nade is decent. Not good enough. They'll force forward. Hiromiata into the clutch in the 1v3. Molly as well is going to push him back now. They've left him stranded and away from the bomb. For the worst, they smoke him off now. Got nowhere to go.
No, and Poddy's coming around the back lines. He's just going to lock him in, as you say. Uramiata shouldn't be expecting this advanced angle. Or maybe he does. Poddy and Uramiata. It's a little bit messy, but we Poddy to clean it up. I love the reaction here. As soon as Nature gets 1 kill, he disengages, but 3 players of ENCE just swing through CT. They deny the bomb. They know that Nature's being pressured, being hounded, and they know, okay, it's go time. And these 2 kills, these lineups in towards middle, is just exceptional at ENCE. That's double digits, and that is limited money now for Sparta.
That's put Sparta in a bit of a tough situation here. You see, they're going for the half buy, 1 hero AK involved in the mix. Rest on those pistols. That's where they're going to try to make this sort of stand, while still looking to keep ENCE somewhat honest with their own money as well. Because we haven't seen them really run away with that financial game just yet. All this really takes is for Sparta to find 1 or 2 rounds in a row and max. out of this game swings the other way. They're gonna have to see if they get there or not. This is their attempt to do so. Utility is gonna be decent enough as well to go for the sort of fast play. They're grouping up towards B. Nade is decent, softens them up for now, and the party's going to be holding from below. There's going to be a fast reaction for the CT side. To counter this, the utility is not going to be thrown. They let them in, welcome them to the carnage of party. The AK's let loose, and he's done his job. That's the round. With one man to make a difference, Miata at least finds himself this drop to STY. Has the bomb. It's not done just yet. He's got a little bit of room to maneuver, but an HOTU meets him in mid. And down for the duel, down and route of the round. Miata's gone. ENCE won't falter. Not yet. Not here.
The two young boys, isn't it? HOTU, Poddy, doing a lot of the work now. And where we were saying, look, ENCE, they don't really rely on this anymore. It's just the matter of fact, that's how it's been happening. Rigon, I think, has been influential. I think he's done a lot of the behind-the-scenes work that you don't really notice. I think his utility usage has been superb in setting up these players after getting his opening kills. He's the opener, then makes his teammates the closer through Miltsy, through Poddy. This CT side has been a joy to watch, and for Sparta, they're just trying to force the issue now. They are trying to really press forward and find any sort of opening they can, and this time ENCE recognize that this is not an appropriate time to fight forward, so they just back out.
Got control here. ENCE haven't so far fought for any of this in terms of gaining position in cave. Smoke goes out to counter as well. This is time being drawn out of the clock here. We see as well, ENCE aren't wasting that smoke for no reason. They've set up a couple of players in donut, expecting a mitigation from the side of Sparta. It seems like it's more than possible. You've got the bomb hanging around elbow, and he's not alone. You can have Sparta still go towards A here, through donut, through mid. Just need to decide exactly how they want to play it out. But a smoke toward donut, that's the cross. That's the confirmation for us. They are headed towards B, where 3 remain. For them, they gotta hurry up a little bit. As soon as that smoke in the mid fades, we might get to see STY get a little bit antsy for information. If they're not gonna beat that timing, he's gonna be fast on the flank. But for now, it comes down to the site hold yet again. And 3 players here for ENCE.
20 seconds, and that flashbang completely counters Sparta. They've still got to run in. Time's becoming a little bit of an issue. Rigon knows if he just takes one shot and falls back in, then that'll give everything. And in fact, he just takes down the whole lot. 3 denied. Miata trades, but it's too little, too late. Entering complete control of this game.
Last time was porting 3k from long, now it's Recon instead. They just keep making the position work for their players. All the way to map point on the side of ENCE here. This has been an amazing CT side now to watch. It's been, what, 2 rounds that have not gone their way? Sorry, 1 round that has not gone their way. 7-5. It wasn't half-time.
Yep.
And ENCE have dominated here with the individuals out alive. And again, I love to see the fact that we are seeing Poddy this active, this good in these games, and so consistent over the last few weeks and over the last few months as well. Because he has made the difference in this ENCE team. So is now the calling for STY. Things look a lot more cohesive almost. And Recon, he brings in plenty of firepower, and he's already shown that in this one. Sure, they've let him into B, but Recon finds to drop the timing onto the first one. There's a second. They're going to try to chase him. Kanafu's, he's been the man to make the difference for his team, and now needs to do so again, but he's not alone either. Miata joins him at a 2-on-2.
Look at HOTU though. HOTU's so quick. Poddy's not reacting. HOTU just needs to try and time this peak, and it doesn't really work out. Miata gets dinked, but he hits the headshot. So you imagine that Poddy's probably going to save this. And Sparta will at least find one more here on this T side. Money's not amazing. I mean, Poddy can go for it in theory, but it will run the purse strings quite thin here for ENCE. He is walking his way over towards B, so who knows?
It's closer. If they try to put that bomb there and he hears it, might swing into one of these. It's just the question, will he find the right timing? When's that tap coming through? Never! Both shots missed. He had his opportunity. Poddy sure as hell missed it. Not entirely yet. There's a molly. Here's a nade. It'll finish the job on 1. We're not going to end this on 1v2, surely. The young gun of ENCE, 22 kills deep. He wants the 23rd. Won't get it. Instead, it is on SPARTA. As said, the matter that makes the difference. Conifus again delivering a round for SPARTA.
Tell you what, though, nice try. If Poddy hits one of his AWP shots, then, you know, probably that round is going to go a lot better because then he's still got the incendiary and the nade that he can dump on the player trying to plant. Campus holds firm. There is this buy, and as mentioned, where the purse strings are a little bit thin, Poddy has just gone down to the M4. Sparta breach B. What's the game plan for them? It's now a little bit more direct again in towards middle. Solby gets disrupted by the grenade so much that he throws his Wally wayward.
Three Guns playing a dangerous game. It really is. Really isn't a lot of danger. That smoke is very easy to spam through, but...
Yep, he shows you how.
Yeah, so is the wall. So is the wall. Goddamn. Nice shot. Opening kill found, and a little bit of pressure taken off ENCE's shoulders. Here's a bit more given. Johnny is ready for the second. Even more so. ENCE are also. They've got 3 players ready to contest this entire duels in red. Invisible's down to next, that you leave it on to 2. Another clutch required from these 2.
We'll see.
Roll it back. Now we don't. Yoramiata instead. Against the odds. And 1 man awaiting. Searching for his 20th. ENCE's 13th. He's going to take it. What a game. What a CT side out of this ENCE side as well.
Yeah, it was really impressive to watch that the gun rounds on T side were a little bit slower. It almost felt like ENCE, they had a clear idea of what they wanted to do, and then they deviated away from it, but ultimately always in control. But I'm going to let our analyst do most of the talking for me instead, because we've done enough yapping. Over to CMD for a complete breakdown of the game.
Yeah, it was a big resurgence for ENCE. I think that needs to be the first talking point when you touch on this one in general. I actually think ENCE, they're glimpses of a pretty decent T side, but they also meet equally a fair share of novice mistakes that it doesn't feel like this team should be making as much. I think there's several notable rounds to talk about for them there. In general, I think the recovery on the CT side is the most important thing that we need to see. I think we're going to get to see it in the round replays, but there's a couple of rounds in particular. I think round number 11 was really disastrous for ENCE. They had a 5 versus 3. You see some decent aggression from SPARTA. They need to make a play like this. You're disadvantaged. You've got to take some risks, and we see this mid-aggression come through. ENCE end up losing it out, but they still have a man advantage after this aggression. But they constantly tried to press this issue, constantly tried to battle back and fight it, and in doing so, they kind of just get caught out. They lose their gunfights, and they just give up this round that felt near enough guaranteed if they just went to any of the bomb sites. And it just felt a little bit sloppy there from ENCE. SPARTA, this isn't exactly a map that they play a huge amount of. We don't have an incredible amount of sample size from the team in the last few months on certain maps, but they have played Ancient a couple of times. Their CT has been really, really poor when they have played it. They've looked completely outclassed most of the time, so I was a little bit worried when we saw them win 7-5 at the halftime switch. But I honestly think that's a bit more of a sort of a product of ENCE a little bit, as their T side equally. We've seen them play a few games of Ancient in the last month or so. I think they're sitting at about a 33% win rate on their T side. They've looked completely lost on their T side most of the time since Glaive's left. Even with Glaive on the team, their T side still weren't great, but they just feel like they've got even worse since departing. And I think there are certainly some good elements of what ENCE are trying to provide on this offensive side of the map. The issue is it just feels like they haven't quite sussed it out yet. And I think one credit you can give to them, maybe when there's not so much cooling required, or maybe when there's not so much weight on SDY to really try to snuff out exactly what SPARTA are trying to do. When they move over to the CT side, it's a completely different end. It feels like everyone's got that freedom, everyone's got that space. I think the decision making was great. I think individually we saw some really big moments from certain names all across the board. I think it's great to see Potty sort of top in the charts. I think Rigon equally looked like he had a superb game, and I think when you're sort of this newest addition to this team, when there are expectations that you're a more established player and you've got to provide some decent things, I think that was quite evident there. I also think clearly Sparta weren't exactly playing unbelievable Counter-Strike themselves. I definitely don't think it was all a product of ENCE sort of dictating the game on terms of the T side. I don't think they were great and then very good on their CT side. I think Sparta made a fair few mistakes. They ended up having that bomb site. Brandon highlighted it quite well. Full control of A. They had this man advantage, but they were so slow to get this bomb down. That was round number 17. They took so much time. They allowed ENCE to rotate in. We saw Netu with a great 4K that ended up killing any chance of Sparta winning the round. And it felt like both teams weren't great on their T side. I think ENCE were a little bit more disappointing for me because they are a more established team, and I think there were glimpses, there were certainly moments of them being competent there, but at least they managed to sort of recover at that halftime break, sort things out when they moved over to their CT side. And this is where the issues do now arise for Sparta. This is always going to be an uphill battle facing off against ENCE. You're moving on to, sure, it's your map selection Mirage. Sure, we've seen a lot more positive signs for you, but potentially ENCE can just carry that momentum through from map number 1, from that CT side onto Mirage. Maybe if they don't start off as poorly as they did at the end of the first half, maybe that's where we can just see ENCE run away with things like the boys on the cast did predict. But before we do fully understand whether that is going to be the case, we are going to be jumping into a short break before we bring back the action with Mirage. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly.
force the kill, the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Back in then, Sparta versus ENCE, map 2, as ENCE take their map pick. It is now Sparta's decision to take us to Mirage, and they are about to bang it out A.
Simple. In they go. Then the first man, Invisible, will find at the opening here for his team. Everybody on ENCE forced back. Nobody else is going to challenge this until everybody gets here. Through jungle, you're going to have a fight coming through. Out of CT already. Wow, they are just not waiting for anybody. This is their side. They want to make it so. Now it's coming down to 3 out of 5. The initial duels for ENCE lost SDY for the strike for his team, but he's still going to be stuck in the mid for a while, and they know that as much as well. With the players in connector, Miata has turned around, and the potty taken, removed, sent to the grave. Same with Natu, and 1 man remains. Ignat got this one in the back. I'm sorry to say, SDY.
I love how decisive and direct that was for Sparta, and then you got ENCE being a little bit disjointed here. They did similar things on Ancient where they try and overwhelm the bomb planter, but unfortunately because they got no space and because I think Sparta did a really good job in taking connector, taking jungle, it just feels impossible for ENCE to flush these players out. Even with SDY chiming in with 1 kill, no one else really delivered. We're getting stuck on each other a little bit for Sparta in top middle. But they won't mind that all that much. 4 spy in from ENCE.
Slow to start. Waiting to see what ENCE have in store instead of the mid control taken. Nobody's going to fight for it. They've instead got a trap waiting. And short is where the trap is to be sprung. Bless, they'll wait. An entire minute got off the clock, not a speck of damage dealt. Part of this patient has not been rewarded. Instead, at this point, it starts to play in ENCE's favor. Control to be tested. Smoke won't make this 2-man setup effective, but it might still give them a chance. Because there's the first one, slip in. Second's going to be unknown. A little bit of team damage involved. Milty's got 1, and ATU's now quick behind him on short. He's got this weapon under his control and position. Locked in. He can call his teammates over. This is going to be a good retake point for them. They're equipped. Not well equipped, but enough to handle this one. A 2 or 3 is what remains on the other side. Crossfire. We'll try to set up here. Molotov is perfection. Could not be any better. And a flash to set them up. Natu's got the confirmation. Now the question is, where's going to be Confus? Canifus, out of there it is. On kill feed, he has found himself 1 and 2. SCY trying to clean this one. It won't happen. Surely not. Time's order too far ticked. There's 10 seconds. Confus, yet again, a hero for his team. He keeps delivering.
Yeah, really important round out of Campus, and Sparta are able to recover the situation. The molly that gets thrown back sight, unfortunately, is just a little bit wayward, because if it lands on his position, he gets flushed into the open. Market player won't be able to help. And I like the decision here to just take a pause here for Sparta. They did it very early on Ancient. They're doing it very early here, because look, this is the first time they got a pistol round. They've now been able to convert against the 4 spy, but that was really close. That was too close for comfort. So they want to make sure that they're not putting a foot wrong for the rest of these upcoming rounds. This will be an eco out of ENCE, so they can get the full guns coming into this next. And finally, we get a little conversation piece, because it's always been ENCE that have been in the lead, and it's been the gun rounds out of Sparta on the recovery. We need to see that out of ENCE, because their CT side on Ancient was brilliant.
It was where every single one of their individuals did activate to the best degree. We talked very little about him as well, but Multi was very solid on the entirety of Ancient. I think he had like 13 or 14 kills at the end only, which you compare to 40 Rigor and Natu all at 20 or above. He was still a very good and solid performance. He was enabling his teammates to have those multi-kills, and then he just baked it in whatever else was left at the end. so to say, just to simplify things. Delivers 1 or 2 every now and then. And a pretty damn decent game himself. And if ENCE can sort of keep up that sort of synergy, I have a lot of hope here. I really do. Did not think I was going to be saying this, if you asked me even a month ago or 2 weeks ago, that I would have as much faith almost in this ENCE roster, but here we are. Low is the approach. The A side with the pistols are remaining stacked on ENCE. An entry or two shakes things up. That's the opening through Recon. And traded yet again. It only starts poor when Confu's strikes in one last 5-7. SDY is left to deal damage. That's not a terrible round out of ENCE. In fact, pretty damn good.
Yeah, very good. You're just begging that someone else is alive when SDY's taking all this contact. What a shame. But you're right, ENCE will take that all day long. Poddy can now be familiarized with the AWP on Mirage. Uncontested as well is important. We'll have to see what transpires here for Sparta. It feels a lot more like a default at the moment in their first gunny. And no one's really fighting mid for ENCE. They're going to try and hunker down in these bomb sites.
Why doesn't matter to get himself this impact. ENCE will have an okay read on the situation. They're focused a lot toward the B side of the map for the moment, especially now they should be. But we still see the bomb all the way toward the A side. Poddy just about missed the timing. Unsure about a cross or not, with Naty as well this far in the apartments. Big commitment out of the CT side, and one that might have the turn to save fairly quickly unless SDY keeps this one in the realm of possibility, which now will be removed. And so we're really believing in that B play there. You had a recon, I believe it was him, toward ladder room.
Yeah.
Him going down as well. It just sells that idea so much more to ENCE. But the fact that he has no support, the fact that Poddy is so far away, it's slightly surprising. It feels like Poddy was supposed to push with him, or just rotate off earlier with Naty as well in the apartments for so long.
Yeah, or Nature actually just goes searching deep for B control, but I suppose when you die in ladder, you then start to think, okay, this is probably going to be a B split. So you can understand why ENCE believed that was going to be the case, and instead it isn't. This Palace Lurker has been taken to extreme effect. So we can see this here. Because where SDY gets the first, Invisible just lurks out Palace, and then... yeah, the trades are just too much. Campus has hit a good timing on SDY, who's backed out and then gone back in. At least Poddy saves his AWP. That's a nice little saving grace here for ENCE. But they need to take a pause and figure things out directly.
So, back to it then. Game will continue with the CT side of ENCE still not found around, and like you said, it's going to be a nice conversation piece for them to be the ones to make this comeback. To find this form on Mirage. We started off, and it is a very heavy lean for Sparta. They are not going to be wasting too much time with this one. With Invisible thrown utility towards mid. Even the Molotov as well, it's not as deep as it could be, so it's maybe tempting ENCE to go a slightly further in connector for a second or two. But that second or two, quickly gone. Out to what it says is where the fights keep coming. Miata will get himself one more, while Partizan's USP is the one at the finish. There's a lot of carnage here. But walking out of Palace, the timing they get is one that ENCE will instead remove them in. Feels like a little bit of luck goes their way.
Yeah, so I'm not sure about luck, to be honest, because as they've dropped that smoke at Palace, I think it was Milty. I think he saw just a glimpse of someone. So he's like, well, we've now smoked. If information's gone both ways, if we nade the smoke, then potentially there's a chance that they're going to push. And that's exactly what happened. So really good awareness from both Milty and SDY just to lock in. And then Poddy moves over from window to jungle, so then he can provide a lot of coverage. Works out well, and this is the first time in which the Sparta finances are now going to be tested, because remember, on the force buy, ENCE nearly won. On the eco, they did an awful lot of damage with SDY in towards Sandwich. I think 3 players got removed, so it's never been a position for Sparta where these round wins have been comfortable. So ENCE actually are on the verge of maybe resetting them and getting back into the half quite quickly.
As we come back, everybody's ready and good to go. ENCE want their second. Sparta want to stop them. Here's where you immediately see all the damage that has been dealt previously. Is the SCY couple of kills he found on the pistol with Sandwich, Recon Seagull as well. Is all these rounds previously accumulating to a point, and it's right here where you already see 4 rounds in a row, 1 AK to show for it. Gone for the hero buy. Rest around them just a pistol, and they're gonna try to still make this one work. And it's very possible with Milty alone for the moment. He needs to multi-frag, or at least buy time for his teammates. And he gets 2. That's good enough. Poddy, SCY, they'll assist with 1 more here. And on the side, the last few remain. Is fast rotation for ENCE. And it's a well-handled round. Not overwhelmed too easily. And while Confusa has been fantastic, even 1 more is too much to ask for. That is a great run out of ENCE and those rotations as well. Already getting conditioned to how fast Sparta's kind of moving in toward the A side there.
I think well handled is probably the best way to describe that, because I love the utility usage by ENCE, because they're engaging with the grenades and then the mollies to force them into the open. They're never directly just swinging and taking fights against the pistols. Spans through the smokes, but they're all together. That was your, I'd say, force buy. This one feels a little bit more like a force, doesn't it? Because you've got limited utility, you've got Galils sprinkled in with a few AKs here out of Sparta. You've got to be just a little bit careful here. And Poddy will get rid of John 8. And I tell you what, John 8's been pretty incredible. I think he's been one of the ones I've been watching quite a lot and thinking, okay, this guy's pretty good. He gets removed early. Soul B just gets naded down to half HP. Your Miata is begging for someone to push ramp, but no one's doing it.
They get a chance. 41 more. SDY having connector covered as well. This is setting up to be a very unfortunate round. You're gonna clear these angles at least. Multi's gone. Good check for Miata. Now the smoke gets deployed with connector out of their control, but the problem still remains. You can't plant the bomb. You've got Poddy in CT, you know that much. And you've got an SDY who's feeling confident. A little cheeky as well. Pushing through the smoke, he'll find the last 2. And even there, he wasn't alone. He had his teammate join him on stairs. He was not going to be traded, or wasn't going to be a dead man for nothing. He would have been traded if worst comes worst. There you go, a 3rd round. And Sparta running out of luck here a little bit in the early parts. Is the trickery that they're trying to go for with focus on mid, fast forward toward the A side plays. ENCE are catching on to it. You're activating SDY early. You're letting him have a great start to the game. And you talked about as well his fragging power even as an IGL. You're currently seeing it here. On new or on ancient, maybe not as much, but it wasn't really necessary on that second half either. So here instead, when he's in a power position like connector, he's delivering.
You see a little bit of Glaive and SDY there in that last round, because on ENCE towards the back end, Glaive was putting himself in positions where he would take the burden of all the contact, and then his teammates would try and clean up the pieces. He'd do it a little bit more directly in terms of deep lurks, especially on Ancient. He'd go through Red Room by himself. He'd got the B ramp by himself. But here for SDY, as you say, he's always got the support in from stairs. Body now with a jump and a flash. He notifies that these players are now moving through underpass. He's got to be very careful here, because if they just boost up in the window and sideswipe him, that's an AWP that can be given over. I'm a little bit scared about his position. They've even boosted for him. Oh, fair enough.
Good stuff. He's being cautious. They haven't gotten any sort of contact just yet. So want to make sure you're not getting caught out here with whatever tricks there might be. And eventually, it'll come to you. It's clean, and just keep it very steady. That's got to be all of their money suddenly, by the way. Just sky high, soaring at the moment. And for Sparta, now that ENCE are kicking up a little bit of a fuzz here, a bit of a storm, it doesn't get any easier from here on out either. You need to find a real answer to this, which is not just win the pistol and coast the first gun route or such. Need to find something that will work for the future, and we do, I think, look at the individual prowess of Euromiata or John 8, for example, to make that difference. That's one of the biggest things in my eyes and how they could eclipse ENCE in this series. It is to outfrag them, it is to be better individually. That's what Confus was on map number 1.
Rigon just ate all the flashbangs from the enemy and then his team. Good trade out of John 8. Let's see, walking through connector. Can he grab this trade quickly? Yes, he can. That's a really important one. And Poddy backs out of B. Poddy's been very good at getting tags, but living. He now slides in towards short to provide a little bit of external cover, whilst SDY makes a move over towards B. Poddy looks back. Oh! Gets the advanced info on Invisible, but it's SDY that will eventually trade out his AWPer. 2v2. Miltzy needs to be on the way because SDY needs help.
Walks into it. Here is now the help, but the only help the CTs are going to get is Miltzy! And a missed shot! No way! No way he's even seen him walk around toward the short boxes, but exactly where does he swing from is the question. You cannot keep delivering another round by Confus. This kid just doesn't stop. He's a lifeline for this team. Without him, that first map wouldn't have been competitive. Without him, there would have been 2 lost rounds already here on Mirage as well. He's an absolute maniac.
Yeah, you're right. This would be, what, 6-3 to ENCE. But as you quite rightly said in the previous, right, they've got bankroll. So this loss, although it stings, it won't set them back completely. A break on the smoke doesn't quite work out. For Poddy in towards middle, he'll fall back off the advanced line. Is there another flashbang here? No, but instead it's contact being taken by John 8. Poddy will drop his incendiary and fall all the way back. He has to smoke off Con 2. 3 Lion B for ENCE. This is worrying.
They're going to be fast about it as well. In connector, though, SDY again. Power position for a reason. His prowess yet again felt. He's 14 kills in. 15 denied for now. But up from connector. It's not the round just yet in safe place either. But he awaits Nathan as well. He's got that short cross. They're thinking about it. Timing might be what it comes down to. The Finnish matter takes the cake here, fighting the first one, and one last remains. Confus again left alone. 1v3, and this time he's walking into the flashbangs, into the unknown, and into ENCE to tie it up here, 5-5. But again, you cannot understate or understate how much SDY is being effective here.
Yeah.
Even if Sparta now as well, they didn't go for that normal play that they've been going for, which is just 1 or 2 plays in mid throw you till everybody else walk out ace and sort of stuff. They fully intended and went for the connector play. They went through the smoke. They had a good plan about it, but SCY shuts them down, finds both, and then he buys a little bit more time. After that, it comes down to the rest of the team. Body finds one and collapsing from there on out on Sparta's side. But it is just a fantastic situation to be in if you are that end side. To have it mid locked down, and now A under lock and key as well. Another neat multi-kill coming out for SDY. Just the double this time, but his stats feel nice.
Canvas.
That really is not a place to go.
I was going to say, Canvas can't do anything in this one. He just gets naded. Bless him. Yeah, you're right. SDY is performing above everyone on the server. I mean, no one's got double digits for Sparta. In fact, no one has got double digits apart from SDY on the server. No AWP again for Uramiata. He has to just stick with this AK. It's been nice seeing Miltsy get a little bit more activated. Nechu's not really been needed. Poddy's been pretty valuable. It's the familiar suspects that you want to do well for ENCE. They are now starting to go through the motions, and it's that man again. SDY's now just pushed under. He's feeling confident.
Oh, look at the push as well. Oh my god! They both get wrecked! The timing couldn't have been worse. Native's being checked. He still delivers. And that's the round. That's the half done. Holy hell. Holy shit, Brandon. This is an insane recovery. You said you wanted to see ENCE being tested from the beginning. They managed to get an early lead on Sparta, and that's it. They couldn't find the right answer. They couldn't find one that was good enough to completely shut down or negate what ENCE were doing. They tried going mid a couple of times. They managed to get connector and short fairly few times. Like, short specifically at the start of the game is what they were looking for. They got it. And then they sort of stopped. They didn't test the B side much. You mentioned as well, Native hasn't been needed. He's 4 kills at halftime. He's just a B defender, enjoying his life, not having to do much. Everybody else is dead before then. And it's just been a very easy time out of ENCE since those initial streak of 4 rounds for Sparta, because they stopped doing what worked. They stopped going short. And add on top, your IGLs delivering you mid and connector control, able to play with Miltsy, for example, so incredibly well in tandem that it just never got off the floor again for Sparta. Simply put, they got rocked.
Yeah, live odds tell a story. ENCE have to go in 7-5 up at now 1.04 favourites, which is just bonkers. They got a lot of utility. They got a couple of decoys as well, which is pretty fun. What's the go here? Wow. Okay, well, Uramiata just jumping out the window and headshotting Body. That's the go, apparently.
Surprise. Police away. Not clean, but Invisible will get away with the kills for the moment, and there's SDY can only do so much. Felt like a bit of a sloppy take. They just tried to go in and slowly barrel out. It's the first kill that immediately stops them. Here as well, Uramiata, of course, adds more to it. Get picked apart one by one, and too far are the support staff of the ENCE pistol round. Is that both pistols this time, yo? ENCE won both on Ancient. Sparta have won both here. Or 2 for 2, and even so, with both pistols, for Sparta, ENCE in the lead. It does tell a bit of a tale as well of how those gun rounds have been. Here, it's another B attempt. Pistols fully force-bought into it, and again, same as the pistol, is the support a little bit behind, but this time they haven't been fully picked apart. But they are still going at it one by one. And you leave it on to Potty. Powerhouse in recent times. Now needs a 1-on-3, and he's already got the first one. Makes his job easier. Both at the doorway, waiting. One needs to be picked up. A swing, and he'll go down without a fight.
It was a little bit scary watching that because Sparta prioritized all their weaponry. They had like no util to defend that, but I guess when you can hit the headshots, it's all okay. But I mean, still 3 casualties there. No bomb plant for ENCE, so it makes it not really worth. But it does get a little bit scary. Just a little bit.
This is most definitely an interesting stat as well for ENCE when you compare as well to how much Sparta were putting toward the A side. This is ENCE 3 in a row that they're just immediately sending themselves to B. You'll have SDY and the Desert Eagle joining the kill feed shortly, or at least getting attention on A. An entry on B without a single kill back yet, and now SDY joins. Now ENCE have so much to work with. Because Sparta are going to be just picked apart here. They're all spread around the map. Look at this. Milty just walked up confident that they're going to be in transition, in rotation somewhere. John 8. See ya, sucker, ya next. Desert Eagles keep striking one at a time. And 4 picked up. There's going to be the rotation, and suddenly that's the last man. It's a 1 versus 5 on pistols. How on earth have ENCE pulled this off?
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous. To be honest, just don't give him it. Don't give him opportunities, because otherwise you might lose the round. Not like this. Nature, get back. He recognizes it. Poddy's there on the lurk as well. The nades drop forward. Campus is low. Poddy should have him, and he does. Oh. The one man you don't want to give chances to on this side is Campus.
He's been a welcome surprise as of today as well. Playing so far ahead of his supposed stats in the league, but that's only the half the story always. Today's been his day. Today's him and Sparta. Lead set a charge. Early as well there. You don't want to give that up there on ENCE, but the fact is, they still pull off an eco win. Desert Eagles hit the headshots that they needed to. That first one, I cannot believe they get away with. SDY dying or leaving there is not as consequential, but the fact that a Raygun finds the first, they're able to back away and just slowly reset for a second. They tried to be, or then force Sparta to be on the move. That's exactly what they did. And just pick them apart. It's insane how they get away with it. One hell of a game coming out here in ENCE. They're looking for number 9 now. For Sparta, they're looking to just stay alive. This is where control is swinging one way or the other. Early utility is going to be to stop a mid-rush out of the CTs. Waiting on short. They're playing tricks here. Boost at the bricks. Hence they'll be playing this one somewhat slow as well. Just seeing what Sparta have. Feeling it out at the moment.
This is such an important round for both teams, because if ENCE win it, you assume they're just going to fly off into the sunset. If Sparta win it, they somewhat stabilize their economy. Milty, Rigon, SDY, money low. Round the corner they go. John 8 just gets owned in transition by Poddy, but it's Invisible's Deagle that strikes. He's trying to live, but he can't manage it. And Nature's still holding A whilst all of this is going on. Both Palace and Ramp are his responsibility. Soul B, another player here, but maybe not for long. Still 2 players reside on B, but they've been completely evicted. And now Campus can't really do anything apart from have a little adventure with his MP9. This will be the 9th for ENCE, and they'll only lose 1 in the process.
The worst for Canvas, he's only got an MP9 to save here. He can't really make this into a good case for why he should even upgrade or how he should be able to. With Milty controlling this part of the map, Connector is where he lies. He's even going to have an A2 join him on short, so not going to get away with much better weaponry here either for the CT side. It's going to be a very sad save. That even may get denied. You have Milty in top mid. I thought maybe I was going to see the back of him. Apparently not, but Canvas reveals his position. They are confirming it's an MP9, seemingly not wanting to hunt all too much. 9-7. Momentum in the favor of the T side here. Went into this one, we said, surely, out of every game today, this is gonna be the most one-sided one. That was nasty. Holy.
I think it's testament to Sparta that they're keeping it this close, like 13-9 Ancient. Now we're 9-7 here on Mirage. I think it's certainly showing teething issues for ENCE, but when we're seeing ENCE like build up in some of these rounds and just play the Counter-Strike that we are almost expecting out of them, that's where you start to see the real gulf in class between these two opponents.
I think instead of expecting, I want to say hoping for such a long time. And it's not a strange thing to say talking about ENCE if we want to roll back the years. You had it like the 2019 ENCE that made history. I was watching that whole Finnish team for like 6 months, 7 months before that when they were struggling in some of these open qualifiers and such. And then they clicked, because I started seeing how they clicked. Then they go to the major, it looks so poor, and then boom. Like, that was the thing. It was the payoff of so long to wait for them to click together. And now we're kind of getting a similar vibe of this. And it is so nice, because I've been waiting to see this team perform well. And you get it. You get it. Everybody's there. The trust they've given to Potty. That, again, is, to me, the biggest thing on this team. For him to turn things around individually, he's, I think, the highest rated in this team, just behind SDY. Might even go past him today. With how well he's been. Actually, he's already matching him with that last game's rating at 1.13 both, but this is just a wonderful little situation that ENCE have going on for them. Starting off this season strong.
This is so quick as well in round 18. Like, Rigon is just already up short. SDY by his side. Look at that angle from Rigon. He's holding jungle, for goodness sake. This is so tough to deal with, and Sparta, they've been pretty aggressive in towards the B apartments recently, so I wouldn't be surprised if Miltzy's expecting this. Him and Nature on the double. Did Miltzy see Solby on the swing? I'm not sure, but that flashbang is completely dodged, and Miltzy claims the kill. It's going from bad to worse again, and Rigon, all his space. Maybe he gets rewarded a bit later.
It's backing off as well. Rigon hasn't seen anybody really rotate this way. He holds position. Smoke the connector. That's going to be short now. Removed out of this initial equation. Over to John to beat. Delivering on the first one of John 8. To me, it doesn't matter all too much because this one already is dealt with. Beating up on the defense. Nate goes out. Nate catches out of Sparta to win this round. It's a good defense. They hold it well steady the entire time, but not fully believing in the fact that it is going to be the B play. Patience out of the CT defense.
Oh, missed shot. Uramiata will get rid of SDY. Miltzy trades, so that's the ult removed out of the equation here for Sparta early. Keeping my eye on Nature and his lurk. This time it's over towards Palace. John 8 is considering this alongside Canvas. What do ENCE want to do? They've got all of mid control, but this time they don't have any extremities. Bar Palace.
What he needs to nail it.
What on earth? How is he ready for that?
Steps made to A. He's shifted. And calling over Nate as well with Invisible and Underpass. This is still a trap they are unaware of. And even with John 8 now joining, this is a tough one. You can trade out this first, not the second. You'll still need Natu to come up clutch in this one.
Rigon's behind. Oh, never mind.
And Rigon was alive, was behind him, not anymore. And Natu, we said at the first half, right? He didn't need to do anything. He was a B anchor. Now he has to, and I want to be through with no time. Unfortunately, might just be the scraps he's looking for. That's a nice shot at least, but Molly the wrong place. This one's a done deal. Solvy's had it, or has this. As said, no time. A couple more seconds, who knows, but as of now, that's going to be 10-9. Sparta still clinging on to life here in Mirage as well.
Yeah, good job being accountable for everything that could go wrong there. I think the fact that you're ready for Rigon is a good sign for Sparta. And it's not really having the same success they're used to having towards middle. I'd hope they deviate away from that rather than just smashing their head against the wall. This time they're going to mix things up. They're going to go through underpass directly rather than just top middle. That spam looked like it was dead on the money for HOTU, and, well, it was in a weird way because he's the one that spams Invisible back and just knocks him out through the wood. Oh, and John 8's heard that boost.
Going to try to get rid of them as well. Sure, what a shot out of Miltsy. The rest on their way to B. This is where trouble earlier was present at the very start of this T side, where the approach felt like it wasn't spaced properly. Now it's spaced very quickly, efficiently, and even the first mine was good enough. That's a sick approach. Simple stuff out of ENCE here. It's just a couple of kills they required. The first as well, the fact they find the AWPer. Gets his place into the rotations of the map, and the fact we can't really have more than one at that very moment in time. Manfus cannot hold on. AWP taken down and out. The CT money situation being as it is, that would have done them real well. Instead, they're going into this one equipped with a whole bunch of nothing. We've seen those hero rifles being bought out of Sparta a few times already. Maybe Euromiata goes with that, but I doubt it. Actually, they might have to. Because they're all forcing into this one. They do not want to give ENCE 12. Sparta's playing not to win this in overtime, but to win this before that. And risking everything in the get-go.
Good decision here from ENCE. They know the money is a little bit vulnerable, so you just go for a straight exec. This is the first time we've seen a straight exec out of ENCE in towards A2. So you're not going to be expecting so many players to be overpopulating this bomb site. Interesting decision here. The smoke for Solby not only gives ENCE room, but it gives him room. Or just a touch. It means he can take the control. It means he can get support over. And that molly is missed in towards stairs. Nade bounces and tries to break some bones. It's actually the UMP that does the damage, but SDY and Miltsy are picking up the pieces. Miltsy instrumental in this round. 3 kills to his name, make it a 4th. ENCE will find his point.
That is a sick round. We've been saying he's been solid throughout the series. He was picking up the pieces his teammates weren't on map number 1. Here he's doing more than that. This round, he's razor sharp. 17 kills, and he's not done here. And, however, they might just be done with this game. They had a 13-9 on map 1. They would repeat here as well. As said, in the same exact situation, by the way, Sparta did this exact same thing on Ancient. It was 11-9. They forced into it. They gave 12, and now they're again under-equipped. They like to play the risky game, but so far that risk hasn't given them a whole lot of payoff.
Oh, just a really good decision. Good call out of SDY again, right? Because you've been conditioning this B play so often, and now you've gone A. a few rounds, and you've always had lurkers over towards ramp and palace, and this time you join and you have more people with rig on. It's a pure contact play. It's just exceptional work that this will be 13-9 again, because there's no chance in this whatsoever now. SDY sees one jumping up. You've already got player in towards CT. Unless this goes dramatically wrong, which it won't. ENCE will claim this series 2-0.
Beautiful, beautiful shots. I'm sure we'll see the headshot icon instead. That is a really, really well-called T-side out of ENCE the entire time. The way they were playing it, the conditioning and all of it, it's just really nice to see. We bring in Charlie, talk about this one. What's up, man? How you doing? How's the game? How was it?
Yeah, look, I think ENCE, I've got to give them credit, I think, for both maps to be able to show that they've got this resilience even when things do go wrong. You're expecting that from certain individuals on their team. SDY, Regon, some of the more experienced players are expecting to be able to do this. I still think Sparta played a pretty good game there. Like, I feel like you've got to give them credit. I'm a bit disappointed that this is going to be them eliminated here in the round of 16, because I would have loved to see a bit more of this team in the playoffs. I would have loved to see what would have happened if they were able to take this series. But like, I think there's positives you can take for both teams. I think in particular Sparta, for them being able to face off against ENCE and keep things this competitive. I also do think it's, for me personally, I'm interested about what you boys think. I still think we're a long way away from seeing this ENCE team fully formed. I still think it's going to need a bit of time. I think there's some really good things to take away from it. I still don't think they're quite there yet. I think that's just due to the nature of, look, they've added in these players recently. They've had a big sort of leadership change and shift come through. So I don't think I was ever going to come into this game and assume, oh yeah, this ENCE is going to be ready to take on the world. I don't think they're there, but I certainly think there were some pretty good things to look at now. I'm curious, Brandon, what do you think is the goal for ENCE here in this playoffs? What do you think is a realistic and achievable sort of endpoint for them?
Grand finals, to be honest with you, looking at the bracket, like I think they go against Tricks or Partizan, they can beat them. Then they'll go against Betclic, FAVBET, or Reason. That's in the semi-finals. Like I look at ENCE on this side of the bracket, and I think, why not? I really do think they can get the grand finals here, and I appreciate what you're saying. But with that being said, I think ENCE do look good, and I think that they've hit the ground running. And I think it will only take them a few weeks, and I definitely with a couple of deep runs in playoffs, deep runs in CCTs, that will push them on even further. And then the next opportunity they get at a tier 1 event, I expect them to do well again there. Remember that they've only been a team for like a week and a half, as you said, and they've already taken one map off the Mongols, and they were potentially looking to do it in 3 there. They could still be in Blast Bounty. So I don't know. I look at this and I actually have a lot of like hope for this ENCE team. I'm a lot more big on it than I was when Glaive was in the team, to be completely honest with you, just because of that Monte comparison I draw to.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think this is also going to be another test for them. Even in games like this against Sparta, where they are the favourites, we can easily say statistically they should be able to take them. We see plenty of upsets in playoffs all the time. This is going to be a challenge for ENCE now to win the games that you should be winning. I think that's just going to be the spot, and that's probably the next spot for them to be able to sort of elevate themselves up. I think there's a lot of things said on the cast there. Positively for Sparta, it's going to be a disappointing game for them regardless. I think it's probably going to take them a few days before they look back on this in any sort of positive light. But Nexus, is there anything in particular sort of for anyone watching at home that you think are going to be good things for people following Sparta for the next couple of weeks?
I think there is the very obvious answer of Confus. But if we do go beyond that as well, it just feels like we weren't getting all we were supposed to out of necessarily Miyasa, right? On his opening today, he was fairly quiet, right? 16 kills on Ancient, now only 10 here as well. He was not at his best, and then when you look at the scorelines as well, you end up getting 39 to 39. There is a world where he's active and the game does go to map number 3, or it doesn't even go ENCE's way in a different situation. But there are good things to look at on this team. Confus, I think today was the absolute standout. Like, so many rounds and situations where he bailed them out. Even that this Mirage as well, we kind of said it at some point. It could have been ENCE in the lead from the almost near beginning if he doesn't pick up like a 1v crazy 3k, 1v2s or whatever he does. But the way he played, that's a massive good sign. Then he had some team play coming out of them as well on Ancient. They played very strong on their CT side. That was one thing. Because ENCE let them take control. They took control. They recognized what they were going to be getting away with to a degree. It was just on that second half where things did fall apart. Here on Mirage, somewhat similar. But there was a lot more back and forth. But it still just was not up to par, unfortunately, for them.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I agree. Look, there's always something you can do more in these games, but I think being able to just keep things competitive against ENCE in its own right is a positive for them to take away. But that is our first 2 round of 16 games done. We do still have more games coming up. I'll see if we can pull up the graphic for the games that we do have throughout the rest of the day. But even if not, we'll be able to go through them now. We've got next up coming up is Tricked versus Partizan, one of the games you were mentioning, Brandon, that potentially ENCE are going to be facing off against one of these 2 teams. And then obviously to finish the game, we do have CYBERSHOKE versus 500. Do you boys have any sort of major leaning on this? I've seen some good things from Tricked. I've also been impressed by Partizan, even when it feels like they've used all their good faith at times. And then obviously CYBERSHOKE versus 500. I'm excited about that one as well. Any sort of early signs for you boys in terms of who's going to take these ones?
Tricked win and 500 win.
Similar for you, Nexus?
I don't know. Unfortunately, the last game I saw of Tricked was them getting destroyed by OG, so I feel like I can't speak too much. I feel like I saw a very off day for them, whenever they were caught off guard in the entire veto process and all that, so I don't want to say too much, but I do feel like Partizan have just been very, very steady. Now they've kind of stagnated maybe these last couple of months since they were a lot better at the start of the year. But I still think maybe Partizan has got that one. But I do agree with the 500 there as well. I'm at least on the excitement train of 500 and the roster change they've made.
Yeah, I mean, Partizan are in a weird spot. It feels like as soon as their org sort of transfer listed them, it feels like we're finally seeing them sort of step up form-wise a bit, maybe put themselves in the shot window a little bit more, whatever's going on there. But regardless, those first 2 round of 16 games have been completed. We've already started to paint a bit of a picture in terms of where this playoff bracket is going to be going for now. But that is going to be it for the rest of us 3, as we will have more people jumping on the desk to cover the final 2 best of 3s for today. We're going to have about an hour or so break before we do jump into things on Tricked versus Partizan. So until then, we'll see you later, and we'll be back very shortly with Tricked versus Partizan.
going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Hello and welcome back to the Thunderpick World Championship. We're deep in this tournament now as we head in towards the round of 16. And I'm joined by these lovely fellas alongside me, Pavlos and Ted. Fellas, first and foremost, how we doing? X-Ray, it's been a hot minute since we've worked together. So first and foremost, start us off. How you been?
It's been a damn while, man, but I'm excited to get things going today. Like you said, we're kind of deep into this tournament, entering the playoff stage where things get more exciting. One match, you're out. One match, you could also see you into that next phase, get deep into the money. Things are looking good. I'm also feeling nice, dude. I'm also having a good time here, and I hope you are as well, because these matches are looking quite exciting right now.
Yeah, exactly. And Ted, we've already had a couple of games today as well. 2-1 for Reason over Nexus and a 2-0 by ENCE, which is somewhat more expected. That Reason one in particular feels like a bit of a curveball, though.
Yeah, I was looking at that game, and I was actually quite surprised by the way that Reason were able to get through the first round as well, right? Without dropping a single game. They've been looking good, man. And I feel like for this Polish lineup with a lot of players that maybe are not the most famous ones across the top echelons of Tier 2 Counter-Strike, it is really nice to see them play some good Counter-Strike. A little bit disappointing for Nexus, but yeah, as you pointed out, when it comes down to the second series of the day, I felt like it would have been a little bit too crazy for Sparta to even get a map off events at this point.
Yeah, exactly. ENCE starting to cement themselves in a pretty good spot overall. Of course, we've got two more games to bring you, kickstarting things with Tricked taking on Partizan, followed by CYBERSHOKE 500 as well. So Ted's going to be pretty excited for that one, I'm sure, in particular. But fellas, as we kind of start moving through this, and we'll focus more in now on Tricked and Partizan, and we'll start things off with the Danes, right? Tricked. Pavlos, talk to me about these guys, right? You know, there's a lot to like on this side, and of course, some new faces with some experience, especially in the likes of Valde.
Yeah, I'll completely agree there, right? Experience, like you said, with Valde. These guys obviously have been around the block, multiple Danish rosters they've been a part of, and I feel like they kind of get entering a groove now, right? Making more and more of these playoff tournaments, and you know, these youngsters can also provide quite the punch, right? You've got the likes of Croc, that is one of the most recent additions, right? When you talk about May, he's now had a few months to gel in the roster. So I feel like now is the point where you can prove yourself, no longer being under the umbrella. Okay, he's still gelling with the team. That's no longer the case, right? And I feel with Salazar, that's a nice duo to have. And generally, like, we know how these players can perform, and we know how far these players can perform at a deeper level, right? Even competing against better teams, making deeper runs. You've got the likes of Nodius, who's been around the block, right? Making that run with Ecstatic into the Copenhagen Major as well. So I feel like this roster has a really big potential to you know, continue to bring Denmark up into that Counter-Strike tier 1.5 level. I just want to see that a little bit more consistently, though.
Yeah, I'm with you there as well. We'll move on to the opponents, and then before we come back to the bigger picture, Partizan on the flip side. Ted, talk to me about this, guys. Right? I mean, there's a lot to like on their side in terms of so much firepower. Individuals like Dragon, who we know can bring a lot to the table. Kindo, this youngster who has hot moments but maybe lacks consistency. Vlad, another guy with a lot of experience, and also team hopped too. So there's parts of this team that make them super scary.
Yeah, I feel like you're looking at this Partizan lineup. Obviously, at this point, we know that the organization is looking to sell those guys, right? So for them, there is a massive moment of, I guess, a big factor of motivation, right? You got to prove yourselves. You had a depression around 2 months ago, which is, interestingly enough, the same amount of time that Croc has spent with Trick. But then you're looking at the number of maps that Croc has played with Trick is around 23. You're looking at the number of maps that Depression has played, it's 87. So Partizan have been grinding quite a lot, right? They've played almost 4 times the officials of their opponents in the last couple of months. Guys like Collins, Dragon, and Kindo, I guess this is nothing new for them as they've been around for multiple years. But yeah, I mean, it's the same old with this lineup, isn't it? You just have 5 people that shoot really well. They have fantastic firepower. And now you're going into the server wondering which face of Partizan you're going to get today, considering that now they've got Bax as the coach as well, which I think is a good addition, knowing that he's known the players for many years. So he definitely has a nice personal touch with this team and definitely a good relationship with all the players.
Of course, and Pavlos as well, when we look at Partizan, some of their recent results are actually super impressive, right? Look, wins over Big, wins over Sangao, Passion UA, Nexus a couple of times. I mean, you're looking at this side now where they're actually starting to punch up above their weight quite well.
Sure, and I think there was a period in time as well in June where they just wouldn't drop games. In July, sorry, they kept on getting win after win against some decent rosters. You mentioned a few of them, right? Metizport and TNL had a moment where they were just unbeatable at some point, right? Had one win after the other. Partizan put a stop to that. So you're right. There's definitely some elements where you're thinking their highs are really high. It's just what Ted said as well. It's what we'll get to see today. That's the big question. And I feel like when you look at the likes of Partizan, the style of gameplay they bring to the table, there's a bit of a difference to how Tricked like to approach it. I feel like there's a potentially bit of a clash, and I think it will make it a very interesting dynamic getting into this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's turn our attention to the veto as well. And generally speaking, Trick, their map pick is pretty set in stone. Nuke. I feel like it's been a map that recently they've been bringing in towards the pool. Not the most reps, but it's just such a Danish home ground as a whole, and a big punish pick over towards Partizan. But Ted, you look at Partizan, they've actually got a wealth of choices, right? This is a side that have got a pretty deep map pool these days.
Yeah.
And they've slowly started to integrate that overpass as well. So for them, they've gone for the Ancient. We've got Inferno as the decider. How are we feeling now looking at this veto?
I feel like for Partizan, no matter how this one goes, it's still going to be pretty comfortable, right? The fact that you get to, you need to play a Nuke, I guess it was no shock for them. So at a certain point, it feels like it's a little bit better knowing what you're going to be up against, right? It's not uncertainty. You had a lot of time to prepare for the poison. Then you're going with the Ancient. Probably would have loved to go with a Dust 2 on top of that, knowing that they've played it 27 times only in the last couple of months. But they were never going to get that against Tricked. And this is something else that they should have been ready for. So yeah, I think it's a good veto, especially if you go to the third and final one. Inferno is really strong for the Danes, but then Partizan have a lot of firepower. And in general, those two teams play quite the similar maps. Maybe when you're looking at the differences between Dust 2, maybe a little bit of Nuke, but then again, can you really say that the four maps that Tricked have played in the last 3 months are, I guess, sufficient evidence of the fact that they will be much better than Partizan? We can't really know.
Yeah, and Pavlos as well, you're looking at this, and at least from what I see it, this sort of feels like it's destined for a three-mapper.
Yeah, I was about to say the exact same thing, Neo. Obviously, you've got the two teams that really enjoy their particular matchups, and I feel like Nuke is the perfect one for Trick, having that in their pocket going into this one, and Inferno being the potential third one. I will follow up what Ted said about this potentially being like a similar map pool of maps they play, but kind of contrast it with the idea that they're similar in the maps that they avoid, right? And Train is definitely a big part of that one. So the fact that Trick has that extra ban on the table, throwing in Dust 2, I feel it helps them a little bit into this veto. And overall, if I could give slight favoritism, it would be towards Tricked here when looking at this. But you're right, Neo, in saying that the likelihood of seeing a third map is big.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a little head-to-head as well to bring you some key players heading in towards this map as well. Nodios and Dragon, two of the stars, right? Guys who bring a lot of firepower. But, Ted, I want to kind of change the conversation, especially with Nodios. For me, very talented player, brings a lot to the table. But I think one of the big criticisms of him is that in a lot of senses, a lot of people look to him and say he probably shouldn't even be the star. He should be your secondary star, right? I feel like maybe at times he doesn't bring as much output and just raw firepower the way Dragon does.
Yeah, and I feel like this is a really shrewd point that you're making right now. Good news is he's not the star of Tricked, right? I mean, he's putting on some good numbers, but he's not playing the star roles. So you've got Leaks to be the aggressive guy on both T and CT sides. Nodius is, I guess, still that second guy on the T side, but I feel like it is good to have a little bit of diversity when it comes down to it. Have one of the bigger voices on the team as well, one of the more experienced guys alongside Valde, being the guy to run in first on the bomb side. That way you've got one of the guys that is talking a lot going into the bomb side and the other one being a little bit more supportive or maybe on the other side of the map, right? So you're getting a little bit more vocally wise, but I don't really feel like I'm looking at Nodius and thinking it's his job to be the star of the team, right? Whereas when you're looking at Dragon, again, Partizan has a lot of firepower, but Dragon is without a doubt mechanically probably the best player on this lineup, regardless of, looking at guys like Vladen, who's incredibly solid. He's much more of a supportive element. Looking at guys like Kindle that have those good performances every now and then. Collins is an in-game leader nowadays, for God's sake. So Dragon needs to be the guy to bring the goods to the side of Partizan, and whereas with Nodius, it kind of feels like there's a lot of people around him that can do that, so he doesn't necessarily have to go out and step up and drop those 25 kills.
Yeah, for sure. Well, fellas, we're just on the brink of getting this game underway, so I'm going to push you for predictions. Pavlos, Kickstarters, how many maps are we getting in and who's winning it?
Well, it's looking like it's going to be a 3-mapper affair, but again, I feel like if Partizan get off on the strong foot, this could easily be their day. But I feel like because of that flip side matter, I will say Tricked here. I will be the Tricked advocate and say that this could likelihood be a 2-1 victory for them.
And Ted?
All right, you know what? I'm gonna drop a bit of a bomb here. I think Partizan have got this one 2-0. I think Big picking a nuke against Partizan thought they were gonna find a sweet spot as well, where you can go and ask Tapson how that one worked out. I feel like Partizan can. I think if they are on a good foot, if Partizan shoot well, and they have been shooting quite well in the last couple of weeks, they're on a streak of 5 out of their last 6 games being wins. I think they're going to bring in an individual level that Trick might not necessarily be ready for, but I am open to this one going 3 maps because, yeah, I feel like both those teams are incredibly entertaining to watch.
Yeah, the real thing there, is that more of an indictment of Big? Because I think right now it feels like it is with this side. They've been struggling a hell of a lot, but no, Partizan did punish them in a big way. I think I'm going to lean Partizan here just in terms of firepower, but I think this will require all 3 maps. And that's actually, if it does go to the 3rd, where it becomes a little bit more up in the air. So we'll have to wait and see, but fellas, I'm going to throw you into the action. We've got our 3rd game of the day here on Thunderpick, live and ready to go. It's Ancient, it's Partizan's pick, 2 Kickstarters. Fellas, take it away.
Thank you very much, Neo. It's ready to go. Tricked, starting things off on the CT side. Partizan on the T side as their opponent selected the defensive matters. And Ted, we already alluded to this. This is likely going to be a very close game. An interesting conflict of styles as we jump straight into the action here with Partizan being the slight favorites in regards to the odds.
Yeah, still a bit of a 50-50 matchup, though, as we had a conversation about it in the pre-show. I feel like Tricked are, and you alluded to that difference when it comes down to the styles of play. Tricked are a lot more cohesed, a lot more of a unit, whereas with the likes of Partizan, you are looking at a team that knows how to play aggressive Counter-Strike, knows how to make things uncomfortable for the other team. But as well, Collins being the in-game leader and Bags being the coach, I am expecting to bring in a little bit of new ideas into this Partizan mix.
100% already seeing a little bit of movement into this B site. Fully taken over here for Partizan as Tricked completely vacate the premise and look to go for that 5v5 retake. Partizan, can they disrupt before the flow comes in for the Trick side? The flash allows Nodius the crunch, but instead it's Skull that goes down. Still, close fight, but it does seem Trick are not getting the better end of this one. Kindo is able to put Valde in a really tough spot, present himself in front of him, a little bit of damage, but all Dragon needs to do is escape the smoke and land the bullet at the back of his opponent's head.
I mean, we could go for a while and take guesses whether the T's had the perfect ante and they just knew that the CTs love rocking those A-bomb side stacks on the pistol rounds. What we can work with is the fact that Partizan find themselves on an empty bomb side, and then they say, hey, you know what, we're not going to be playing this one passively. You're playing on a retake, meaning you're probably going to have a kit, you're probably going to have a little bit of veto. We're going to bring the fight to you, and win the majority of the kills. Forest by still coming in for the CT side, though. A couple SMGs, a couple pistols as well, with the Uto.
Yeah, and I guess we'll get to see a little bit of how Tricked will be approaching this one. Maybe a bit of a gamble to be taken as 2 players are joined up in mid-matters. Look at this push, though. Dragon's gone quite deep in red. A lot of information. You may have heard some footsteps here and there. And Salazar goes for the peek. It's Dragon to spot him out, but no damage inflicted on either side. That smoke will split the map in 2 as Partizan make waves towards the center of the map.
I think you're starting to realize that the moment that you see one player being in towards CT spawn and spotting red like that, you know, okay, he's not going to be alone in towards the A-bomb side. So if there is a stack going on, might be the A-bomb side, and that's what they're reading into. Nodius all alone.
Indeed.
Oh,
blocking out his opponents.
They decide not to challenge. That's interesting. They just gave it away right now. You still have a lot of time to work with, which should be all right, but you want to make sure you're not second-guessing yourselves too much.
And if you're Tricked, do you really want to be moving around all that much? Holding to their positions, and it just is the wrong call at this moment in time. Partizan making the right read and leaving the A site open. Croc, the only one nearby, is taken down instantly. Sure, Valde is there to break down on Dragons' push. But other than that, that's 4 players left, and it's got to be a save, right?
Yeah, you want to concede this one, right? You got to know how to say when you've been, or admit when you've been bested, and this is what Partizan did. This is the type of round where you could afford to do something like that, knowing that you've pushed the CTs away from middle, knowing that they haven't pushed in towards A main, and at all times you had one player nearby Donut, so, or not Donut, but Elbow, sorry. Partizan definitely playing a little bit of a tricky game, but you know what? You make it look clean. You deploy a little bit of veto in towards the B-bomb side, so you're just toying with Tricked right now, and those are the fakes that could sometimes be a bit of a pain to deal with on the side of the Danes. Good news is they hold on to pretty much everything bar whatever Croc had, right? So a couple SMGs, even another one dropped over to Leagues. That was the Mac 10 that Valde won by getting his kill. So you got the 3 SMGs in the upgraded pistol, not a lot of veto, but you still get to pretty much replay the previous round here for Trick. Still do a little bit of damage.
Yeah, still capable of packing a bit of a punch here. Partizan equipping fully in their utility, though. Want to make sure they've got everything to facilitate a clean round. They don't really want to be missing out on too many weapons here. Although they had a clean second one, avoiding maximum confrontation with their opponents. But as a starter, it's a widespread, a default. Now for a bit of a mid push, though. It's 4 players strong. Croc, that is a lovely 1-dig. And the bomb dropped. Information for Tricked. Look how they respond to it as well. Bunching their players up together. This could be a bit of a ball of death. Dragon potentially to confront them. But he's a bit all by himself, isn't he? Isolated, if you will. There's a bit of a question mark game here for Tricked. They've got a lot of space uncleared.
They're double faking them again, right? You show a little bit of early presence towards the B bomb side, you lose the player in red, and you make it sound like it's going, or you make it look like it's going to be an A take, and then again they double back in towards the B bomb side. This time it's Nodius once again, by the way, all alone. Last time he had a smoke to stop them. He's got that again, but it's all going to be about the timing, all about when Dragon wants to get active.
Yeah, Nodius as well knows that players are approaching, calling his team for reinforcements, but again, a cautious approach on the cross is required. Nodius holding within the smoke, wanting to disrupt, but he is spotted quickly. Dragon, there's a sense here for Tricked that he's around, and that's an AK upgrade for the youngest for Tricked.
They'll give it a go. They got the kill cleanly. No kid, so you got to be quick with it, but you've got a chance.
You really do. Partizan, all 3 in the middle of the site. Not really wanting to take these deep positions. The first spotted already, but the trade goes in favor of Leaks early on. Mac-10 and MP9 doing some heavy lifting. Vladimir realizes this is a bit far out of reach. Has a self-assisted flash to dropping into this one, but Valda, all he has to do is keep his teammate alive. On his efforts to defuse Trick, get a clean retake underway. Smart to spot out where Dragon was hiding and clean up thereafter.
Oh, it's so methodical. It's so clean from them. I mean, I say clean. They still had so many players being low on HP towards the end of it. Look at that shot, though, from the Deke. It's absolutely nasty coming out of Croc. And he's one of the people that you're looking at. Actually, the way that he got picked up from Trick was quite interesting, or by Trick, shall I say. A couple months ago, he was playing the Gamebox Festival 2025 LAN event. He was still an Astralis Talent player back then.
Sure.
He did lose to Trick in a 0-2 fashion, but played quite well. Then he played one more game with Astralis Talent and got picked up by Trick.
Yeah, it didn't take long for Trick to get their scouting work done. But this is looking very smooth sailing here for the Trick side, as if they're cosplaying janitors, really. Mops out, swept the floor, and that is going to be a second round in pocket.
Yeah, those are the types of rounds that you're probably not going to be able to get away with if you're Partizan. I rate the try, right? You've been playing really slow, really methodical, really, I want to say cautious Counter-Strike so far on the T side, trying to play with the map. So it's not a bad adjustment to try and go for something a little bit quicker, but you're kind of just testing the protocols of the CTs when it comes down to a B-Rush, and they just pass it perfectly.
Back into economical collapse here for Partizan for the first time, a potential for Tricked to put themselves in pole position. Bit of an extremity push as well for the left-hand side with the likes of Partizan. Tricked as well. Bit of a push and pull, poke and prod. Get as much information as possible. You know you can afford to. There is no pressure exerted by Partizan, but the fact that it's quiet on that left-hand side, you're starting to wonder how many players you need to dedicate to the A-side defense.
Not too many, probably. Oh, this should be all right.
Especially with Croc nearby.
Yeah. It is good that they're giving him some of the star roles, right? That's the conversation we had with Nodios, especially now with Croc coming into the team. Obviously, T side-wise, he's more of a lurk type of guy, but CT side-wise, he's attempted around 29% of the opening fights on Trick since he's arrived. So you've got yourselves a pretty aggressive rifler, which I guess you combine him with Leaks as well. And you've got the 2 youngsters that are going to be bringing in all the firepower on the defense, alongside obviously the Op of Salazar, who you're probably hoping to see a little bit more active, or at least I am, because I know mechanically he's really cracked, but he's not really been taking the initiative as much lately.
Well, Partizan needs to be a little bit cautious. Sure, he's got the high-low setup together with Leaks, but will end up losing his life. Losing one rifle isn't the end of the deal here for them, especially with the Leaks getting a triple kill and holding on to his own Kalashnikov means there is no harm to that. Therefore, lead gained by the Danish org.
Yeah, this is the reason this tricked lineup, by the way, is starting to look really exciting. Because at the start of the year, when it got formed, everyone was looking at it and saying, well, that's just going to be the Danish team that's going to be playing between Tier 3 and Tier 4, right? They're probably not going to go through too much of a jump, but a couple roster changes later. They've been playing some good Counter-Strike. Now you've got a couple guys that can actually bring in the firepower, and they are in a good streak themselves as well. We were talking about Partizan winning 5 out of their last 6 best of 3s. Well, with Trick, that number is 4 out of 5, but still pretty good results. Wins over ARCRED, 9, Betclic, Sangao. Dropped just 1 series to OG. That's about it.
It's also a little bit about Valda getting a taste of the top again, right? It's been a good while. Wants to be part of the top conversation and
I mean,
leading. Yeah.
I'd say we're far from him getting a taste of what the top felt like. Still a lot of work to be done, but now you can see a world where he takes them somewhere, right? That's the exciting part, I feel
Get into a qualifier, get him into a big event. I don't feel it's too far out of reach. Sure, you need to have a little bit more consistent performances here and there, and especially with this MRQ system. You need good results in many tournaments, and they're definitely not grinding as much as Partizan are to get those results in. Still, though, this push from Partizan seems to be the end of the deed here for Partizan, but that molly will quickly make them double back from the decision.
Yeah, good util. Depression. Would have loved that kill, but it's Croc instead, actually, from the heaven. And you can see how well coordinated all of that is, by the way. The moment that Valde gives him the little jiggle, that's the moment when the cave player goes for the swing. So, yeah, Partizan, 27 seconds. They're pretty much forced to go for the save right here, right now. Trick, they're going to win this one with all 5 surviving. And you can already look at the bank account starting to get piled up a little bit for the side of Trick. Well, that's going to be amplified quite a lot at the end of this round. All 5 alive, 2 more kills, which of course is $100 in each of those players' personal accounts as well. And suddenly we found ourselves at a point where Trick's economy is impossible to break down. And this is a pretty simple round as well, right? It's just 1 kill from the Oper. A nice bait in towards middle. That's it. That's what they needed to win a round. If you're Partizan, you don't want those rounds to be that easy to win from Trick's perspective. That's why I feel like this is a good time for a tactical timeout. Bax definitely doesn't see or doesn't like what he sees.
Yeah. Get these players chatting a little bit.
I guess you could say he doesn't see what he likes as well, because he likes it when they're winning, right? So it goes both ways.
I guess so, yeah, sure. Always goes both ways. And the same thing goes for Trick, right? Because they also have a chance to discuss how this one is going for them. A little bit more of the same, really, though. Not much can be adjusted at this point in time. Haven't been tested so much on the full buy CT rounds.
It's just the good little details. The fact that, for example, the Oper decides to start the previous round. You're trying to punish Partizan before they know what type of an idea they want to implement into a round. So there is some minor adjustments every single time from the side of Trick. There's just nothing massive, and all of it seems to be working out perfectly.
Both teams trying to prevent each other's presence in lower mid. But as the flames subside, Partizan will start to make their move. And you can also see Depression slowly inching closer to this B-bomb site. One of the 2 players with just a pistol in hand. But most importantly, C4 in his back. Leaks is the one with first blood, though. That's going to complicate the affair for Partizan, losing Vlad in here. So they group up their players. A bit of a bunch up in mid again. 1 minute on the clock. Just to start making moves. Only 3 flashes available to them.
They haven't spotted the OP yet either, which could be a little bit of an issue. Well, now they have. Salazar collects this one. It's so easy for him to get the kill. And now they're pretty much forced to go for the B play. You don't want to run into the OP anymore. You don't really have the util to deal with him. Just 2 flashes and you're hoping for the best. But Trick just playing this one on a bit of a retake setup.
Yeah, clean protocols. You know you've gotten 2 picks already. Just drop back and let Partizan make the move. Walk into your arms. Leaks with a 1-2.
Careful.
Is a bit under trouble with Collins finding a double kill. Not out of reach winning this round, especially with the bomb plant and another pick. This is within reason. Collins on fire, looking for another head. Salazar posted. Surely you know an AWP is in place. Flash though. Falls Salazar out of position. Croc taking one down finally, putting an end to Collins' spree. Kindo down to 20. So Trick should have this one under control. Switch to the AK here, back to Valder.
They've got an aid.
See if it's well placed, that is the question. Molly to Brock out, cave access. Kindo reveals himself as he gets out of the angle. Valder knows that if he just holds on to this angle, there's nothing Kindo can do. And Salazar just hides away. Make sure that he doesn't go down with the ship there as Trick gets a decent retake underway.
This is already looking quite worrying, by the way. Look at how crisp Leaks is with the headshot. But yeah, as of right now, both Croc and Leaks individually are looking pretty exciting. I mean, Leaks probably overextending a little bit in towards the B-bomb side, but still they don't really get punished for it. And Croc, I know he just gets one kill, but the damage on the second player is actually all the difference in the world. Kindo pretty much forced to hold on to his rifle, back to buying ways for the side of Partizan, the previous one being a little bit of a hard buy only, but you need something to change.
Croc sticking around this time around. In cubby. Valder's there for assistance, but you don't quite anticipate Croc swinging there. That's already one and nearly cleaning up the second. Somehow Kindo is able to escape with his life. Just 2 points of health. If you're Partizan, you've got to respect them here. Just complete drop back and reassess. Look at the push up in ramp though.
Do you have a choice? Croc is absolutely crazy, so reckless, and the block is perfect in towards the B-bomb side. They just can't go.
Oh,
the map is closed. The ball has been dropped. Look at him go.
They're coming in from all directions, Ted. Tricked are able to completely block Partizan in. It's so difficult to deal with all these players, all of these positions. Nodius, up close, first contact, a potential push from Vladen. And it's the easiest spray of his life. And Kindo will go down shortly after that. Tricked. Entering a bit of a spree here on the CT side, feeling very comfortable. And I'm starting to get worried about Partizan here. This is their own map pick.
Yeah, this is quickly becoming a conversation from Partizan got this one 2-0 in the back to Tricked might actually dominate the hell of them, right? It doesn't feel like Partizan are even getting going, right? It feels like every single time they try to go for something, they're just getting slapped right in the face. Or even the worst, there's a truck just driving over them. Trying to decide which one sounds more painful at this point. Another half by coming in. Kindo and Dragon with the hero rifles. At this point, it feels like Partizan just need one round to go their way.
You know what I got reminded of when you said a truck running over them? Have you watched any ASDF movies when you were a kid?
I'm not sure.
And there was a guy said, I like trains. And then a train just walks and goes over the screen and runs him over. I don't know. That's
what type of stuff were you watching when you were a kid?
Bro, that is just our childhood type of brain rot, right?
Right.
It's these days have got Bombardillo, Crocodillo, and we had ASDF movies. What can I say? I'm the Italian man who went to Malta. The culture people know.
I was watching Cartoon Network, you know, Dexter's Lab.
I'm talking about the early days of YouTube.
All right. Yeah, I was not really watching YouTube in the early days of YouTube.
Okay. Rain. Okay, I'll stop.
Oh my god.
Oh dear, Kindo.
And I wasn't even talking about the upshot.
Leaks in a bit of trouble. Calling Nodius to help out, but somehow finding the key out of dodge, and he can hear commotion in cave. Now the Trick players are turning their focus in this position. Vladen will try and exit, but in the process loses his teammate. Croc closing in as well, looking to box Vladen in. And it's unsure how the pressure can really help. He's trying to exert some pressure from ramp himself, but he's unable to do so. Trick seemed to be under a bit of difficulty early on, but somehow able to keep themselves afloat.
9 rounds in, Leaks and Crocker combining for 20 kills. And yeah, sure, Cell Partizan need a second tactical timeout right now. Nothing's working out. I know this was a half buy and you're after the damage, you're after making it a little bit closer, but it just feels like it's so comfortable for Trick. Every fight they go for, there's a player watching every single time Partizan attempt to play a pop play. There's HOTU on already. Trick have not really been doing anything wrong so far when it comes down to the CT side of Ancient. And this is starting to look a little bit worrying for Partizan. Of course, a bit of a difference considering Trick did get a direct invite into this one. So they haven't really played any Thunderpick matchups prior to being here. For the side of Partizan is not quite like it. They've been playing a little bit more, but the group stage went perfectly for them. A 2-0 win over Mix, a 2-1 game over ECLOT. So you felt like maybe even in terms of being warmed up, Partizan should have been in the better position. Doesn't feel like they're warmed up.
And that's the approach you take, Collins. Nice pickup.
Oh my god.
That flash is superb from Salazar. Croc somehow has been unleashed. Oh, you've created a monster. Croc really finding his groove. And Depression realizes he's all by himself. Heavy lifting required with Salazar having his number dialed in, shut down. That is some quick work there from Croc.
You can't stop the Croc. He really turns into a true crocodile right there. Devours every single Partizan player on middle. But that flash there, that late flash was an absolute lifesaver. Croc should have been dead after the first kill. The flash sets him up for a lovely spray transfer, and I really hope we've got a replay of that. Maybe not now, maybe later on, but that was absolutely beautiful out of Croc.
That's ridiculous. Definitely entering on the highlight clips of the tournament so far. We've had a few cool moments here for the Thunderpick European Series too. But this one's definitely getting up there. That's a decent spray. Although, I would have expected Collins to take more damage. There you go. Leaks is able to finish the job up. And again, Partizan finding economical difficulties. Solo AK duties onto Dragon. It looked like they were trying to boost over the smoke for a second, but think better of it as it shortly fades. Leaks able to read Dragon's angle and able to continue the spray down. Valda as well with a flash, helping out. It's actually noticed his flash, but it is creating instant chaos really for the Partizan side, and Trick converge on all directions. A complete mode down here on the CT side.
I've got shocking news for you, by the way. We've played 11 rounds, or we've watched 11 rounds of Counter-Strike. Leaks has got 16 kills. The entire Partizan lineup has 17.
Yikes.
That's been a tough one. That's been a really tough one for Partizan. And I really feel like from this point onwards, this is just turning into a map of can Partizan wake up on time for Nuke, right? Because they get to start on the CT side of Nuke. This is still not unsalvageable completely for the conversation about the series, but this map, it just looks done.
You need this round, at least, for Partizan. You need to get this going. Give you a better chance on the second half. Depression,
all right.
Great opener. Doubles up as well. That's a decent transfer through the smoke. Salazar, nice little swing. Unsure that he spotted his opponent first, especially with the flashes being thrown in. Not impossible for the retake, but Leaks is the one that needs to be the front man, the only one with the AK. Depression being low could quickly be a very close affair. Break out of the smoke with an HE. Depression will be spouting out his opponent first, and with that, Salazar has to do it in a 1v3 fashion. This is going to be tough, especially with the big green. Depression hands himself over, but at least he gives his team the info. Vladen with the cross line covered. 9-3 is the score by the end of this half. At least Partizan giving themselves a fighting chance, but when you look at this half overall, it had tricked all over it.
Yeah, this is one that they needed desperately. I'm going to take a quick look at the replay. Lovely double entry coming in from Depression, and even the third kill as well on Leaks trying to get ahead of the smoke. But even with that third round, it's really difficult to go into that second half thinking that we're gonna notice or witness a comeback coming in from Partizan.
It was a full blue carpet, really, for Trick, wasn't it? It was a pistol and follow-up collected by Partizan. Trick get guns on the board. It wasn't even guns on the board, right? It was saved, forced SMGs from the second round, and they didn't let go ever since.
Yeah.
Well,
We don't talk about
one.
that. Out of respect for Partizan, we're not talking about the fact that they even won the pistol round. Yeah?
Okay, sure.
What we should be talking about is how can Partizan turn things around here, at least psychologically, right? Because Trick have played a phenomenal CT side. Leaks and Croc are absolutely unstoppable. We can all see that. Dragon is on 1 kill, which is not usually the greatest of signs, especially when we're talking about your star of the show, right? Your best mechanical player.
Sure.
You want him to get a little bit warmer before Nuke, right? Even if we do accept that this map is quite difficult to salvage, it still technically could be a little bit closer. You win that pistol round, you win the conversions, Dragon gets a couple nice eco kills, he gets that confidence up, starts shooting back, and then suddenly Partizan can still even make this map a little bit more competitive and maybe have something to say about Nuke, but at this point it would be straight up disrespectful to say Trick don't deserve to close it here and now.
Yeah, we'll see if they can make their life easier by winning this pistol round. But for now, a full grouped effort in mid, a bit of a late push as well from Valda. Collins able to chip Salazar away from the rest of the pack as Tricked make their way into this A site. Nodius takes a step backwards to deal with Dragon, trying to rotate over. The luck for Dragon still not finding its way back in. And with this C4 being put into the ground, Partizan have a bit of a struggle in their hands, a bit of a gap to close into this A site. still. Brock can heal the commotion. Able to land the quick 1-2 onto Depression. Vladen, there's a bit of an answer. Here we go, that's more like it by Vladen. Croc is disruptive, to say the least. But Nodius is in that 1v2 now. Sure, the bomb is planted for him, but indeed a kick is available, and so is there a cover for the smoke. Nodius, what do? Wanting to go for the knife? His opponent stands there as a human meat shield, and it's enough to permit the defuse.
Yeah, you know what? This is what they wanted. We don't care how clean the round is. We only care about whether they win it or not. This is how you get a bit of a closer map. The knife kill still coming in, meaning there will be an AK-47 for sure going into the next round there. Vladen with a couple nice shots. Nodius securing that extra money, of course. Vladen doing his absolute damnness, sacrificing his own life for his teammate and the greater cause. So this is Partizan picking up 2 out of 2 pistol rounds on Ancient. Now it would be quite a shame if they were to lose their team 4, so might as well try and win a couple more rounds.
Yeah, I think it's still a scary second round here for Tricked. A couple of rifles available to them, and we know that the Mac-10 and Tech-9s can pack quite a punch on the pacey rounds.
Yeah.
Vladen gets caught out first.
Ooh.
The perfect entry for Croc. And now a breakaway into this B site imminent. Collins under a bit of trouble. Fire, lead, everything thrown at him. It's uncomfortable, and Trick know that this site is theirs.
That's it. You gotta call it off. Spam is coming in. They're trying to find a reason to stick around and potentially to go for it. But Croc is coming in from the back lines. Dragon needed to win the fight. Does so. And that's another rifle that I'm not sure Dragon really wants to upgrade to. Might as well hold on to the M4. Yeah. But you know what? Croc is a genius. So my man Croc would never go on and hunt if he had an AK, you know?
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be better if he had a Tech-9 or a Mac-10, you know? It would be less of an issue.
You can't keep him on anything less than a rifle when he's got 60 kills.
You're right. You definitely cannot. But for Depression, it's a change. A Galil from the FAMAS.
Is it? I think it has been Depression for him ever since round 1. I mean, for the entire Partizan team. It's been a little bit of a tough one. And this round was played out perfectly by Trick, by the way. Just want to highlight the detail there. You're pretty much using the Molotovs as alarm systems in towards the B bomb side. You deploy the smoke, mollies in towards the pillar and in towards blue. You're just waiting to hear that one tick, and then everyone knows where they should be looking once the flashes go over.
Partizan, the start of this game, had at least an idea of how to read their opponents, but we haven't really seen too much of the mind games being played out so far. Germany push here. Doesn't work out Partizan way. Instead, Depression is the first to fall.
A lot of damage done, though. You could still capitalize on it. League's down to 63. Salazar is low. Notice does go down. That's to the Galil of Vladen. So there is an opportunity right here for Partizan.
Check out the timing on Croc. He could potentially push out onto the safe side and create some havoc here. Vladen, though, is able to find 2 in total this round. Dragon expecting someone to be nearby. That's a great read. Croc no longer having A-site control. It's back to the drawing board for Tricked.
Gotta rotate back to B-bomb side. Thing is, Collins hasn't moved away from that cave angle, and especially with the MP9 in hand, if they decide to walk in, he could be so deadly, but as of right now, they seem to be avoiding him. Thing is, the rest of the players are not being passive. Dragon is already on a bit of a lookout in towards middle, and he's not seeing anything, so Kindo any moment now could start getting a little bit closer in towards that B-bomb side alongside Dragon, who's just now climbing up shelf.
With the movement Partizan have been able to do, it's looking more unlikely for Tricked by the second. Ooh, Collins missing out on the timing. But surely you must know Cave could be inhabited. Surely you must consider it as a point of contact. Collins cleanly takes care of Vald. Leaks, also spotted. Self-assisted flash. But it bears no fruit. Partizan can collectively move into the site. That's a decent spray down. A double kill. The spray connects onto Collins' head as well, but the fact that Partizan had a third player, a third body to throw at the problem, it's enough. And therefore, round is collected for the Partizan side.
I'm just waiting for the replay of that spray down, by the way, to say, welcome to Counter-Strike 2, ladies and gentlemen. There's no world in which that was a headshot, by the way, but he still makes it so damn close. Partizan played a perfect round. Look at that. He headshot the person, not the person that you saw on your screen, the person behind him. That's insane.
Oh, dear. Well, this is providing Partizan some comfort. We were talking about that they just needed to start nailing some frags, starting to gain some confidence, get a few rounds in there, and maybe there's a chance they could break through. That's what they needed. Another breakaway, and Trick could find themselves under economical collapse.
Also, we have to keep it to the back of our minds that Collins is fairly new to the IGL role, right? He's not been an in-game leader all his life. So when you've got an IGL like that, sometimes momentum is going to be a big thing, right? You start winning a couple rounds, then he's getting more confidence, there's more ideas flowing in, and the team just starts playing better in general.
Tricked. No secret. B-site is the target. And it's also no secret that Partizan have found 2 without any fight back. Sure, Valda's able to deal with him, but with a famous found straight to the smoke. And suddenly, even Steven, 3v3. And Bomb not sticking to this B site. This is going to keep Partizan busy a little bit, but surely they'll clear and realize soon. But by the time they do that, Tricked will be on the other side of the map.
It's all about how aggressive Salazar wants to be, and this is a good approach. Stay in towards tempo. Make sure you're not giving away your position with the shadow.
Surely you must expect something like this in temple already.
Valda's got a free kill on middle.
Valda's not looking.
Oh!
He was looking in the wrong direction. He was having a look at red at that time. Nodius shutting down his first contact. Dragon, it's all down to him now, and I feel like you know where he's coming from. He's got a sprint, so the footsteps are heard. A kit right in front of him. So if he does get the clutch there, potentially could be time, but knows without the information, with potential repositioning from the Trick players, he cannot be winning this one. Has to wave the white flag, Tricked on 11, and that's what they needed to get back into this game.
Yeah, and this is going to be a little bit painful. Dragon staying alive, you're looking at the money, is still not salvaged. It still doesn't mean you're going to have a proper investment going forward. This could be the end of the map, but this is on the back of a 5 versus 3 as well. Partizan got the first kills.
This has got to be a hero rifle play for Partizan. They can't even go for pistols. It's going to be a solo journey on the M4.
I mean, I'm not sure if you want to... It would be a nice moment for a tactical timeout. I don't think you're ecoing here. It still feels a little bit weird. Dragon can drop over a rifle, so you can have 2 M4s in the mix, but this should be a full investment.
Oh boy. Indeed, Ted, this could very much be it. Tricked, being able to balance their economy, having rough buys and still being competitive. Disrupting Partizan time and time again. Albeit the early successes in each of the halves, the Balkan squad not able to quite get a hold of this map so far, but this time it looks a little bit different. 2 picks to nothing. The 2 rifles doing work. Tricked. If they don't find an answer soon, they could be in trouble. Nobody shuts down Collins' life, but the push onto the A site seems unstoppable.
You got to be careful. You don't want to be giving away a round like this. You don't want this to be the way that you lose the map. Depression's able to catch him on a bit of a timing. Salazar still ended up dropping another one, though. It's a 2v3. It's still doable for the T's.
Very much doable. Valda wins a very close 1v1 against Vladan there. Down to 35 points of health.
Eyes on Nodius. He's going for that late flank.
Around the world, but he's the only one left. No one holding down the fort. Slowly creeping his way. Surely you must realize that there's a prospect of Nodius being behind you. Kindo on the defuse, the kit is there, you've got to connect with the spray. Indeed you have, but now you've revealed your position. Depression can now swing. You need to connect with a headshot, but Depression gets there on time.
He doesn't have time, he needs to pick up the kit.
He's got the kit, and he's got time.
He doesn't have it.
He's got time. This is so close. So damn close! Oh no! Having half a second more, or taking in a moment to find the kit before you start defusing could have been it, but Trick get away with murder.
That is insane. This is pure chaos. He just didn't realize it. Didn't know he didn't have the time. Didn't know he needed to pick up the kit initially. Surely he had to, but he just gets lost in the sauce. And it goes down to the wire. Simply didn't have enough time. Simply not enough.
That's a bit heartbreaking, isn't it? Bit of an understatement,
really
to be honest.
heartbreaking. Another 5 versus 3. That's back-to-back 5v3s. This is a map that could be a 13-5 that was not as one-sided. Especially on the second half. Partizan will probably feel like they never got to join and play their game. But Tricked have been all over them. They really have been.
Dagger to the face, a knife in the heart. The blades are just creating wounds over and over again. And for Tricked, now they know they just have to stick the landing. 7 rounds, 7 chances. Vladan with a higher kill count for Partizan. having his hands on an A1S and hoping he can get something done here in mid. Potential first contact with Leaks. Thinking better of that trade. Molly's blocking out the first cave push, and on that 50-second mark, Partizan actually make a good traversal. That's 4 players strong on the defensive lines.
Yeah, and there isn't a whole lot of mollies or flashes on the T side. I mean, I say flashes, they don't have a single one, just the one Molotov on Leaks and the smokes.
This could go wrong real quick. Smoke out. Nodia's trying to create a gap throughout it, 30 seconds, and the smart reposition has been made. Great call by Valda. But the Molly again, interrupting the block. 20 seconds. This has allowed 2 players to already place themselves to the back of the site. Make that 3. Dragon with a 5-7. And there's nothing to clear this. There's a fire line. Vladden hasn't just been tested yet, but quickly is shut down. Sure, Salazar takes down his own team in the process, but he's cleared out the site. Look at the flank though. Collins, he can interrupt the bomb plant. Nodius turns around right on time. And now Kinder's all that remains. But I'm afraid the chances that Partizan had in this round have all gone up in air. And Kindo, all he can do is give it his best. Nothing more, nothing less. But this round destined for the Danes. Nodius with the first engagement. Salazar deep in the corner. This is going to be an awkward one for Kindo. Wherever he tries to peek first, he's going to be under a lot of eyes. Tricked. There you have it. They've been dominating from the first half. Sure, Partizan showed an inkling of getting back into this game at the end of the second one once they found some comfort on the CT, but it just wasn't enough. Tripped had just too much leeway.
Oh, apologies. Barn burner, like I was saying, off map number 1. Didn't go the way we expected, but we got to figure that out pretty quickly. 9 rounds in a row from this Trick side, more or less seal the deal in the first half. And while there was moments and blips here where you saw Partizan and what they were trying to do, I think as the guy said on the cast, they just never got to the point of being able to play their game and really get into the groove of it. And actually, that's all credit to Trick. Again, the way in which that was called, excellently played all the way throughout. Some monstrous moments that come through. I mean, in particular, Croc had a fantastic 4K pushing through mid. Moments like that are proof in the pudding that this out of a lot of different facets of where they find firepower and where this side becomes really, really exciting. That round at the end as well, chaos, carnage, but they react well. That mid-round adjustment, sub 30 seconds, moving back towards the A side, and despite the mollies in towards cave, still that pushing towards the site that's excellently executed coming through. That's what Trick are all about, and it puts a real spanner in the works of this series now. So well played from Trick. I mean, a lot of people that you want to kind of throw out as sort of, you know, names that you value. Obviously, Leaks, a fantastic map all the way throughout from him. Ted brought him up early in towards kind of the pre-show, just in terms of the hero positions, the firepower that he can bring to the table. And I was worried that if nobody else is your guy, always stepping up, that's where questions have to be asked. Thankfully, that wasn't the case. He could be that secondary star in a way, and that's what made this team super, super scary. On the flip side, their star, Partizan of Dragon, couldn't get going. Never found the form, never really got to a point of feeling comfortable at all, and ending 6-14 is never where you want to see as well. And unfortunately, that was the narrative of Partizan, not only in terms of the way in which they approach the map, their calling, their understanding of breaking down Trick, but their individuals. Nothing ever clicked or came online, and that's just how good this Trick side can be, and hence why, I mean, even Pavlos kind of predicted them as the winners, and right now looking like they're in a good position to do so. This has thrown up this series in the air massively. We said it was destined for 3, but Matt Nuke coming up next as well, and with how good Trick are looking, it then becomes a different story. We then look at a map in which the Danes have looked very, very good on, despite only a few reps. They've won 3 out of 4 in the last few months. Very good for them. And sure, Partizan have played this map a hell of a lot, but to very limited amounts of success. And with the confidence that Trick are bringing through now as well, this becomes a big debate about whether Partizan can get over this rut that they're in, get over this sort of mental funk that seems to be affecting them at the moment, and whether they can refresh heading in towards map number 2. But fantastic as a whole. I think that first half set the precedent for just how good Trick can be. Like I said, 9 in a row. There's no debating about it. They were in complete control, running through the motions. And sure, some of those rounds came a little close, but credit where it's due, right? They made life super difficult for Partizan on that T side. They could never get anything going. They were struggling to even get the bomb down more than anything. indicative of just the total domination that Trick brings to the table. And then they close it in style 3 in a row to see off that T side, showing that they can do it across both halves. And on a map right now as well, which is so popular in the tier 2 because it is, and it has become a sort of a great litmus test about the understanding is this new Pugger's Paradise of a map. That is real credit to how well this Trick side played. So ultimately, I think the ending tone off the back of map number 1 is just how worried we're feeling for this Partizan side. They looked a shadow of their former selves, especially against the side like Big, for example, where that series was dominant. We spoke about the wins they've picked up recently, got nothing of that in that opening map. So this next sort of 10 to 15 minutes, the break in between the maps is actually going to be super important. They need to completely refresh, take a breather, step back and reset. And now they can't think long-term in the series. They've actually got to approach this one round at a time, thinking, right, this is not our map pick, but we've already picked up a decent winner recently, right? Let's start to use that as motivation. We know what we can do. We know their protocols. I'm sure they want to predict this map was at least part of the pool in some regard. Now we've got to be able to show, again, what we can bring to the table. For Partizan, if they are to just fizzle out here at this stage of this tournament, that would be a bit of an injustice as well. This is a side that have looked very, very good recently. We saw nothing of that in towards map number 1. I still think this series is far from over, and I still think that map number 3 is a potential, but Partizan needs to show a completely different side to themselves heading in towards map number 2. But all signs pointing to Tricked in the 2-0 here. They've got their map pick of Nuke coming up next as well, and if Partizan play like that, they're not even going to be able to scratch the surface on how good the Danes can play. Excellently called by Valder. The run of form from the individuals, leaks look fantastic. Nodios had great moments. Croc as well, the youngster, the quote-unquote newbie of this side, looking like a vet in the server, and the way he approached it, his understanding of how to put pressure on, brilliantly done. So as a whole, Partizan, that is a map to forget, and one they're hoping to forget nice and quickly. But we're going to have to see whether that is the case. For now, we're going to go to a break. When we are back, all preparation for map number 2 of Nuke, as Tricked are looking to seal this in 2.
force the kill. The last second. Right to the smoke.
Well, fellas, who would have thought we would have been here, and especially in the fashion that we're here? Tricked. All credit to them. Pavlos, what an excellent performance coming through from the Danes. They made kind of light work out of Partizan, and that's the worrying sign. Partizan showed nothing about the side that we've come to know and love, and Tricked, I don't see any world in which they slow down onto us Nuke.
We did allude that Partizan relied on some individual performances, right? When it came to some players being explosive, you know, coming out the gates, firing on all four cylinders. And one of those players you'd expect to be that, and Partizan have grew to expect to fill that position, is Dragon. And that is not what we saw, right? I felt like he was very slow to get into the game, didn't really find himself the favorable exchanges to get warmed up on the server. And I feel this is not the Partizan that we expected to see. Sure, we know that they are, you know, in prone to potentially have shaky performances, but I feel like that was that extra mile.
And that's why you never give the word to Pavlos, because you don't get to say anything else after that. We're ready for map number 2 though, folks. We jump right into this Nuke here as Partizan starting on the CT side have already picked up that pistol round. This officially means that they are yet to drop a pistol in the series, meaning they do indeed find themselves in quite a difficult spot being down one map. But hey, you know what? I still believe in the miracle here for the Balkans.
Let's do the maths. Out of the 6 rounds that Partizan have got in the series in total, 33.3% of those are pistol rounds. Did I do the maths correctly, Ted?
Out of 6 rounds, how many pistols have we seen so far, Pavlos?
That is 3.
So, what is 3 out of 6?
Oh my God, don't do maths in broadcasters. Done it again. It's 50%, Ted. It's 50%. Oh my God. All right, well, Tricked with pistols. And we already see Nodius getting some damage across. I am walking past that point, Ted. I can see you grinning. Stop it. It's making me mad, but I should be mad at myself more than anybody else. Depression with a double. This round is already over.
You know what? It's just the fact that... Oh, okay. Hold on. This round is going. They do believe that they can win the round the same way that you did believe that 3 out of 6 is 33%. Let's see if it's going to work out for them, though. Collins, front hand, double peek on the other side. Then he does give away his life. Not a single point of damage, by the way, onto those Leaks and Valde players. Depression is the next one in line, and he's flopped it. Oh no, they really are giving this one away. Kindo needs to save them. A 1v2 clutch, but they are going up the A-bomb side, and he's one step ahead of this. He's already on the ladder.
Now that makes it a little bit better for Kindo, doesn't it? And now a one-on-one. And Leaks, at least has got 40 seconds to play with, right? He doesn't necessarily need to stick around here. Kindo, considering if he wants to go for the swing, and it's the right decision to make. Leaks can't adjust on time. Kindo truly saves the day there. Tricked winning that could have been a disaster for Partizan.
I'm going to tell you one thing for free. Balkan players are incredibly emotional and incredibly flamboyant. So when they are winning rounds, things are going to start looking better and better. But if you do lose a 4v2 like this one that early on onto a map that you're just trying to make look like a new chapter in this series, that would have been the end of it. And I don't mean that they would have lost the map. I mean that frustration would have been king after that 4v2. It's still a little bit unfortunate that it gets that close. Means that Trick can just go for another investment, considering they were able to get all those kills and get the bomb plan. In the end of the day, Leaks and Valde should have never been able to make this one that competitive. And when I say Leaks and Valde, I mean Valde. He got 3 out of those 4 kills.
Let's see if the emotions have put fuel in the fire, though, for Partizan, because when we see a bit of that fire on their side of the camp, Trick, this is an explosive showing, and Collins didn't expect for the life of him that Leaks would already find himself to the side. That is a clear bomb plant opportunity. Vladen, unable to get himself to the back line, blinking, you miss it. Trick to have taken over.
Yeah, you just go for the A-pop on the second timing, 139. You just don't go for it straight away off of spawn. You delay it 1-2 seconds to make them feel like it's not going to be a straight-up rush, and then the Uto comes out. Chain flashes as well from heaven, making it pretty much impossible for the player from Brolan to see a thing. And yeah, now we can go back to the frustration point. Now you've got no money to work with because you did give away 3 kills in the previous round, in the 4v2. And that is unfortunately how consequences work in the world of Counter-Strike.
Okay. That's frustrating. If you're Partizan, for sure. So, another full spy. 3 back-to-back, but this time it's Partizan's turn. Here are rifle duties on to Collins, and now Trick slowed down the pace a little bit. No, they've already disrupted and have shaken the waters. Leaks has been permitted access into secret. There is no one on that lower level for Tricked. If they do end up crossing into that B site, I don't think that Partizan will have a lot available to deal with it.
Oh, it's all about stopping them from getting there, right? Just one smoke left, though, and this is all that they've got. So even if they do want to cross, there will be a couple fights. So there will be opportunities here for the Pistols. It's just that's the problem. It's 5-7s. Seen him.
Yep. A bit of a hide-and-seek game, it looks like, this particular round. A few of the Trick players have gone low, and these 5 seconds could... 5 seconds? I mean, 5-7s could...
They did need 5 seconds to get the kill, so you were right
That is
about it.
very true, Ted.
Yeah.
That is very true. My mind knows what it needs to say. I don't need to think. There it is.
Unless when you're doing maths, then you need to think a little bit more.
Then I think I just need to not do maths. That's the only thing I'm going to do. That is along the lines of funny business. Vlad able to find a couple there in the end, as there were 2 players that were low. But still, this is Trick to pretty much install equilibrium.
Yeah, and now this is not looking as good for Partizan anymore, right? So let's just pretend that we're letting Trick run away with this one, as it's going to be an anti-eco. One flash out of Vladen, by the way. Excited to see what they've got in their minds for this one, but. Yeah, in general, CT side-wise, especially nowadays, especially when you're playing against a team like Trick that is really outside-heavy orientated, the communication between your outside player and your upper is going to be really important. Unfortunately for Partizan, this is Depression and Dragon right now, and they will have to step it up. I say unfortunately because they didn't necessarily have the best maps of play on map 1. Not that anyone did, but they are presumably the 2 people that will have to help out the most.
I mean, one of the reasons we thought this game could have been a competitive affair is that both teams had a significant chance of winning their own map picks, and I feel like that's a big part of Trick's arsenal here for this matchup. That Nuke is still very much alive and in play. I think Ancient was the big surprise overall, and I feel because of that, Partizan are in big trouble already.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I think if you're Partizan, and obviously, again, we're clarifying, this is not a round that you win if you're Partizan. You just do a little bit of damage, which is working out nicely for you, but you don't really have the time for the defuse. So if you ask Partizan, they would probably, or if you were to ask them, they would probably tell you, we don't feel like we entered the first half of Ancient. It was just too slow. We didn't feel like we got to play our game. And then in the second half, we lost back-to-back 5v3s, and that's what closed the map, right? So if you're Partizan, there is a world in which you just ignore what happened on map 1.
Okay.
Don't really get frustrated about it. Say, we know on a normal day we could beat those guys on this map. Things just didn't go our way, right? And of course, partially this is our fault, but this is not the way that you want to be thinking in a best of 3, right? You want to just forget about it, focus on Nuke, focus on what is going on right now. And as of right now, this is the first buy round that actually does have a lot of worth for them. They need to win it.
They do indeed. Already across. Look how fast Leaks has crossed to the lower level of the map. And he's not alone. Odious finds a different route there. But when you talk about presence to the lower side of the map, to the -1 level, Partizan are nowhere to be seen. Apart from Vladen, now crossing into ramp to potentially asking for reinforcements. But Leak is already there, which Vladen reads. That's a big of a surprise. Expects it. And already Partizan with the numbers.
Still gotta be careful though, more players in towards that B bomb side, and Vladen is yet to receive any support. Might as well let them onto the bomb side here.
Bomb does go down. Already a 5v4 is a difficult one for Partizan.
All of them need to come through from the ramp. This could be a bit of an issue. One-dimensional retake. They do have the kid on Kindo though.
But no smokes and mollies for Trick to stop them. Just a couple of flashes to potentially allow Nodius some fights that favor him. And there you have it. That's when he drops in. Salazar from a further distance will chip in out of battle. But apart from that, Partizan having big difficulty closing up this distance slowly but surely. Valda also finds another position to work with. And in his efforts to drop back, there's nothing Collins can do about this bomb exploding. Tricked, able to hold on with their lives. I think Valda will lose his life. But other than that, it is a round one for Tricked, and only one player surviving per side.
That's the one issue when you're coming out of the ramp with so many players, right? It's a 5v4 retake on the B-bomb side. It wasn't like even the entire Tricked lineup was staring at the ramps. Just 3 players was more than enough. You don't have a lot of util, you have just a bunch of flashes, but they don't really do that much for you. It just feels like you're all coming in from one massive choke point, even though there's 2 of the doors technically around the ramp, but still really difficult. The moment that you lose the first, the second fight, it's almost impossible to get onto the bomb side with especially the time ticking. A tactical timeout coming in for Partizan before the start of this one. We were trying to stress out how important the previous buy round was. Now, because of the damage and because of the saved rifle, they will go for another investment now with the maximum loss bonus, but it still is not an ideal investment. And at a certain point, if you keep losing here, you need to realize you are risking playing an entire half of Counter-Strike on the CT side without Depression really getting his hands on a big green, right? If you end up going for those 4s, keeping it going with the investments because of the 3400 bonus and because of the saved up weaponry, that will mean your Oper doesn't get to ult. Unless you start winning.
That is true. I feel like that's a big unless on many assumptions. Actually doesn't do that much, even though there were players around. But Tricked toying with the idea of a crunch out in ramp. Only Kindo really. Vladin actually. Potentially to stop this, but that molly will quickly make him move out of position, throwing down a molly of his own, and that's going to interrupt Trick's push. What happened there?
It got extinguished? It didn't feel like it dropped into smoke, but apparently it did.
Well, back to the drawing board then for Partizan, because that first molly didn't slow down Tricked enough. Vladin's got a decent position.
They're so quiet though. They could have gone back in towards the lobby. There's no reaction. Just now they will start pushing in towards that HUD position, but they're not really seeing a lot. And now they know it's a B play. Nothing to do to stop them though.
Look at Vladin. He's looking to push through the smoke.
That's
looking
so
for the right
risky.
time, and he can hear the movement. Salazar's not checking it. And even if his opponent peeks, it's a 4x3 setup. You won't be able to see him, and that's exactly what happens. That's the pickup, but Croc turns around on time. Holy moly. The reactions there.
It's another one. You can't play for it. You've got the kit, you've got the Uto. Sure, you want to start winning rounds. Dragon is already in there. You've got the double walk ramp. It's too risky, though. You lose one player in towards the ramp right now. No, he does go down. There is an opportunity. Bomb halfway there. 20 seconds to work with. They could give it a go.
Yeah, but I think they might want to think better of the situation, especially when Trick continue to trade. The frags, Partizan having big difficulty getting back into the latter parts of the game, really. I mean, they're able to sustain the numbers, not be too far ahead, but they leave gaps that Trick can exploit and see towards the end.
You know what's the terrifying part about all of this, Pavlos, is the fact that we're looking at a game that Partizan have not dropped a single pistol round in so far. Imagine what happens if Trick win the pistols. That could have been a 13-2, maybe map 1, 7-0 here. Trick has been the far better team today so far, and this is a statement that even Partizan would agree with. And it is a little bit frustrating because you have been losing some closer rounds, but at this point you don't really have a choice. And finally we get to see that half-buy come through. You want to let, under those circumstances, Dragon hold on to the money for the O, but they will try and switch things up, yeah.
Really quick. And this time Partizan have a good answer to it. The MP9's on that close distance, acting like a brick wall that Tricked walked straight into. Finally, Partizan gets something work.
Of course, that's the round that they win cleanly.
Right.
MP9s, one hero M4, a pop coming out of the Danes. We're going to check it out once again on the replay. No flashes actually to blind either Kindo, Collins. No one on that A-bomb side. Not sure what happened with the util there. Maybe they just wanted to surprise them. Maybe it was earlier nades, but it didn't feel like they were phased. No molly towards the top of HUT.
Tricked. For a moment there, I thought Valda was going to go a bit deep, but not the case. Crocs, that's an opening, that's a gap, and he's exploited it. Valda at least has got still the high ground, which means he can weave in out in battle, having the advantage. Leak spray transfer now onto Collins, and this has gone awry. This has gone all wrong. Depression needs to find a freebie of a peak. He knows Leaks could be in main, but at the same time, doesn't know whether his other opponent is. There's the pickup. Now Leaks will turn around. He's low. The slow pick will favor Depression. Oh, smooth sailing by the end, but I wouldn't call that an easy affair. Partizan with the skin of the teeth are able to win this one.
No, and it's all about Depression just finding the perfect gap into the defenses. No one thought that he'd had the balls to just go up the ladder like this, or maybe they lost him. Maybe they thought he was in towards the ramp. Maybe they thought he was coming in from lobby. There goes the replay. Dragon getting that opening. Perfect refrags coming in from Leaks and Croc at the same times. Vladen and Collins doing their absolute damnness. Look at that spray transfer Leaks. It wasn't even the burst onto the first one and then the readjustment. Didn't stop. Didn't let go of Mouse 1. But Depression plays this one perfectly. That's what Partizan needed. A little bit of open magic. Although I feel like Leaks has been the most impressive player of the game so far.
Sure.
I'm starting to turn into a Leaks fan.
Yeah, he's been impressive. Oh, good reaction from Dragon.
Although I don't really like it when there's Leaks at home.
Yeah, not the best meal. Not my favorite either.
No, I meant
In
leaks
contrast
as
to
in sewage, you know?
Oh, leaks.
Like water leaks.
There's
yeah,
also
that's
like
the joke.
The plant, a leak.
Yeah, no, I know.
Not
Yeah.
my favorite, but yeah.
But we do like the player.
Also not fun. All right, can we get back on topic here, Ted? Dragon is, again, on the server, finally having impact. And around him, the team is rallying up. Rick is struggling to find their entry picks. Are unable to get themselves into conversation for a site take. Valda on his own little extremity. No one around him. Leaks has to drop back. 40 seconds on the clock. And if you're tricked, you're probably thinking about save.
I think you're thinking about the damage. Right. You don't want to get into a sticky situation where two of your players have rifles, everyone else is on an eco round, and then a couple of the up-and-coming buys are a little bit scrappy. Might as well give it a go. 25 seconds. Afraid that's the kill that seals the deal, and Collins will charm in with another. So that's another clean round coming in for Partizan, and now we're finally starting to see all the pieces coming into their place. The question here is it too late for all of that? Even if Partizan do get 7 rounds, Strick could be fairly happy with 5 on the T side. Still a little bit of a breath of fresh air seeing Partizan play better. Collins, 11 and 6. Top of the board as of right now for the Serbian side. Lovely stuff out of him. Been a while since Collins has had those consistently good showings individually, but he's always been a fantastic player mechanically. Not against the Pistols.
I was about to say, imagine a world where Tricked get these Deagles to chime a few more times, but I don't think that's the world we live in. I think Partizan finally have a chance to find the lead yet again, put both hands on the steering wheel, and start driving this damn car where they damn please, because it's been a good while. Where's Partizan been all this damn time? But they're here. I feel like that's the answer that we needed finally. 4 survive by the end of it. Just 1 casualty against the eco. That's what you need. Start to stabilize. Start to feel more comfortable. Partizan are online, and we're in for a series.
Yeah, especially if you end up winning this round, especially with how good they've been when it comes down to the pistol rounds. There's no reason to believe that this will change just here. Right here, right now, Partizan have a great opportunity. It's been a bit of a tough sequence of rounds here for Trick. You want to keep them at 5. You want to go into that second half on a streak.
Already across. Salazar breaking through. I wonder how deep he wants to go and how quickly he wants to take up this B site, because no one's quite around. You can see Depression knowing the timing and dropping back. He's also got the help of Dragon if it's needed. Salazar looking to pave the way for the rest of his team to join in. This is a deep angle from Dragon. And one which Salazar cannot expect on time. Brilliant read. And now Tricked again in square 0.
Also, the change of hand side as well. Make sure you open up a little bit of an angle for yourself. Have better vision. Thing is, do they realize there was more people to cross right after him? Crook has found a kill on Collins right now. And he's still on the prowl. They're out to be bomb site. No one knew about it.
Oh.
Where's Dragon?
This is
he
getting
down
a little
there?
bit more complicated. He is around. Valda falls into his arms. finds a second pick as well.
They can stick
Dragon
it.
is having a star-like performance yet again. Croc is nowhere to be seen, so it means that it's all down to Nodius, but he's also not around. This is just going to get defused, and there's nothing that can be done about it. There
Why
you
is no
go.
one on the bomb yet?
I don't know. Why isn't it diffused yet? Croc has been revealed. Surely you realize Nodius is in a similar state as his teammate, not quite close enough to the action. And there goes the end of the half. Partizan able to close things out with a bit of a bang. 7-5 being the score. Still a close affair, but it's good to see that Partizan are back on track.
Yeah, this is looking much more like it now. Good effort there from Croc, but I guess Dragon just had a big round. We're going to see the replay. This is what it looks like when Dragon's having a field day. And there's so much cohesion on this Partizan lineup. You're just refusing to believe that what we saw on Ancient is the level that those individuals can bring to the table. Guys like Dragon, like Collins, like Vladen, even Kindo in the more recent iterations. But all 5 of those players at a certain point were part of iNation, and they've played with each other so many times before. Depression as well. He was part of that iNation lineup that was IGL'd by Choiv a couple years ago, and back then it didn't really feel like he was ready. But he has been a little bit better ever since. Of course, did have his international adventures as well, going through Fnatic Rising, going through a couple other mixes. Depression. He was part of 4Glory as well, played on Blue Jays, played on ESC, Goes W, AGO. He's been around and about. But now he's back playing with the good old Serbian folks.
Yeah, it's a cool dynamic. Think about
And
it.
in case you're wondering, Croatian and Serbian do sound alike quite a lot. So, but communication is never going to be an issue.
Yeah, easy to speak. In the language each understand. Still though, Mr. Round's back. Partizan 3 out of 3 so far. If they make it a 4th, they might just be online to
Ramp rush.
breach Tricked's map. Nodius can hear the commotion. Dropping back. There's a rush. Tries to stick around. Depression jumping over him, and it's just enough to crumple Nodius's body. And all of a sudden, it's Partizan that take full site control. Leaks under a bit of pressure. He's hoping that his teammates are nearby to help him as well. Jump skip.
Oh.
And more frags found by the dual Berettas of Leaks and Valda. And it seems it's all going well for the Danish side. Depression all remains. But somehow, he's able to find every single one. A 1v3 possible by Depression puts Partizan on a 4 out of 4 streak on the pistol rounds.
It puts Strict in Depression. That is absolutely phenomenal. A 1 versus 3 from the 2nd floor, and he's able to mold him all down with the Glock. There's Depression showing he's ready for action. He's good to go. He was the one to open things up as well. Not quite the ace, but he gets a 4-piece out of it. Vladen, the only other one charming in. It felt like everything was falling apart. Look at that from Depression. It gets so damn messy. How they didn't get the kill? How didn't they kill him? They had so much time.
Did they block each other? Did they get in each other's vision? I don't know.
I think they just missed.
Maybe they just got frantic
you believe it?
with their spray. Someone will connect, and then no one did. Happens to the pros. Happens to the best of us. But for Depression, nah, that was all him in his mind.
Apparently, it happens to the best of them because it happens to me on a daily basis. I can understand it. I can relate.
We can all relate. I just wanted to find some comfort with the pros doing it, you know? Okay.
Yeah, no, even when they're missing better than us.
True.
Yeah.
And this one missed better than, I don't know, you get close, I guess.
You could look better while failing than others, you know?
Failing successfully.
I wouldn't say successfully, maybe failing in style, you know, with some kind of an effect around it, you know?
Yeah. Some
An
green
epic
screen
fail.
flames and
Yeah, some old school 2012 YouTube explosions in the background. Boom.
first blood. Scout looking dangerous, and you are approaching an MP9 setup by Valda. Leaks
That's terrifying.
not tested, so he could also jump into back his teammates' position. Vladen unable to convert. A lot of damage on the second one. Dragon holds his own as well. He's a lone man army on that squeaky push, and he finds both kills. It's
Low
insane.
HP.
Nodius takes down a lot of his own health to get that done, but
what?
Salazar has a chance to re-swing with a scout. What is going on?
He's low.
Dragon, you need to step up. Salazar Repositions entirely, closes up the distance, and wants to be a surprising factor. Dragon doesn't know. Oh, now he does. Okay, never mind. Well, that's going to make it easier for Dragon. A 3-piece 4 around the clutch. Partizan deny Trick the opportunity to clutch this.
Some of those rounds make you feel like you're in a roller coaster, man, and someone's trying to show you something and you're trying to focus. I don't really know what's going on. How the Salazar drop down and stay alive for long enough to fight for one more kill? It's absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible to describe, to transcribe, to do anything about it. But you know what? Partizan are winning rounds, and that's what matters for them. It might be damn close, but you could say that they deserve it after how harsh of a reality they had to face on Ancient. This T side has been much better. Strict. Stuck on 5 rounds, potentially going to stay on that for 1 more. So they still will have an opportunity for a potential comeback here on the defense. We're not writing them off completely, but they will have to play near picture-perfect Counter-Strike.
But let's be fair, it felt like
round.
it was a bit of a silence there for Partizan on the most part. It felt like Tricked were sort of playing on their own, especially on that first map. Maybe at the start of this one as well.
Yeah. That's what we were talking about,
It might come
right?
in as a little bit of a surprise that Partizan are just shooting back now, that they're connecting with their shots. It's a bit of a disruptor in their flow. So that interruption can end up being quite hurtful.
Yeah. If you are watching Partizan or Trick play for the first time, you could say that you are shocked seeing Partizan actually win right now. But this is how it usually goes, right? Yeah, this is why those guys have won 5 out of their last 6 officials, right? They can play some good Counter-Strike. It's not all doom and gloom, not always. Been able to take down teams like Nexus, Big, Sangao, ECLOT, Mix. Unfortunately, did end up dropping a series to Parry Vision, but Jame has always been good. Playing and calling against really aggressive teams, and this is what you'd call Partizan, a team that's quite difficult to tame.
Tricked having difficulty controlling the beast. At least now. At least in this point in time. It's maybe silent, but there's no silence of the lambs here. Oh, disconnect by Collins. And I think that might have been right before the pickup. I don't know if damage was taken.
It doesn't matter. Vladen was already tagged.
Vladen was already damaged up?
Yeah.
Okay, so round continues as normal. Unfortunate outcome for Partizan.
And that disturbs the entire round as well, because I think Collins had a little bit of util playing towards the back of red. So now you need to, I mean, that could have been the plan too, but you definitely need to go back, because the moment that Collins goes down, they know on the CT side he's the outside player. So you got to make sure Trick didn't push anywhere. You got to make sure that nothing is being exposed. But as of right now, Partizan, they're all crossing down B, and there's no one to see them. No one knows.
This could potentially be the freest of plans.
I think this could be a 4-man safer Trick. I mean, if no one rotates down in and you don't find a kill before they plant the bomb and you're just far away, you know you can't go down the vent. Now you've heard the steps.
No.
You know you're screwed up.
Oh dear.
That's a save. This round is over.
This
They can't play.
is Partizan without losing a single player apart from a disconnect on Collins. Avoid any sort of confrontation, end up with the bomb plant, and get the round win off the back of it. That is Nuke in a nutshell, I guess.
That makes Collins feel so good about it, by the way, because he literally disconnected. We don't really know if he was outside of TeamSpeak. Maybe if Collins disconnected from everywhere, not only the servers, someone else gave the call of the century. But if it was him, he literally disconnected and then had a badass moment, gave a call that ended up winning them the round without a single kill needed after, of course, the one on leaks.
Well, how about that?
Yeah.
Sure, Tricks hold on to 4 out of 5 rifles, but you need to start getting rounds here, Ted. It's getting to that dangerous territory. It's Partizan on 11, for goodness sake. Just a hop, skip, and a jump away from putting the series in your pocket and Inferno being the battlefield.
It's quite reminiscent of the situation that we got ourselves into on Ancient as well, right? Because Partizan were in a position where we believed that they could win some consecutive rounds on the CT side of Ancient and bring it back. Even though they were in a dire situation. They didn't end up doing it, but they did lose a lot of 5v3s. As of right now, if you ask Trick, they probably will tell you that they believe they can bring this one back, right? 6 rounds on the CT side of your map pick. It's a Nuke. You're a Danish team, and you've been playing a whole lot of Nukes lately. It doesn't really feel like the worst thing in the world. Well, I say a whole lot of nukes. They've played 2 since the start of this month, and they were able to win both of them. Both of them incredibly close games, by the way. A 13-11 against Betclic, a 13-11 against 9. The last loss that they actually conceded here was during the glitched Masters 2025. That was the event that we pointed out. They scouted Croc on allegedly, and they did lose to the Alliance, winning only 1 round on Nuke, but ended up winning the event, so it didn't really matter at all. Yeah, Tricked have been farming a lot of lower tier LAN events. The Comic-Con Baltics as well, the one where they played with Croc for the first time. That one took place in Lithuania, in Vilnius, the capital. Then they played the Omen Retake 10 finals. Didn't win that one, but
Sure.
they have been playing a lot of LAN events, and they've won the most part of them.
Well, it's clear, folks. We're waiting for Collins to rejoin.
Yeah.
Unsure of the status. I don't know if it was just a disconnect, internet issue, PC issue. Not quite sure on that. We'll get word on what exactly is going. We are receiving word actually that he is rejoining soon. So all is fine in that regard. Wait, or maybe not. Wait, I'm getting mixed signals here. All right, well, let's chat a little bit longer here, Ted. He might be back soon.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Okay. Coming into this one, expectations, right? We knew this could be a close series. We knew that we'd be talking about 2 different teams that have distinct play styles, and we knew that their own map picks would be hard to master. Now, which part of that was as expected, and which part of that was completely overthrown?
I think everything that's been happening so far, you could find some reason to it, and you can find a little bit of logic. I mean, the most obvious thing that we can all do is look at Dragon's scoreline and say, well, look at his KD on map 1. Look at his KD on map 2, right? When is Partizan actually winning? He's 20-7 right now, and no one's talking about it, right? Because this is how things are. But I'd say the surprising thing on map 1 was the fact that Leaks and Croc had such a sick individual performance, because they usually are quite good, but Tricked as a team is not often teams, a squad that relies on individuals to step it up as much, or just that 1 or 2 people, right? Usually it's going to be much more of a team effort. So I'd say that was the surprising part of it. Also, the fact that Partizan were a little bit stumbled, but as we were talking about before the start of the game, they do have those episodes every now and then where the game will start, but Partizan won't really realize it. It feels like they won't be able to enter the server, so to speak. But once they do, it's a completely different story. So yeah, I'd say everything is going according to plan, with this being potentially a 3-mapper.
What I get from what you just said, everything is going to plan, and that is that anything is possible.
Yeah, absolutely. That's pretty much what I said. Yeah.
I love that. But coming back into Dragon a little bit as a discussion point, right? Because, you know, there are a lot of teams that obviously have a bit of a necessity with some individuals showing up. And I feel like if you look into Partizan's historical results, that's definitely a little bit of the case, right? If you see Dragon having a performance of 120 KDA on average on each of the maps, that's where the team ends up getting wins. But when he doesn't, that's when the team end up getting losses. There's no one there to pick up the pieces when Dragon is underperforming. And that's what it feels like on the outside looking in. And that's from someone that doesn't watch Partizans each and every game, right? I only watch one once in a while, and someone that's only looking at the statistics. But it definitely feels that's the case.
At times it does, right? But the thing is, he has been given all the tools for it as well, right? I mean, if you want to look at the numbers, the pure easiest way to, I guess, get an idea of that is to say, well, let me open up the ratings for the last 3 months. Dragon's sitting on a 114. Second highest rated is Depression on 1.02, right? And that's the same amount as Kendo. Vladan's below the 1 rating mark. Collins is below the 1 rating mark. I think Dragon right now on this lineup is the only player that is supposed to be a star, right? And there's some questions that you can ask about that. Obviously, I feel like Collins has always been great. I think Vladan is an incredibly underrated piece and has been for a couple of years. But Vladan is a supportive element. Collins is now an in-game leader. So you're probably looking at guys like Depression and Kendo if you wanna look for someone to support Dragon in terms of being a loud and proud star, right? Vladan's going to be incredibly reliable on bomb side holds, but he's not going to be the guy to run in first and kill 4 people, right? He's not going to be your 140 rating type of guy. He might have those games occasionally, but it won't be like that at all times. So yeah, that's one of the things that Partizan will probably have to try and work on a little bit. Unfortunately, though, folks, we just got a word that this pause will take a little bit longer, and we still don't really know what's going on with Collins. So we will have to throw this one into a little bit of a break. Make sure you don't go anywhere, though, because we could be back on your screen any moment. The time that Collins joins the server, we're going to be right here, right now, ready to go on about this nuke until the end of it. But yeah, you can go have a drink. You can chill for a little bit. We're throwing this into a bit of a break, and we're going to be right back as soon as possible.
with Collins reconnecting, we're right back into action. Partizan leading the charge 11-5 after the comeback. And now Tricked have got another bite in for them. They did save 4 rifles the previous time around, so it's not like they had to fully invest into this one. But safe to say they need to win now, otherwise this game is gone.
Yeah, so we either come back from a technical timeout to have a shorter amount of playtime, or we come back to the most epic comeback we've seen in this event after the 2-10 comeback yesterday between the sides of Ruby and Sparta. So let's see. But we're in the playoffs now, so we are hoping if there is indeed a comeback involved, it will make a little bit more sense. Double rotate down leaks, completely unprepared for the play with the Mag-10. Collins runs down Croc and Nodius, unless he goes absolutely huge in towards the B-bomb side. This will be 12 rounds Partizan.
Yeah, he's got to go berserk. He's found himself some cover between the smoke there. He spots that one player going into control room, but the fact that Valda has gone down as well just makes the chances less for him. Element of surprise is in his favor, and with the bomb dropping, there's an opportunity here.
There's no way, right? That's a 2v5.
Seconds on the clock, and Partizan are making sure they're not leaving any stone unturned. Salazar being backstabbed, this should be an easy pick up for Vladen. And indeed, that is the case. Double kill for Vladen, and this one is cleaned up. 12 now in the books for Partizan, 1 away from sealing the deal.
We're going to check it out on the replay, but that should be it. We should be going to the third and final one, being a little bit ahead of the timing there with the Mag-10. Kindo able to go for the repeat. Great, giving it a good go, but this is Partizan in their element. This is Partizan saying map number 1 was a complete coincidence, and we are here to play. We are here to go all the way and play that third map. An Inferno coming up right after this, folks. It's all about that one round that Partizan need to take us there, and at this point, with how one-sided this nuke has been, it would be difficult to say that they are not the favorites going forward. Salazar is still up to give them a little bit of a fight, though. Oper going aggressive in towards outside. Opening pick is secured. And they are still blocked everywhere else on the map. So a little bit difficult right now for Partizan to look for an equalizing kill.
Forced off position. Croc able to find one, but it's not without the return from Kindo. And with Partizan now moving towards ramp, this is a perfect situation. Potentially gain themselves the lead, but look at the close-in from Tricked as well. 2 players strong. Looking to converge on Depression's angle. He's posted. This is the right angle for him. But he is looking in the wrong direction. What? Great flick. Captures leaks off. Has got a chance for the second shot, but Nodius, thankfully for him, and Tricked holds on to his life.
Want to see a replay of that from his POV there, Depression. That must have been a 6 shot.
Indeed. 30 seconds left, though. It's not like Partizan have got all the delicacy. A space of time. They need to act a little bit more quickly.
Yeah, they got to go for the run right now. I appreciate the fact that they are trying to be as silent as possible. They do have a little bit of veto as well, though. You could smoke and try and plant inside of it, but the steps have been heard already. Notice should know what's going on.
Kindo not looking in the right direction. Oh, that's ahead. Valon keeps his teammate afloat. Oh, yeah. Tricked no longer have the upper hand. Valda loses his life to flames. Oh no, Salazar left to do all the heavy lifting. He's being sprayed upon, a gap found by Vlad, and he's just toying with his opponents, weaving in and out of that smoke, and making it look clean. 13-5, back-to-back maps on the same damn score, but this time it's Partizan to show up, and Inferno is definitely on the way. Well, I'm going to throw this straight away to Neokai to break down all this action. Tell us really how he thinks Partizan were able to take over this game.
Question for you, man. Individual brilliance coming through in a lot of different scenarios, a lot of different situations, but also quite an underperforming or underwhelming performance, I'll say, from Trick. There was not really a lot on offer there. A bit of a wild mismatch between maps 1 and 2, where Trick looks excellent. Protocol, synergy, cohesion, the trading, even the simple things of spacing on that T side was at times pretty lackluster for the Danes, and it got punished on the CT side as well. I mean, I'll run through some of these highlights, and you can just see about how where these individuals really start to shine for this Partizan side. I mean, of course, we go from polar opposite performances for Dragon. That in particular, I think, is such an important part of it. He's, you know, an absolute demon in terms of opening duels. This is a guy who's constantly getting in towards the thick of it, constantly fighting and putting so much pressure on this side. But also, Trick were doing a few things quite sloppy. I thought their map control was pretty inadequate, and that's where they were getting punished a lot. And we actually saw it more so on that T side for Partizan, where they really started to make things look quite easy. Early map control by them, forcing engagements that Trick didn't want to take, and small mistakes that compounded into big losses, i.e. the rounds and the map. And as you said, back-to-back performances at a 13-5 scoreline, but trading maps sets us up for this third map that we all spoke about a bit on the desk, but nobody expected to be like this. And yeah, I don't know, for Trick, it really felt like they fell off their game. A lot of individuals didn't shine in the way that we wanted to. You know, I was speaking about Croc in that map number 1 about his individual confidence. It looked like a lot of vet moves, a lot of high IQ plays, but it felt like he couldn't really get a lot going. It felt like when he got hamstrung by his individual performance, he couldn't really find ways to, I guess, add to the side. And unfortunately for Trick, it was kind of too easy for Partizan, and that's a real issue. You know, with this map number 3 looming, you know, we always have to go into the statistics and go in towards the details, but if we're being frank, it's Inferno. As a map number 3, this is a map in which, again, another pugger's paradise of a map, and it will large and part come down to individuals, and they just look better at the moment over towards Partizan, especially from that map number 2. So that's a worrying sign. If we're getting Partizan who are awake, they're alive, they're kicking, and you're getting all the facets of Firepower that you want to see. Dragon flying performance, which is great, but everybody in the rest of this team had a decent showing at some point or another as well. You know, between second and last place in terms of kills, only 2 being the difference. That is a holistic team-wide performance. So credit to them. I think Partizan called excellently. I think a lot of their mid-rounds worked super, super well, but it comes off the early ways in which they set themselves up in these rounds. Like I said, map control, forcing engagements that Trick didn't want to take, a lot of small mistakes that were heavily punished by the Partizan side. That is how you take control over momentum, and that's how you keep control over it as well. So a pretty damning map, all things considered, for Trick. It's meant to be a map in which, again, sure, we spoke about it, not a map in which they've played loads, but they've played it to good success. And the wins that they have picked up, like we said, it's been 3 out of the last 4 that they've played, now 3 out of the last 5 that have gone their way. And there were some pretty decent wins in there as well. 9, Betclic, you know, in themselves are decent teams that are starting to make their moves through tier 2, and Tricked were able to dismantle them. And sure, they're relatively close games, but looking into it, you see just how good Tricked could play. We didn't see any of that there. There was none of that nuance, none of that depth that the Danes like to bring in towards a map like Nuke. And Partizan, while they did have a lot of depth, they also could, and in a large part sometimes did, just brute force their way through rounds because they had the individuals to do so, and they had the drop on this Trick side. So real credit to Partizan. That opens up this series once again. Like we said, third map of Inferno is coming up next now. And at this point as well, you large in part want to throw out a lot of the statistics, a lot of the back and forth that we make. We're talking about what is the individuals on a puggy map. And if we get even, 75% of that from Partizan in towards Inferno, Tricked could be in a hell of a lot of trouble. So we've gone to our third map that we've spoken about, maybe not in the way that we spoke about, but we're here nonetheless. And now it's a best of 1 brawl to decide who's going to win this round of 16 game. For now, though, a break. And I'll say the same thing I said for Partizan, and I'll say for Trick. They've got to use this 10 to 15 minute break in a big way. They've got to take a breather, got to reset, brush it off. You're looking in particular here at Rage and the coach, right? And saying, this is a guy with a wealth of experience, calm them down. A lot of youngsters on the side, just say, fine, shrug it off. It happens. It is what it is. Now we move on to what is the only thing that we can make a difference of, what's in front of us. Inferno up next as well, that map number 3. Before then, a break for us. We'll see you soon.
the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Right, fellas, we're heading in towards map number 3, and we all sort of knew map number 3 was going to happen. I just don't think we thought it was going to be in this fashion. 13-5 for maps traded is sort of a bit of a curveball thrown at us. Ted, I'll start with you because we know Pavlos likes to talk. I'll keep things brief before we get in towards the game. We're heading to Inferno, and I was talking about it a bit post-map, but Inferno being a Pugger's paradise of a map, if Dragon's playing that way, but not even just them, if everybody on Partizan are playing the way they've just had, Tricked could be in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, they could be, right? We saw that individually. Partizan could be on a really high level, and this is kind of the expectations that we got into the game with. But I still feel like that in the same time, Tricked is the type of team that has fantastic utility, that has fantastic timings. They know how to tame the beast on the other side of the map, like Inferno, maybe a little bit better than they could have done on Nuke as well. So I feel like they never get going on the CT side of Nuke, so I am expecting this one to be a bit of a closer one.
Sure, absolutely. Game's looking like it's going live as well. So, fellas, I'll throw the mic back on over to you as you get ready for basically a best of one to decide who wins this round of 16 game.
Well, let's get cracking, Ted. Thank you very much, Neokai, for that. And yeah, let's see how this best of one goes, shall we? Tricked. A bit difficult for them to get things going on Nuke after what was a very successful map number 1. But now Inferno to decide everything. Trick start things off on the T side, Partizan on the CT side. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, winner of this one will be playing against ENCE in the quarterfinals. So no matter what happens, we are in for a bit of a treat going into the next round of competition. But as of right now, we're still in the round of 16. And worry not, we're still not done with today. Even after this map is over, we still have the Bulgarian side of 500 taking on CYBERSHOKE. I said Bulgarian side of 500. The international 500 now with Hampus and Bolt.
It'll always be Bulgaria in our hearts. Still a Bulgarian core and a Bulgarian org. And the Bulgarian caster covering it as well. Is it?
The org
okay.
is, yeah.
Damn
500
it. Well,
is Polish.
My bad. All right, well, we've already seen first blood take place. Leaks has already lost his life. Ooh. Nice push there from Nodius. Dragon didn't stand a chance to react to that one. And Tricked are considering breaking into this A site. A single defender left for it. Collins flashed, dropping back behind the smoke. This should be a free plant of the C4.
Yeah, it's a good post plan. All in all, no kit for the CT side. Valdez got in a good spot. There goes the first one tapping away. It's a 1-for-1 refrag. Still does this part of it. Again, there is a smoke for the defuse. No kit though, so Partizan will have to be pretty quick with this one.
Indeed. But a lot of difficult and intricate positions that Partizan need to take care of, and number 1 of these is Croc. Partizan hiding within the safety of the smoke. Nodius reveals himself in pit and gets one in the process. Kindo knows he's under a lot of trouble, tries to create space within that smoke to shoot in with, but Croc able to find his mark first. And you know where the pressure's coming from. Both players looking in his direction, and for the first time in this series, Ted, Trick to have won a pistol round.
Yeah, finally, we get to that Inferno and Partizan, and yeah, it could be a little bit funky looking at the scores of the first 2 maps, seeing that Trick have not won a single pistol so far, but really, that is how things were going on both Ancient and Nuke, but finally on the board. A good A-side play. Smoke doesn't really obscure the vision as much. If anything, it actually did create a couple one-ways there for the Trick players. So, good stuff. Force Spike coming in for Partizan. A whole lot of MP9s, a whole lot of YouTube, potentially a mid-push coming in, or a little bit better even, a fight in towards Banana.
It looked like it for a second, but Partizan do pull the brakes.
I wonder what the plan is, because you don't have anything. You've just got one flash. You gotta get aggressive. You gotta go for something.
Well, Trick is showing intent. Slowly walking up into this A site, Partizan will slowly realize, especially with a couple of swings out in Banana, and they'll start to vacate the B site premises. I wonder if it'll be on time though, because Trick, even though they're tiptoeing their way into the A site, slowly but surely are closing up that gap.
The issue is Partizan have not yet cleared out Banana, right? Just now they're turning the angle in towards half wall. So just now Dragon has the timing to actually go back and try and support depression, who's alone with a scout in towards Spit.
And Monte lands by his feet, so he's flooded out into the open, exactly where Valda wanted him. And instantly, A-site under Trick's control.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. Trick knows how to play by the book Counter-Strike on Inferno. That's the reason that I feel like going into this one. And I guess now we can go back to that conversation. in my eyes, it felt like Partizan, if they were gonna win this game, it should have been in 2 maps, right? Now you're going into an Inferno that the Danes know how to control really well. So it is a bit of a bonus that Dragon had a phenomenal performance on Nuke, right? Was able to get over 20 kills. But if you're not able to play Disturbed Counter-Strike, hyper-aggressive, and get into their faces and make them miss their shots quite simply, Trick know how to play by the book CS to make you feel like you don't even get to participate in some of the rounds. And we get a great example of it in the first 2 rounds of action. Now, obviously, it's a little bit too early to be drawing conclusions like those, right? We were yet to see Partizan play a singular buy round on that CT side, but you can already see some of the signs of Trick being quite diligent and disciplined in their approach.
True. I feel like the breaks between the maps have been very impactful for each of the teams, right? I think between the first and the second, it acted like a really good reset for Partizan. Obviously, they started off on the wrong foot on Ancient, but could get themselves in the right headspace for Nuke, and vice versa for Tricked, right? You knew that you got a little bit surprised with Partizan all of a sudden being able to frag back, and now Road is basically sealed for this one, and we're in for a treat for a third mapper.
Really are. And I know Neo called it a Pugger's Paradise. I'll call Inferno the utility nerd's paradise. The more you study the timings, the more you study the util, how you can be as efficient as possible, the better you are. That's exactly what Danes do, in case you didn't know, folks. They're the nerds of Counter-Strike.
Oh, Kindo with in the smoke could be a little bit dangerous, but none of those bullets really land. And B-side control taken by the Danish side. Bomb finding itself into the ground. Partizan, even though they've got 4 players, and they're on the outside looking in. And you've even left Dragon all to himself over to this A site. It very much feels like it could be another save. Positives for them is that Trick have run out of utility, but again, you don't know that. And taking over a B-site retake on Inferno when 4 out of 5 players are alive on that T side is a really hard task either way. So the save comes in back-to-back for Partizan, and Tricked are allowed 3 consecutive.
It's a dream start for the Strict side, especially if you're able to hold on to some of the guns. Swing probably coming in 3, 2, 1. Partizan goes in and they go out. Dragon actually does get a double kill out of this. This is not too bad.
Okay.
A quick reminder, you do get extra $50 for every single kill you get, and this is not just you. This is every single one of your teammates gets $50 a piece. So a lot of money being farmed up there by Dragon, not only for himself but for the entire team.
And it was that on the previous round as well, between round 2 and round 3, where he got a pick, stayed alive. He's been doing that a few times already.
Yeah, and this is good for him, right? For his individual, I guess, headspace, confidence. Even if it is exit kills, we're still at the start of the map, and those kills do matter. They do make a difference for the CT side's economy state, but they still need to start picking up the rounds, and this is a good way to up your chances for such a thing. Depression with an opening kill. Salazar does go down. He had to register a kill, and the Danes trying to respond back with something quick in towards A, but Depression still in the spot.
And Dragon is also performing quite well, so Trick's pace up doesn't quite work out for them, especially with Vladen breaking through. The flash is pretty damn impressive as well. Kindo and Vladen are able to pincer the remaining T-side players, and blinking you miss it, Partizan are right back in this game, Ted. Not going to let Trick run away with things.
Yeah. Lovely stuff coming out of Depression. First shot was quick as hell. Salazar, only a rifle, didn't really have the advantage in this one. And then Vladen timing to push through the smoke with Kindo. Perfect work there. Communication-wise, this is what you want to see out of Partizan. Early rounds on the board. Make Trick feel the pressure. Down money-wise as well. That's because of all the damage in the last couple rounds. 2 Tech 9s in the mix for the T's.
Still very doable. Still could overwhelm.
Oh.
And the flashes indeed make Partizan try to move out of the way, but not quite the timing that Trick wanted to get the first pickup, and now need to be curious about their backside. They've left the B site unattended. Banana could have been crossed by Kindo.
They need to play through this smoke, right? They know they've got a timing. You gotta go. You've left everything else. You gotta break it. You gotta get the kill on Kindo.
Breakaway HE. Kindo taking into a corner. Leak's able to get to his opponent's head first. Although he does have to drop to 13 points of health. The push is on for Trick. No more smokes. Actually, it was just the one thrown in, the last one available to them. Molly out, Colin swings either way, doesn't care. And Trick to found B-site access. Look at this backside though, Dragon taking up this Coffin's angle, and he's not all by himself, he's got support. Depression even further back. Nodius, well aware. And you've got to realize Depression is lingering in the shadows as well, going in for the test. But shots missed. And a forced drop back here for Partizan. One more pick and maybe Partizan consider this, but without it, Tricked are not letting go over the site and don't lose their eye off the ball for too long.
That's what we were talking about, by the way. This round is a great example of why VAVBET could be a really good in-game leader for a team like this, and why he is a really good in-game leader for a team like this, by the way. You get the set piece, low on money, a couple take nines, you bring in the pace, a couple guys through second middle, the deep flashes going towards mid, you push them back. They even could have gotten the kill onto the long player, by the way. We didn't catch it on the replay, but the long guy was fully blinded. It's just that no one was looking there. You push away the CTs from middle. They know you're working with limited utility, so through their minds, it should be a one-dimensional round, right? If they just have a certain amount of smokes and flashes, why go through the bother of faking out? Might as well just use the chaos that you've already created, but all of that chaos ended up being just in our heads. Double rotate comes in, you see the deep re-smoke in towards Banana, understanding of the timing there, you break it through, you run down the rifle, you walk into an empty bomb site, and even Colin's getting a kill going through the CT smoke. It was just a low HP player, so it doesn't change a whole lot, but this is VAVBET saying, I've got your number, and I can play the mind games.
And look, for Trick, this is also being a very in-your-face style of play as well, right? They haven't really allowed Partizan to settle down, not really gone for the tactic of allowing their opponents to expend their utility, and instantly, again, moving into Collins' position. Smoke nearby. The cross coming in through Croc, but he's just there as cannon fodder. B-site takeover, 4v4, and it might just be the saving simulator today.
Yeah, it's just the start of Counter-Strike, right? You go for the CT smoke, you just peek half a second before it opens up, so you're giving yourselves the opportunity to get that one-for-one refrag onto Collins. It doesn't really matter that he gets a kill, and now Trick know it. As long as they stay alive and they don't get spammed down or killed by the util being thrown, Partizan should save right now, and Vladen is walking in towards the ruins. What are they going for? Are they gonna try?
They get a
They're
pick.
going?
This could be doable.
It's so
Leak's
late.
dead. The push is on from Trick, though.
There's no way.
Depression holds on from BCT. You're running out of time, though. Valda, close by. An interrupter. Depression looks to go for the peak, and he's received the pickup. But you've got plenty of time to get this defuse on. Surely you do. Partizan win the retake. When you least expect it, they take over.
I think Trick are as shocked as we are, by the way, and maybe that's why they win the round, Partizan. Trick were probably so convinced that was going to be a safe call. Look at that from Vlad, and Molly comes in. First kill, refrag onto the second, smoke on top of the bomb, and they just win all the fights there. Trick definitely thought they had this one in the books, and that was another fantastic call coming out of the Danes, but it just doesn't work out.
Okay, I think that was a bit of a statement as well from Partizan. Don't expect the saves. Don't anticipate what most teams go for. We'll try things others don't. And they're playing into that mental part of this matchup. Still, Tricked have got something in store for this round. 3 rifles available to them. Pick of the litter in terms of the pistols. But a slower pace this time around. Not wanting to go for that heads-up approach.
What's the call here, Tricked? What do you want to do next? Banana been given pretty much for free. 1 deep smoke coming in from the CT side, but no one really fighting for it. There's no HEs, no mollies coming in, and Tricked right now not really contested anywhere on the map. Flash to clear out apps, no one spotted in there. But you're hearing a lot of commotion right now if you're Tricked. You know they've cleared apps, you know they've cleared top Banana. Croc has been demolished by the nade. Needs to drop the rifle over to somebody else. It will be another B exec, but Collins is not really alone anymore, and that nade could do even more damage. Look at that.
Croc no more. So even though Croc was not going to give over that AK, now he doesn't really have the choice. Smoke lands, covering the boost position as well. Double mollies the backside, and it does impact the remaining CT players. Collins has to play aggressive, but it pays nicely for him. Double kill for the Partizan side. And you've even got rotators around. Vladen approaching the site, leaks, losing most of his health in that engagement, even though he wins that fight. Salazar gets caught on the offside of the smoke. Bomb goes down and leaks with 4 points of health. Has got to do this all by himself. Depression, able to swing on time. The release of the trigger lands on his opponent's face. And Partizan looking stronger by the second on this CT side on Inferno.
You know what? This is still impressive for the side of Trick. Still impressive that they get a bomb plant here. Partizan were so ready. The util, the double nade, Colin's getting a double kill as well. This defense is looking so potent right now from the side of Partizan. Feels like they've just turned it around, and that's why we said we needed to wait for them to get onto those buy rounds before writing them off. And there goes the first tactical timeout for the side of Trig. This is quite a big factor as well. You're looking at the coaches, you're looking at the brains behind both teams. Tricked as of right now, operating under Regin. Quite an experienced coach. Was part of Mouse, obviously, in 2019, 2020, Endpoint TSM after that. Quite a reputable name when it comes down to the Danish scene. And Partizan have quite a reputable name when it comes down to the Serbian scene and Bax. And yeah, I know it sounds like Banks, but it's not Banks. It's Bax. And Bax was around here before Banks was, I think.
Sure. And he's got your back.
He's got old Bax.
All the backs.
Yeah.
Every players, every teams. Every fans. Economical collapse, inevitably for Tricked. They did force into the previous one. There were opportunities for them to keep themselves afloat with a triple AK force up, but this time around do not have the delicacy of having some spare cash available.
Let's go, Valde. Roll back the years. Show them what that 2018 top 20 player looks like. Exactly what it looks like.
Maybe next time.
That's why it's not 2020 anymore.
Nope.
There you go.
That's a good opener for Leaks. But Partizan have the good setup here. I'm looking at the
more
information. They
1Ds.
can see everybody trying to close up the distance. Croc,
Let's go.
there's a bit of an answer there. The rifle's a bit out of reach. Depression survives. Bomb down for Tricked.
That's tricky.
No guns again for Trick, though. If you stay with pistols, your chances are slim. Marley gets shot across the box. No, can't really be toyed with. There are two players here. I wonder if Nodius goes for the swing and allows Croc to stay alive. But this is going to be a wide angle attack. Croc trying to keep his teammate afloat, but not quite possible with a plethora of Partizan players approaching from all the types of directions. 4-4 is the score, with Partizan equalizing the endeavor. We definitely do have a map on our hands.
Yeah, damage is not bad, but still Partizan have been able to build up a steady enough bank in the last couple of rounds not to care too much about those lost guns. Good work coming out of Collins there with the multi-kill. Buy round coming up for the Dane. Salazar yet to register his first kill. T-side opening on Inferno could be a little bit of a bother to deal with sometimes, but they will still need him if they want to get a couple more here before the switch. Partizan have been able to recover this one perfectly with Depression playing a massive role in all of that on his 8 kills. Look at Apps. Look at Depression.
Oh dear. Salazar didn't expect that for the life of him. And even though there's a bit of a fight back with Nodius against Dragon, it's not quite good enough for Trick. Back to ground zero, looking to see what the right approach is. You've already got a couple of chips towards that left-hand side, but Partizan looking to re-clear.
It's so unfortunate for Salazar as well. He's trying to switch things up and he walks right into but look at Leaks. He's just walking out of the apartment. Valen posted well. Needs to get the first one. Knows that there's a second player as well. He's playing this one perfectly right now. He's even got a smoke for the molly.
He's covering every single track. No issues here, and he's got friends also to hold his hand. Oh, not that he needs them. Eventually goes down. But this leaves Trick's captain to himself. 55 seconds and the C4. Not impossible, but not ideal either.
He's missed him.
But Kindo knows that there's a timing available for him, which he indeed will pick up without taking a hint of damage in the process, right? The two remaining players at full 100, and Partizan are the ones to be in the lead now.
Yeah, lovely stuff. There goes the aggression. Depression with the opening kill. Vlad and lovely angle in towards the back of the pillar there. Gets the first one and he's out of there. Good drop out of Nodius. Himself and Valde already. showing some good level of play here on Inferno. Notice 11-6 on the top of the board. Valdez had a couple good rounds as well. Unfortunately, not quite enough to get around on the board. Partizan, keep it going. And again, only up against the Tech 9s. And Salazar is having a nightmare of a map.
I just had a really funny thought. Imagine if those HEs were just real-life HEs and people were chugging them on like that. I wouldn't recommend. Either way. This seems like a simple endeavor as the A-site hold is good enough. Both Vladden and Dragon holding their individual positions. And it's a bit of a buffer now being created. A storm surging, for sure. With the Partizan side, a lot more comfort, depression. He's had a few moments so far and multiple rounds where he's been the first to show impact.
For Salazar, man. I think Salazar, out of the 7 deaths he's got, he's 0-3 just against depression. Might be 0-4 as well. That's tough. Half of the times you've been killed by the enemy Oper, and now they're even rocking the double off setup. And in case you didn't know, Dragon used to be an Oper back in the day. First he was a rifler, then an Oper, then a rifler again. So he knows what's up.
Great. They've had difficulties breaching at the first instances so far. Depression again with the right idea. But now at Trick, they've got the information of where the AWP player is, and Molly has blocked them back in, but do you expect 3 to be around with them? I don't think you do. Collins ready for Crocs' push. And with that, again tricked on the back foot from the gun.
And that feels like such a big loss. I mean, look at the damage inflicted onto the B players from Partizan, but it doesn't really mean anything. Considering you've lost the player, Leaks is down to 8 HP. You don't really have a lot of map control either. You just invested so much utility, almost all of your utility in towards that top banana area, and you didn't really get it. You just got 1 smoke, 1 flash left. You gotta go B with that amount of util. There's no chance for you on the A bomb side, and you know it.
Kendo Collins, the duo, holding down this B site fort. Smoke giving Tricked a chance to flood out. Collins finds 2, and Kindo with the higher ground will make sure no one passes by him. A simple endeavor by the end of that. Partizan on a streak and a half. 7 now on the board. 1 round remaining left in the first 12. And Tricked having to take a timeout to figure out how on earth do they save the day.
It was a little bit weird in towards top banana, wasn't it? It felt like there was just one player that got ahead of all the util and everyone else was just standing behind and being supportive. And after you're investing so much utility, you probably want a couple more people to get involved into that fight. Tricked in a pretty sticky spot right now, money-wise as well. There's enough money for Nodius to get onto an AK-47. I'm afraid Leaks will be the only other one with enough finances for 1, though. Croc on a Galil, Mac-10 in the hands of Salazar. Valde's going to be... Oh, okay. There is a dropped AK for Valde as well. Actually bought it for himself, but decides not to go for too much utility. So, yeah, util-wise, not the round with the utmost freedom creatively for Tricked. Relying on hitting the shots.
And I wonder if they'll try and play aggressive off the back of it as well. Collins gets the better end of so many of these down players, making them low, and 1 HE will just put limbs all over this banana point of the map. Blood everywhere, guts splattered, and Trick nowhere to be found. Partizan putting their foot down on the CT side and not letting go.
That was a touchdown. That was a touchdown pass if I've ever seen one. What a nade. They just go through hell and towards banana right there. Decided to try and go through the util, but this is such an awful way to end that half. Look at that from Collins once again. There goes the peak. There goes the tax. And the second nade, Kendo getting a triple. He didn't even leave CT spawn. And look at that line of blue rounds right there. That's 7 in a row for the side of Partizan. That was a 4-1 lead for Tricked. And they're going into the second half having to fight their own nemesis. 1 pistol round picked up so far across the series, and they need a second. Now more than ever. Desperately.
Oh dear, Ted. How do you come back from this? Previously, you had the timeout between both maps to get things going, but now It felt like that tactical one didn't quite do them any favors. Sure, you had the game plan. Sure, you want to play aggressive, but it felt like Partizan were ready for it. And now, even though it feels like it's been the case since the start, Partizan technically take a hold over this tempo. The ones that dictate the pace.
And I don't want to be the one beating on a dead horse, but Salazar is yet to get his first kill.
Oh no.
Feels bad. Poor Salazar.
I mean, we saw a couple of those moments on Ancient. It felt like it was Partizan being on that side of the coin, where some of these players didn't quite get things going yet.
I want to say he's had the most unfortunate of games, and if he gets fully blinded into a full Glock headshot, yep, exactly what happens.
Oh,
0 and
no.
10, 4 and 12 for a Krog. This B-bomb side has fallen down. This pistol round is already over.
He can't catch a break, dude, and neither can Trick, to be fair. That was a clean 1-2 there from Partizan. Not much could go wrong with that pop flash.
You know what's the worst part about it for Salazar? And in a lot of those situations, I wouldn't even say it's his fault. I mean, sure, maybe there's a couple ones if you go into all the duels. There's definitely ones that he had an opportunity to kill the guy on the other side of the screen, right? But you're thinking about this one with the flash. You're thinking about the amount of times that Depression just peeks middle with an open. Salazar just left blocking himself with a pistol or a rifle. We're in transition. Then he decides to try and switch it up on the T side, go for an aggressive peek into horizontal boiler with his open. Depression's already there waiting for him. This is at least half of the deaths in which you could say that he's straight up unfortunate, right? He's not necessarily doing anything bad. It's just one of those games.
So Tricked limited to just the one pistol in the series. No other chances to increase that one. Well, it is going to be 5 out of 6 for Tricked. That is some clean work from Kindo. He barely had a pixel to work with on the player behind Sands, but 9-4 being the score. Buy up from both sides. For Lynx, MP9 and Nodius. A couple of rifles for the Partizan side. I wonder if this is enough for Trick to create some destabilization for their opposing side.
I mean, at this point, destabilization for Partizan equals stabilization for you, so hopefully this is all they've got. 3 players in towards that B-bomb side, but Partizan are not going to get fooled that easily by it. They've been given banana control without much resistance. 1 smoke in towards B, and that's all about that defense from Trick. Minute 30, Partizan don't really need to force the issue running through a smoke. They can work around the map.
It's as if Tricked are an open book and Partizan are reading it. Going into the least...
Yeah. Who knew Serbians could speak and read Danish? Quite a complicated language, actually.
I mean, 2 very different languages.
Yeah.
Overall.
Yeah. Intelligent, those Partizan players, then.
Yeah. The element of the game we didn't expect to be at play. Either way, Depression continues his bravado from the previous round and being in his opponent's faces from the get-go. This is a bit of a tough one here. Tricked falling a little bit further behind. But Nodius had a chance to break away. He turns around a 180-degree turn to get the pick. How does he survive?
There's some kind of a slim opportunity. Something about this round. Thing is, I don't really think Tricked want to go for a round like this. No kit. Nodius is low and his whereabouts already shared to the public. And by the public, I mean Partizan players, so...
Yeah, well... The public
That's
of Inferno have left a long time ago, Ted. I mean, we can still hear the music, the radio on. We can hear some music from an apartment here and there, but I don't think there's too much of a public left.
Oh my god, he's so sharp.
That is the type of dragon we expected to see today, and
that's why the people have left. Of course, they're gonna leave the kitchen.
Because there's a dragon on Inferno, Ted. It's the Game of Thrones. What? Okay, never mind. I went too far. I got a bit too excited.
Or,
yeah.
Is the Hobbit.
Hobbit? It's the world of the Lord of the Rings.
Yeah. There was a dragon there as well. Quite a mean one.
He lives in a mountain, though.
Yeah, but he did terrorize the lake city or lake village people.
I will not argue with that.
Yeah. Hey, he was a bit of a bully.
Right now, Partizan are the bullies, and it feels like Tricked can't really hold on to their lunch money. Nodi, it's only one with anything other than a pistol. And a bit of a dream, really. Keep this competitive.
Yeah.
And a bit of a gamble stack as well. A site with 4 players strong. But with Partizan lined up towards B, they just might be making the right decision. Just Valda responsible for holding down that site.
Oh, the experience in the world, Valde, but just one pistol in hand, a smoke that, as of right now, is going to keep them at bay. And actually, as of right now, it feels like he's doing quite enough to push them back into an A play. Only if Partizan knew about it. They still don't have to rush it in. They still have a lot of time to work with, but I think they are.
I mean, it's the exact same cues they got the previous round where there was a B stack. This time, though, Tricked was smart to do the same thing with 4 players on A.
At least you're sending a Mac-10 in first. At least you're sending Kindo in, or you're just sending one Mac-10 out the apartments. You know they're replaying the forest buy. You gotta sacrifice someone.
Smokes out. B site left with a smoke, rotate away from Valda, 40 seconds. Partizan can still pull the trigger on this double back, but instead they're going all in. Vladen first out from apartments, still having the high ground. Nodius in the corner. He could be quite the disruptor. He's the one with the MP9 after all. Oh dear, 25 seconds. And instead of Nodius having impact, he's instantly dealt with. Depression and Dragon do so damn much. Valda can kick and scream all he wants, but nothing's going to go his way. Partizan just 2 rounds away from making the series their own.
Oh gosh, that was terrifying. That was such a close one, but Depression goes absolutely nuclear with the double kill. It felt like it was going to go down. It felt like Tricked were going to make them suffer. But instead is all the suffering in the world for the Danes. Salazar yet to register a kill, and at this point, he might not even get a single one for this entire map of play. Depression is 14-4. That game has been such a great example of that never die mentality for the side of Partizan. And look at Dragon go. He's just mowing them down through smokes at this point. Leagues didn't even get to see his opponent, and Notice is already down to 12 HP.
It's getting from bad to worse, Ted. It is not looking like this day is getting any brighter for this Trick side, but at least Salazar is making that big green chime, making it sing. Say a tune or two. He's going to have to make it be quiet for a little while, jumping through the smoke. Apartments taken up. Partizan, though, switching their minds, breaking through their opponents to spawn. It feels like Valda is aware that something like this could happen. He's a smart lad, he is. But is he ready for this amount of players to be around? And has he got the crosshair adjustment to make it work? And I don't think he does. Depression looks to see if he can make the difference, but it's Collins all day here and streamlining it towards B. You've left one player behind. He could act as the back flank if it's needed, but it won't even come down to that. A quick plant, and it's going to be the 12th without no issue for this Partizan squad.
See, that's the moment when you're going to be looking at Salazar and Notice, and you know they're in their right minds going for the save. You're not winning a retake like this with Notice being down to 12 HP and I guess just one flash being all the U2 you've got and you being on the other side of the map, but it's a 4-11 save. This is the most painful thing that you could go through as a player.
You know what the sad thing is? Kindo isn't done going for the search. He's going to check pit, see that no one is there, and he'll still have 10 seconds to figure out if anyone's around in apartments.
I think they'll be fine.
Yeah, I thought Kindo would be a little bit more speedy about it, but...
Yeah, you know what? Their situation is dire enough for us not to figure out, not to try and find out ways for us to make it sound even worse. They're in a bit of a tough spot. I mean, look at the way that Dragon's getting the opening kill as well, man. You're getting the worst out of the worst right now for Tricked.
That is not fair.
Yep. That is a 0 stars treatment. If Partizan was a Google review restaurant, or a restaurant which you're Google reviewing, you'd give them you'd give them the 0 stars if you're Tricked. If you're a Serbian Counter-Strike fan, you're giving them a 10 out of 10 right now.
It's 5 stars, Ted. It's 5 stars. But
oh yeah. It wasn't 10.
Find a way to make it 10.
you could guess that I've never tried, right?
Yeah, it's all right. I never put a Google review in, but always look at it from time to time, though.
Right. One of those people.
I mean, you want to make sure you're going to the good places.
Yeah, I hear you. Salazar definitely not going to the good places.
No.
He's in a terrible spot right now. 1-13 going down instantly, and this could be the final round of play.
He's in a terrible spot. He's 6 feet under, Ted. And the rest of the tricked side might be following suit, and indeed that is going to be the case. Depression. This has been his map. I feel like Depression has completely showed up, whether that is on the AK-47, whether that is on the AWP, whether that is on a pistol. He's been online, provided so many of these entries, multi-frags, holds, tricked, in dire straits. And there's even guarantees to this round. Collins waiting for the smoke to subside, and then he'll swing. Then he'll make his presence known. Sure, Croc was wary of something like this, but was never ready for what Partizan had in store for them. That is going to be a reverse sweep brought in from Partizan. What a showing. Even one-upping the score of Nuke. It's a 13-4 to close out Inferno.
Yeah, that never die Balkan mentality being brought in. Partizan didn't really join in on map number 1, but maps 2 and 3 were a complete domination. Trick never got a chance, and with Neo coming right back to the studio, I can't wait to hear what he's got to say about this one, because I think we expected this one to be quite a close one.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. I mean, we're looking now at what is, once again, that thought process of where the individuals just don't get to play it. They don't get to show up. I mean, you know, it's easy in a sense to single out Salazar here, 1-13 at the end. I mean, just a rough showing as a whole, but you're actually looking across the board. Basically, everybody bar Nodios, none of them had star moments or moments where they really bring anything to the table. Nodios, a couple of flashes there, and then I'll give him credit. He actually was stepping up in some big ways, but it never got to get to the level that they needed, right? We needed this out of line, and credit where it's due over towards Partizan. Flying colors from them. I think Pavlos touching it right at the tail end there as well. Depression looked excellent. I mean, he had middling moments in maps 1 and 2. Even, the win, that reverse sweep, that map number 2 that they had, it was okay, right? He pulled his numbers at times, but that was much better. The impact he had individually, fantastic. But you got to look at the way in which that was won, right? You're looking at kind of Collins flawless in opening duels, Depression 4-1 going flying, 3-0 for Dragon. All of these riflers getting into the thick of it and really looking quite difficult to deal with. And that was such a big thing. That rifling core that we saw put on a real show for Partizan and looked so comfortable doing it. So, unfortunately, you probably have to chalk this in total as a pretty damning series over towards Tricked, right? You start so well, your opponent's map pick, you get out the gates flying, but I think all that most people look back on is how it closed. Those final 2 maps, already getting 9 rounds across both of them, and the way in which it happened as well, right? And for Tricked, you got to add in on top of that, pistol round going in their favor to start things off. They get an immediate kickstart, a bit of a foundation to build on, and they can't do anything with it. That run was brilliant. 12 in a row it was from the likes of Partizan across the 2 halves. There's so little you can say in a negative note over towards them. The second the guns came into play and the second there was investments to work with, they just kept chaining econ, chaining rounds together, and Tricked couldn't find any way to slow them down. It felt like no matter what they do in terms of attack pulls here or there across the series, it didn't really slow this Partizan side down once they were actually warmed up. And what they'll look back on and say, all right, it happens, map number 1, a little worse for wear. We weren't kind of quote-unquote awake for it, but my God, were they then. So, yeah, fantastic stuff as a whole. Really, really well done. And a lovely win in the round of 16 for Partizan, and one, again, that they can continue to build on. This is a side that continues to look unbelievably scary, and they're starting to really climb the ranks in Tier 2. And it's actually performances like that showing that they have the grit, the determination. Ted called it that Balkan grit in a sense, right, where they're able to continue pushing their way forward despite what happened. They can forget the past, focus on the present. That's quite a big factor in Tier 2. You play a lot of games against a lot of different sides and a lot of different play styles, and Trick's play style, they had to a T. From map 2 onwards, they knew exactly what they were up against. That's worrying for Trick. That's one they're going to have to go look back on, and it's a tough loss to take as well, just because of the fashion in which they took it. They're going to have to look back on that and do a lot of learning. And of course, you learn more from your losses, but that's not one they're going to watch, very soon. They might want to leave that one on the back burner for a little bit. It's a tough one to digest. So credit to Partizan. They move on forward and, set up some pretty exciting times on that side of the bracket as well. And for Tricked, of course, we have to bid them farewell. But round of 16 is not bad, but for a side who are trying to scale up the ranks in Tier 2 themselves, not good enough, right? They're looking to get kind of top 4 placements to really get those VRS points in place. And unfortunately, not to be as a whole. So that is our 3rd game of the day done. We're now looking, of course, forward to are lost. CYBERSHOKE 500, because before we get there, we've got a bit of a break for that. And a pretty wild series. It's going to be tough to match in this CYBERSHOKE 500 matchup, but I'm sure we'll find some way to do it. For Trick, a lot to learn and some real valuable lessons in terms of how firepower can completely take over a server. And again, coming back to probably what seems like a bit of an innate issue over to Trick. It seems like they got good ideas, they got good protocols, but sometimes the heavy hitters don't hit very hard. And that's been an issue for them for a while. How do you replace that? Well, that's a conversation for them. For Partizan, I'm liking what I see, and that advert sign in the window is looking pretty good right about now as well. And I'm sure there's definitely, you know, conversations being had in some way. Regardless, that's our third series done, 2-1 in favor of Partizan, and ultimately doing it quite easy the second we head in towards map 2 and 3. For now, we're going to head to a break. When we are back, we're heading in towards our fourth and final game of the day. Like we said, CYBERSHOKE 500, but of course before that, an extended break. We'll see you soon.
Wants to kill them last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Welcome back in our final game of the day as well. And this one set up to be a bit of a banger as well. So we're looking forward. It's CYBERSHOKE taking on 500 now to round off this side of the bracket. Pavos, how are we feeling? We just had a bit of a barn burner to kickstart us on our shift with a bit of a wild result in the way it happened. And this one has all the makings of being pretty similar.
I think so too. I think that this could be a really close matchup overall, right? I feel like these two teams are on a similar wavelength in regards to that. They've had to go through some recent changes. I think for 500, it's a little bit more extensive, right? You're changing your leadership, you're changing the way you approach the game, you're changing coaching and IGL. CYBERSHOKE is a little bit of a smaller addition in that regard as of that player break. But overall, I feel like that they are at that very similar level, trying to now create some new consistencies, opening a new chapter into this season.
Absolutely. We'll focus our attention. We'll start off with 500, of course. And of course, I'm going to move to Mr. Bulgaria of Counter-Strike himself. The man that is Ted. Ted, give me your thoughts, right? Obviously, this is a side that you know very well, you know, personally, right? These are all guys that are part of your scene. What are the thoughts now on the new changes more than anything? Volt, Hampers coming into the fray. It's going to bolster up the depth, the firepower in centers. How are you feeling about this now?
I feel like it could only be interpreted as a positive change. It doesn't really matter if you're looking at it from the perspective of Hampus and Volt. Obviously, for them, Hampus was able to take Metizport to the major. After that, things didn't quite work out, and they didn't pan out at the major itself. Volt couldn't really land a stable team for the first part of 2025, and DGL has been for quite a while has been away. So I think for those guys and for the Bulgarians, it's quite complimentary, right? You get a new mindset for the game. You get a really underrated and really solid support rifle such as Volt that could be your aggressor on the T side, but could slot into some of those anchor roads on the CT side as well. But in general, he could be bringing in a lot of firepower. Hampus, we know, is bringing in a lot of firepower alongside the in-game leadership, and he's got some good background with Cirque and a good relationship there from their time on Bleed. So yeah, to answer shortly, I feel like it's a great change for both sides, and some of the results so far have been proving that to be true. 500 on a 3-game winning streak, all 2-0s. That's happening for the first time since March for this team. So yeah, I feel like that's a pretty clear sign that things are working out a little bit better now.
Yeah, breaking news, guys. Ted loves the Bulgarian side. More on this at 10. Pavas, I want to ask you about 500. Sure. Give me your thoughts on the side. Obviously, this is a team littered with stars, or I guess in some cases maybe former stars, but also then DGL now entering the fray as well. It also really feels like this is a real respected move by 500 of changing away from their roots in a sense and adding actually this sort of more wider European influence, which actually seems really exciting.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of these countries that have a limited talent pool, if they really want to push the potential, the ceiling of a roster, you kind of have to go internationally. And I know Ted mentioned the past cohesion that Hampus and Cirque potentially have. You've also got the likes of Hampus and DJL when it comes to the leadership, right? There's a bit of a reunion in that way. So I think for that overall, it's not like you're starting from zero. You've got some players that have got a familiar understanding of how they like to be approaching the game. So there is a foundation to work on, which I feel it could be some really good help for 500. And it's already shown, right? Ted mentioned it, 3 2-0s in a row. And these are the 3 matches that they've played since they've made the changes. So good signs to come.
Yeah, things so far looking good. And hey, I might even have a bit of bias here. Volt is UKCS as much as he might not claim it. So I will claim it personally. We'll move on to CYBERSHOKE though, on the flip side. Yeah, exactly. UKCS, we'll take what we can. CYBERSHOKE on the flip side, Ted, kickstart me with these guys. Again, a similar side in the sense of they're all littered with stars, and in some cases also sort of former stars in a way. Forrester in particular has been up with some of the best tier 2 teams we've had for a while, glowing, obviously, especially recently, as excellent. This is a side that is super difficult to play against right now.
Yeah, individually, they're quite crack, aren't they? I mean, last year it was a little bit more difficult to get excited about this CYBERSHOKE team in general, right? Phenomen and Odaneki were already good, but with the additions of Blixie coming in from Aurora's Academy and then Glowing coming in as the endgame leader towards the start of the year, and now someone like Forrester that, as you pointed out, is really well decorated. He's played 3 majors with 3 different organizations, one without Cow, one with Entropic, another one with the Dream Eaters. He was back then in Berlin in 2019. So you're getting a lot of you're getting a pretty young veteran, and I say a pretty young veteran. I know Forrester is 25, but for a 25-year-old, he's actually got a lot of experience bringing to this team. So yeah, I honestly feel like CYBERSHOKE is one of those sleeper teams that you give a little bit of time to work around, and maybe if Forrester fits in nicely, they could become one of the more difficult teams to play in Tier 2 Counter-Strike and all.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and Pavlos, when we talk about CYBERSHOKE, this is a side that, you know, slowly but surely, in a lot of cases, sort of under the radar, have been moving their way up those VRS ranks, and at quite a pace, right? In especially recently, where they're starting to find a bit of form, not quite back at their peak, but it seems like they're really on track for it right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there are some events like in the CCT that they've done some really good, they found some really good results. It hasn't been clean, right? There have been a lot of 3-mappers, and I feel like that's an issue for CYBERSHOKE generally. You've got to look at the map pool in situations like this and see where the consistency lies and where it doesn't. Yeah. And I feel like for CYBERSHOKE, it's about being able to close things out sooner rather than later. But I think you're both right in saying that this is a team you can get excited about again, right? It's a CYBERSHOKE that I feel like they've got a ceiling that's yet to be found, and I hope that they can get there soon, because quite honestly, some of these individuals are straight up cracked. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how these guys can progress.
But let's move our attention to the veto as well, right? And this is one that's it's a little funky. There's obviously both sides, with CYBERSHOKE having a bit of a weak map pool as a whole, and then 500 having a new team and a new setup in a sense. What does DGL want to bring to the side? How does Hampus also want to bring, you know, his own flair in a way? So Ted, what are we thinking here? We got Nuke, we got Mirage, we got Ancient. Nuke picked by 500, Mirage picked by CYBERSHOKE and Ancient as the decider. How are we feeling about this veto?
Would you ever have thought that we would live up to the day where 500 would pick into a Nuke and we'd say they're in their right mind to do so, and they're probably favored to win the map? I mean, go back a couple months and probably not. Before the additions of DJO and Hampus, 500 were on a streak of 6 consecutive losses on Nuke, and they had picked into it once, but it didn't go their way. Now they've picked into it twice already. They've won it 3 times in a row. They're yet to drop consecutive, or yet to drop double-digit rounds on it as well. So I guess that's unexpected one. And as you pointed out, for CYBERSHOKE, has been a bit of a gap in the map pool. So I think that one was always going to come through. Mirage coming in for CYBERSHOKE, I feel like, is not really shocking. I am a little bit disappointed we're not going over to that overpass, right? CYBERSHOKE played it against BC Game yesterday, did look good on it. We know that the Bulgarian Counter-Strike scene has always been a little bit fond of it, so I was kind of hoping for an overpass for the third, but I feel like if we go to a third and final one, Ence's still going to do us justice.
Sure, Pavlos, I actually want to touch on that a little bit as well. That overpass ban as a whole, it does feel a little bit out of left field in a sense, because, you know, CYBERSHOKE, like I said, played it twice, 500 haven't. Do you think this is more a case for CYBERSHOKE saying, let's not risk it because we don't actually know what they've got there?
I feel it's also the fact that you're not feeling particularly comfortable. Sure, you came off of a win against BC Game recently, but that was a 16-13. It's kind of something that you're not particularly hopeful that it can go your way when it comes to that third map. There's definitely more confidence going into that Ancient side. But I just want to bring attention to a statement that I didn't think I'd be saying today, but there's a big likelihood we'll be seeing 2 back-to-back Balkan teams winning a Nuke map today. So I feel like that would be interesting.
Yeah, it has really been a thorn in the side, in particular for CYBERSHOKE. I mean, they've 26 times they've played the last 2 months, and a pretty limited win rate, I think, is the safe way of putting it. They've been struggling to put wins on the board, and not only that as well, the losses have actually been pretty damning losses too. So 500, with the firepower they've got, and obviously the confidence to pick into it, they've seen something, as we sort of all have for CYBERSHOKE, that it's not the most confident map in the pool. We've got a bit of a head-to-head as well to bring you before heading in towards this one. And there's so many names we could bring to the table to highlight on each side, right? But we're going to go with Glowing and Volt, the 2 players who have been putting up kind of the best numbers, quote-unquote, kind of recently. But, you know, Ted, give me your thoughts on these. You know, Volt is obviously a guy that you spoke about, can play in those star roles, can be a guy. He's so versatile. Flip side, so is Glowing, right? Glowing has been around the block a lot himself, and recently has looked excellent.
Yeah, Volt has been the highest rated Bulgarian player in the last couple of days. He's absolutely fantastic, and it's perfect to have him on board. But yeah, he's been playing some good Counter-Strike. Obviously a little bit more passive, especially when it comes down to Nuke, where he's anchoring A. But we're expecting big performances out of both himself and Glowing throughout this entire series.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we've heard that game is live. So fellas, I'm going to throw the mic over to you guys. Take it away. Before you get in there as well, let me know your predictions.
Ooh, I'm going to say 2-1 CYBERSHOKE.
I will shock the world and not embarrass myself by saying a prediction. I think it's quite obvious.
Okay, well,
I'm always going to go for CYBERSHOKE, man.
I'm sure. Oh, wow. Oh, my God, Ted, bringing out the curveball. Anyway, time to get into the action. I'm excited about this one. Could be a close one. And the live odds of Thunderpick do say that it's likely going to be an interesting situation. 190 to 180, and 500 are the ones to begin on this T side, starting with a quick pace approaching CYBERSHOKE's defense.
Yeah, already played one official earlier on today. That was a 2-0 win over 9. In the proving ground, so getting a little bit of action. Pissed around already out in towards the A-bomb side. Volt will get one of those kills. Forrester tapping away, unable to find a target.
Going on the outside, looking in, waiting for his teammates to reposition as well. Have Heaven under control. Notineki lining up his flashbang. Glowing gets caught. Fold. What a drive-by of a peak. That is completely going to hurt CYBERSHOKE's chances. Something good about 500 recently is that their pistols, for some reason, are just really, really damn good.
I mean, when you look at his team, we had that conversation a couple days ago, me and you, when we were casting them here in the group stage of the Thunderpick, when they were getting their 2-0 wins to make it to the playoffs. If we were to look at all the individuals on the side of 500, isn't Zerg the only one that you'd be looking at and saying he needs to improve slightly from the first 6 months of the year, but he was already on an upward trajectory? So can you really spot a bad individual on the 500 side individually?
No, I don't think I can, Ted. I feel like that's a really good point you bring up.
Yeah, teams like that are usually quite good when it comes down to pistols. I mean, look at Volt. He's just free balling it. He's just doing whatever he wants to.
Damn. We were shouting his praises early on in the pre-show with Neo-Kai, but...
Yeah, don't know a lot of Bulgarians named Sebastian, but it's fine.
Yeah, that's why he can claim him as a Brit. That's where...
Meanwhile, he's Romanian, yeah.
Yeah, indeed.
He's a man of many faces.
All right, well, second round investments can be a bit of a pickle, and CYBERSHOKE have definitely gotten themselves in a situation where damage is available to them. A couple of MP9s, then 357s. Getting close proximity, these guns can pack a punch.
Look at Secret. They spot the Diagonals here. This is a little bit of prep maybe coming in from CYBERSHOKE. They want to fight outside a little bit later on. They've got Glowing ready to break the smoke with EHE, so coordinating that with the Secret push potentially.
Well, slow and steady. See how Volt is careful about a potential crunch out from CYBERSHOKE. In the meantime, you want to create a lure. You want to funnel your opponents into your crosshairs, and that's exactly what happens. Throwing out a molly away, it makes Notineki and Phenomen get a little bit anxious, walk into your footsteps in front of your screen, and the spray down is successful for Volt.
Yeah, this is looking really disciplined. This is one of the bigger differences that myself and yourself were able to, I guess, make between or draw between 500 before the additions of Hampus, Volt, and DJL, and after throughout the group stage of the Thunderpick World Championship. 500 looked really patient in a lot of those rounds, right? It feels like no one really is making too many moves without coordinating it with somebody else. We're not seeing as many, and especially on a map like Nuke, is quite easy to tell, right? Especially on the CT side. I mean, now we're talking about the T side, but CT side, the communication between Hampus and Zerg outside has been really good, and it just feels like the coordination is there. And 500 was a team known to oftentimes overcook it and become their worst enemies or their biggest enemies, which hasn't really been the case so far in those couple games that we've seen out of them.
I want to get your opinion on something, Ted. How big of a parallel do you think you can draw between Hampus and Glowing when it comes to their IGLing, right? And how much impact they can have on a server? I feel like that's a cool comparison to make.
Yeah, I think it is quite different, right? Glowing doesn't have the experience of Hampus as an in-game leader. Glowing is an older player by age, but he's not been playing the game for longer, right? So if you're comparing them in-game wise, Hampus is the more experienced one. He's been doing this for a longer period of time. Ideally, I feel like Glowing might want to be in a similar spot, right? He wants to be the in-game leader that's calling around himself, making aggressive moves, sometimes sacrifice himself, but a lot of the time give himself the good spots because he knows he can bring in the firepower. But it really does take a little bit of time to figure out what the best way to do it is. So I say maybe stylistically they're trying to go after something similar, but Glowing is still in that state where he's trying, I think, to put some of the youngsters in front of himself, if that makes any sense.
Makes complete sense. If the microphone caught that, but a kid was shouting outside. That was quite funny. I don't know. Kids playing in the yard. Either way, talking about action, Rainwaker already taken down. Courtesy of Blixie. 500 have been quite quiet with a traversal. Closing up the distance could be quite the surprise. Look how Hampus is closing in Fenneman. Not surprised, instead turns his attention right towards his opposing IGL. And already 500 in a bit of a pickle. Red Star desperately trying to give 500 away back in this one, but you're losing damage left and right, which makes this a lot more complicated.
Yeah, this one's over already. Red Star is still going to try and find something, glowing with the one decon to Vault and Fenneman, who's had a banger of a round with the Scout. That headshot is one that we got to check out. A replay of Blixie, glowing, and Fenneman getting all the kills. No, the Nick and Burster are yet to post their first ones, but you know what? Who gives a damn? And there is a good old Bulgarian saying about Counter-Strike, by the way, Pavlos. Nothing hurts more than losing to the Pistols. That's exactly what 500 experienced here and now.
Is that a famous Bulgarian saying?
Yeah. It's
passed on from
interestingly enough, the analyst of 500, who's the analyst, well, assistant coach now, he used to be the head coach before. Popov used to say that quite a lot. And now he gets to experience it.
Indeed. Rainmaker was the first one to drop the previous round, and now has taken quite a bit of damage, down to 22 points of health overall. Volt also looking to see if he can distract enough players in this side of the map while the rest of the 500 squad can move into A. Fenneman's got himself an upgrade though. A big green. In contrast to the scout he had earlier on, he gets the first pick, a leg shot onto one of his opponents, and now CYBERSHOKE. No, that 500 no longer testing ramp. Surely they need to focus on A.
Look at how low they are, right? And you didn't even spot Rainmaker, who's usually the lobby player, right? You kill Volt, or you kill Hampus, you leg shot Zerg. You know this was supposed to be a round play right now, so it's a perfect call, and Fenneman is already keeping him mobile, already readjusting, going in towards hell, ready for that outside wrap potentially, but 500 should be saving here. I mean, Rainmaker's the only one that's got nothing to hold on to. Zerg and rest can just call this one off right now. It's really difficult to think that you're going to get anything out of the round, and regardless of being stuck only with the pistol, Rainmaker is going to hold on to his life as well. That's going to be CYBERSHOKE winning the round with all 5 surviving.
That's big. That's massive. That's what you need on the CT side of Nuke. Build that economy as soon as damn possible. And with five rifles remaining, the cash is starting to add up. Ted, CYBERSHOKE, this is a good stoppage of what 500 have been going for. Deny the pace, pistol and follow-up is all that will be retrieved for the beginning of the game. And the 2-2 score is about to come online. Something else to note as well, 500 yet to lose a match, and I feel like losing matches is where you learn most about a roster, where the shortcomings are and where the biggest strives come in terms of improvement. 500 have yet to lose a match. A map, even.
Yeah.
So we've yet to see their trajectory in that way.
It kind of aligns with the conversation I wanted to have about CYBERSHOKE and their Nuke as well, right? Because as Neo pointed out, it has been a bit of a mix of results lately. If anything, I feel like they have been improving. And the fact that they have played 26 maps in 90 days means that they've had the opportunity to learn quite a lot, right? Establish a style that they're comfortable with. Some of their individuals, if not all of them, get comfortable with the map. So they're definitely not a team that's the best on Nuke in the tier 2 space, but definitely not one to be overlooked as well.
Volt losing his life early isn't good signs for 500 either. Nogtineki missing the timing in regards to the first spray, but he's well positioned for this, and he's got Fenneman as well near him if needed. Molly by Fenneman's feet, so flushed out. Glowing's around, Zerk ready for it. Smoke deep, Fenneman goes in for the second swing. Nogtineki able to catch one off guard, and all of a sudden it's gone awry. Rainmaker, a bit of an answer back, and a rifle upgrade. AWP doing him favors, and now a 2v2, very much doable.
Campuses and events, though, how do you connect the dots? Rainmaker needs to pick up the bomb and try and go down that B bomb side, but he's so afraid about a potential push. If he's able to make it down B, this round is on, but does he really want to do that? They're just slowing down. He's just waiting for Hampus.
Blixie, he nearly escaped through the cracks there, but Hampus has got the core. Rainmaker lined up and ready. Crosshair lined, and Hampus will be there before that is even necessary. The positive for Forrester, he's got the information available, but a 1v2 is going to be hard.
How do you read where he is? You know, he's the A player, but such a long time has passed. Where has he gone off to?
Wow.
20 seconds. They make their decision. They're going down the B bomb site. No smoke for the plant, so this is going to be a little bit stressful. Forrester already hearing the steps. He's going to be quite quick on that wrap around the world in towards the ramp position.
You've got to give this a go if you're Forrester. You've got the money and you've been able to catch Hampus, not given a chance to find a post-plant position. Oh, that molly is huge. Rainmaker in dire straits.
It failed.
Oh no! It's off to the side. It went for the corner, not for the back silo. The Rainmaker can hold his ground. Goes for the swing and takes the fight at his own measure. Beauty of a headshot. 500 right back in.
Yeah, we are going back to the same old conversation. Rainmaker, when he's on, he turns into Rainmaker. He's one of the best clutch players you're going to see on this level, and that's why he can just make something out of nothing. And that's what we were talking about, that level of communication between Rainmaker and Hampus. It looks so basic, but that's the reason they win it. And of course, that 1v1 just goes for the white swing. So much confidence into this one. Around that 500 probably shouldn't have been winning. A 2 versus 4 that they're able to steal away with a triple kill out of the man on your screen right now. And CYBERSHOKE just try and kill the momentum with an instantaneous tack.
Oh boy. That's quite the nail biter. Rainmaker, he's had a bit of a tough start to the game. If you look at his first bloods and the first deaths, it hasn't really gone his way, and he's been quite the, quite the lurk and support player in when it comes to it. But when it comes to also the clutches, unstoppable.
Yeah. I feel like this is the gentleman's agreement between Rainmaker and Volt, right? They're like, well,
sure.
on some maps we could be playing really screwed up spots on the CT side, but we're still going to be the stars at times, right? And Rainmaker is one of those guys that's going to take some hits on the CT side to enable Volt to have a little bit more freedom.
I mean, he was kind of forced into that role at the previous round, Rainmaker was.
I mean, I'd say that this is the role that he's comfortable with. That's his style of play, right? That's why he got picked up by Liquid a couple years ago. Obviously, things didn't work out for him, but he's always been doing his best work whenever he's been as passive as possible. Same way that Volt is doing a really good job when he's aggressive.
That's a great flash. Forrester unable to see. He had to reveal his position throughout it, so Rainmaker able to read both angles, make it 3.
He's an entry now.
Dear me. He's cosplaying as the Grim Reaper, and he's got his scythe out, sweeping left and right as he pleases.
Okay, to hell with the previous conversation. Rainmaker and Volt are the hyper carries of this team. They've got 12 kills between each other, 6 rounds in.
And it was the moment where we thought CYBERSHOKE were gaining a grasp of the game again, right? Interrupting 500 after the pistol and follow, but it didn't take long for the Bulgarian side to get things running.
Yeah, and that shows you how important those rounds are, right? This is the type of round that changes the game if you know how to follow up after winning it. A-Pop works out perfectly, though. Flashes were absolutely pitch perfect as well. Gotta give a little bit of credit to Cirque about this one too. And Nodeneki will be able to stay alive. It was a little bit of an effort. Hampus was quite determined to make sure he doesn't, but
it's funny, to be honest.
Yeah, it's just the M4 in the end of the day, not quite the big green. So problematic times for CYBERSHOKE.
At least the survivor of the A1S is available to them. Other than that, 500 would have simple sailing downwind towards victory in this particular round. Glowing going for something quite interesting, bumping next to the shoulder of a couple, and he's walked right past. There's a bonus. How many can you get away with? Oh dear me, that is chaos created. And a little upgrade. He's still alive, Ted.
No, they found him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
They got him.
Notineki, though, down to 12 points of health, and he's the one with the rifle, so unable to do too much. Forrester, I wonder if he gets away with some timing here. If 500 slow down the pace and no one looks behind him, Forrester could get a bit of a treat. And indeed, that might be the case. Hampus so damn smart to turn around in that moment. Holy moly, they just got away with it.
Woo! Might get away with a round as well. Hampus was the low HP player. There was quite a realistic opportunity for him to go down to the one bullet in the skull from the 5-7. Now they slow things down even further, 500. 45 seconds on the clock. Nodeneki's up into her silo, so he won't really be able to stop them from going on to that A-bomb side. And he needs to make noise. They'll hear him.
Should be clean. From here on out, a save, obvious. At least there's a choice.
And that's 5 rounds already.
Yeah.
500's Nuke is looking so revitalized under Hampus, DJO, and Volt, by the way. It is actually crazy. If you're looking at the history of 500 on Nuke, because that was their permaban for quite a while, right? This is the first time they've won 3 consecutive nukes. This could be the first time they win 4 as well.
Well, there you go. Boom goes the C4. Another one in pocket for 500. Looking more comfortable by the second. Another buy coming in though, and Phenomen is one of these players you need to look and have an eye out for CyberSHOKE. He's had impact on the Scout, on the AWP, and he's got his hands on the big green yet again.
I am trying to check this, by the way, right now, but I think Rainwaker might have never won 4 consecutive nukes.
Ah. Well, let me know what you find out.
Oh, no, he did. Yeah, the last time was in 2023, February of 2023.
Okay, all right. So looking to do it again. Maybe you can take it one further. But
yeah,
first things first, win this one. Cirque knows Phenomen is up against him. The Battle of the Orcs. Cirque a little bit preemptive with that throw. How did Phenomen get that one? But still, looking to go into this A site, and Glowing could not react on time. Vol is just rolling through his opponents right now, punching them down as he goes. And Notineki avoids the fight there, knows there is no point fighting anymore as 500 take over once again.
Man, Volt is so sharp. Honestly, looking at this individual form, it really is shocking that you needed to wait for such a long time to see this man on a team in 2025. I know he was playing with the Mix boys, but that was just the last couple weeks. He spent the entire first 5-6 months of the year teamless. And now you're looking at the way that he's getting some of those headshots. You're wondering why.
Oh. And it's definitely, again, the discussion, Ted, about you're not only bringing players to fill the roles that you need, it's not just about leadership and firepower, it's also having the experience of taking unlikely teams into events like majors. And I feel like both Volt and Hampus have been in those situations.
Yeah, and that's, I guess that is the biggest crisis, if you want to put it that way, in Bulgarian Counter-Strike, right? This is the goal that I guess you're trying to reach by bringing Volt, Hampus, and DJL to the mix. You're like, well,
sure,
we can't make it to majors on our own. Help us. Bring in a couple people that have done that. Bring in a couple people that have played not only majors, but major playoffs as well. And see where that one takes us. As of right now, Rainwaker and Volt, 17 kills between the two of them in 8 rounds of action. Seems to be working out quite well. And those are 2 of your calmer players.
That was a bit uncomfortable.
Restar is a lucky man.
Yeah, he is. I'm sure he's wiping his brow after that one.
This could still get a little bit tricky, though. Restar is low on HP. There's an AWP in the mix, and just one rifle on the CT side, a couple SMGs, an UMP, an MP9 for Notineki, and they still look interested in that ramp position. There's a triple setup with a player boosted up as well. This could get quite sticky for 500.
Yeah. CyberSHOKE's chance presented itself. His position is checked, but nothing much can be done about it early on. So much damage done. The Hampus somehow gets away with 2. As the molly subsides, Going is able to take a peek in as well and keep things level-footed. But with Blixie's flank, still 500 on the back foot. That's the bomb dropped as well. It's on the other side of ramp. Hampus can't quite reach to it on time. He's only got 40 seconds to work with, so he's trying to balance attention towards isolating these players or going for the bomb, and Glowing responds in kind. Volt's alone, 30 seconds to boot. This is not enough.
Yeah, I think they've realized that as well. Blixie's picked up the open. Volt eventually will have to start making noise if he wants to go for this one. 20 seconds is definitely not enough for him to just get the bomb and take it to a bomb site. He comes in, missed shot from the Oprah, but with 15 seconds on the clock, even if he does pick up the bomb here, Volt, I'm not sure if there is enough time for him to get a bomb plan out of it.
You reckon?
Actually, he does have the time. Yeah, Blixie's not going to let him do that, though.
That is so... Yeah. Oh, Blixie! Oh, my God.
Oh, my goodness.
Don't give me a heart attack like that, man. Oh, brother. Okay, breathe. Inhale, exhale. We're back.
What you
I
get
mean, it
is
would have
what you
been
see. No, what you see is what you get. Was the way to put it. Yeah.
Sure. It wouldn't be too bad of an issue if the bomb did go down because you would have won the round either way. But
No, it would have been a little bit of
the cash
a
flow adds up. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it would have been a little bit weird.
I'm just saying, if you're CyberShoke, it's the type of thing you can shrug off.
Yeah. It's fine. It's always fine.
But don't pretend we didn't see that.
I can't. You know what? It could have
the
gotten
best of
worse.
us.
He
Oh,
did
yeah.
not get the plant in the end of the day.
Sure, exactly. And that's
Everything's
what matters.
fine.
We
Yeah,
did what
it's
we were
about
supposed
getting
to
the
do.
kills.
There you go. Hey, look at us and silver linings. All right, well, CyberShoke get their foot in the door again. But 500, I wonder if this is where they shut the door and break their opponent's leg. I guess we'll wait and see for that. Wayne Waker and a very nice amount of points of health.
Nice.
While everybody else on 100. Lining up for an A play, you can see the util being prepared.
Might be a fake into a ramp play here. They have shown that they really want to test the ramps for a couple of rounds now, but still have been shut down quite a lot. There goes the util. Does Volt start pressing forward?
Blixie forced off the hut. Volt with first blood, but the double back from 500 is true. Bolting into B, no one directly defending and Glowing, opening this door could get himself a pickup. Forrester is able to shut down Hampus on his own, rotate Excursion, Glowing gets another, and suddenly CyberShoke is still winning this fight.
You need the individuals to set, but Volt already in towards double doors. Look at Forrester go though. He's so aggressive with it.
Look at Forrester, ready for anything that is thrown his way. So smart to walk into that position, and 500 could not react on time.
And it's not a bad call from the side of 500, right? It felt like they had all the right pieces in the right places. Look at that opening from Volt. He just deletes the Opal Phenomenon, but then Forrester gets the kill onto Hampus. Glowin comes in with another one. And that reface from Glowin, that was absolute madness. Fantastic spray transfer coming in from Forrester. He's been around for such a long time, and he's been part of so many teams that have struggled to perform over time that we have forgotten, actually, how sharp of an aimer Forrester used to be back in the days and how sharp he could still be.
Also Glowing in that round. Big start. Again, playing with his intuition. It's always sharp. Volt in a bit of trouble. Glowing gets the timing on him. And with that, not only 500 are down a player, but lack the HP. What do you do with this, Hampus? You've been given a lot of space, but your team are kind of left behind.
That's a B play. Question is, can Hampus win the first fight? If he's able to get the kill onto Glowin or make a little bit of noise, then that's probably going to take their eyes off of the ramp and a little bit of movement's going to start coming in. Actually, it is the ramp players to start going forward first. No, the Neki going to get tested.
Not affected by the flash.
Ooh. Now
Only
Hampus
some
goes.
damage. But Phenomenon able to hold the fort, getting some extra shots across. It's not going to be an easy pass into sight. Red Star only with 1 point of health. Glowing there will try and disrupt the flow. Knows that one of his opponents is on that low HP department, but Cirque able to answer back a 2v2. This is so damn close. Punching in the digits, Cirque. And now looking for the post-plant safe angles. Break out of the door, Blixie could be dangerous. Hampus is waiting. And as soon as the door pops open, Hampus is there. Phenomenon, a big green in hand, will not make this easy. But if you're able to find one that just oversteps as their welcome,
Gotta save.
it could make it doable. But with the information given, indeed, a fallback is the only option.
Not enough money if you want to have a proper investment and the open the next round and Phenomenon goes down. So he's got to hold on. Hurricane Hampus, another clutch going in favor of 500, by the way, and another post plan that gets played out quite well. There's the replay, Glowing with a good opening kill in towards outside, but then you're looking... The fact that Nodonek couldn't get a single kill is so unfortunate there, but does get shut down. Hampus with a lovely play in towards Secret as well. Waited for the right timing, cut off the first rotation of a player trying to go down the vent. I think that was Forrester, and then even got a second out of it. 500 thinking about 8 rounds on the T side of Nuke. That will definitely put him in a great spot.
This is still a very interesting game. And disruption can come in all shapes and sizes. We've seen that already. But indeed, like you said, 500 on the better end of this. And Volt, again with the opener, seems to do quite a lot.
They didn't really care, by the way. That was a molly from the CT side that was deployed to disturb the wall, but they didn't really care. They just decided, hey, you know what? We're just going to peek and look for the fight that you're looking for.
500 cut noise, and Hampus considering going for this heaven approach while the rest of the team may be crunching into main. This could be a big pincer into this A site.
They should know it's a possibility. Question is, how much do they believe? How firmly do they believe that Phenomen's got this cross? How much do they believe that he's got the timing?
Boost up by Blixie. Hampus sees it. Volt chimes in as well. This is clean. Forrester. An answer is there for him, but it's not enough. You need a little bit more than that. And Notineki on the wrong side of the map, on the bottom level. Here's this all happening, but can't do a thing about it, meaning 500 are on the highway to the 8th round of this game.
Yeah, and that's going to be an 8th round here on the T side of Nuke for 500. Just think about the multiple ways that they were able to use the same addition or the same variation of those outside smokes. So many times you've seen one round where the majority of the team was going down, one round where Hampus and Volt are together and Volt goes for the fight with the mini player while Hampus is going down. Another round where they don't really get contested and they just freeze. And now one more where, again, they had so many players and they just sent Hampus right in towards hell. 500 are showing a pretty deep strat book here on the T side. And 8 rounds, honestly, exactly what they deserve.
Yeah, definitely been playing the cleanest Counter-Strike out of the two teams. I mean, CYBERSHOKE definitely had some of their own moments, but I feel like individuals like Volt and Rainmaker have really stood out from the rest of the pack.
Yeah. It's all about the ideas as well, right? That was one of the bigger issues with a lot of the previous iterations of 500 for a lot of people over the years. The fact that it felt like they could quite quickly run out of ideas if people were not able to just run into a bomb site and headshot people, right? On the other side. So it is really important to feel like they have the diversity when it comes down to the calls on T. That's what it feels like right now with Hampus. 8 rounds going into the CT side. CYBERSHOKE in a spot where winning a pistol round probably looks like the only way for them to stay competitive and present on Nuke. Of course, this is not their map pick, so not too critical of a situation for the side of CYBERSHOKE. Still would love to give 500 a little bit of a fight, though, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, this game's not over. We've heard no fat lady sing just yet. I wonder if they ever have a fat lady sing a closing ceremony at the major. At any major. I feel like that'd be a very iconic saying being created. 500. Unsurprisingly, very damn accurate with their pistol shots. Woo! Holy moly, it's clean. And Venom, I'm sure we'll just want to avoid any of the confrontation. With a bit of Kevlar available, at least that could be a positive going into the next round. But yeah, 500 have steamrolled their way through success here.
It's one of the worst feelings in the world if you're Fenneman, by the way. You just cross down secrets so cleanly, so quickly, so easily, and then you just look at the kill tab and yeah, you realize what happened. All of your teammates go down. Rainmaker, player spotted. Now they know exactly where Fenneman is, and right now for 500, it's all about not giving him a single frag, and Fenneman knows it. He's not going to get too many fights. Not where he wants them, though, but there is 3 people waiting for him. That's right, 4 people waiting for him up secret. That is obscene. Look at that.
Oh, no.
He's going to see so many sets of eyes.
Surprisingly, survived longer than his opponents, than his teammates.
They're not going.
Because they know they've got Hampus on the back line. Look at him run!
What is going on?
Look at him go! They're just toying with him.
Will someone kill him, boys? Put him out of his misery. They're all running away. They don't want him to get bonus money. That is insane.
Oh my god. Eventually, Fenneman gets shot at the back of his head. Oh, but that is comedic, man. Playing with CYBERSHOKE's feelings.
I don't think I've ever seen 4 people run away from one like that.
I definitely haven't seen anything like this before. What, we've been casting Counter-Strike for 5 years now? That's hilarious.
Well, you can bet that 500's having a laugh about this one. CYBERSHOKE, quite the opposite. No bomb plant, no money, no force. Fuiko running into the famous of Rainwaker, and that nade will hurt quite a lot.
Was that 2 nades or 1?
1.
I want to see the stats on how much damage was done with that 1 HE.
A lot.
That
I'd go as far as to say around 250.
Man, that took like half health out of nearly all players.
Yep. Look at that.
Look at what? They're dead.
Sapping away.
Oh my god, Rainwaker. Of course, Cirque had to steal the ace away, but that's going to add some interesting stats to Rainwaker's sheet.
Hey man,
this match.
It's been a clean game for 500. Cirque is still on. He was on 5 kills before the previous round, so we can't be mad at him for wanting to get a couple of the ecos, you know.
I mean, we can't call it clean until we see CYBERSHOKE spy on the T side.
Right. Which is now quite convenient, isn't it? First and only opportunity for CYBERSHOKE to stay on Nuke, and Hampton's already opened things up. There goes Rainwaker, there goes Volt. They're just playing the piano right now, and they're so damn good at it. Might as well be Tchaikovsky at this point.
Yeah. Hitting double octaves. Arpeggio is looking smooth. And yeah, well, I'm allowing you to call this one clean now, Ted.
Thank you very much. That's clean.
Yeah, you're welcome.
On a serious note, I feel like that might as well be the most solid performance we have seen out of 500 at the start of the season. And I don't want to be the one calling it before the games have already started, right? Because it is too early to be speaking like this. Also, this round is not over.
I mean, okay, let's see this round to the end. Although it seems
over
to
now.
be very soon. Cirque sprayed upon. He gets shut down. Look at him jump. He's avoided a few bullets because of that. And I think that saved his life. Either way, though, Ted, going back to the point you made, you're making that point seeing 500 win 2-0 series back to back to back ever since the changes they made to their roster.
Yeah, and that could be the 4th one in a row.
Good. Still the first map.
Yeah.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. And they're playing up against a different caliber opponent. I really don't think ARCRED and 33 are at this level, right? So,
sure.
Yeah. I mean, let's be fair. One of their debut games with this team, it was a 13-1, wasn't it?
Yeah. The thing is, if you were to go back in time and look at, again, the starts of the seasons for a lot of the 500, Skate, Fiend lineups, there never has been that level of domination. So it is really difficult to call anything at the start, right? Yeah, it is a little bit refreshing looking at the individual or the international iteration, but it is really difficult. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves, right? They've barely played any games, and as we said, you never really know the true nature of a team until they lose, and every team loses. Even Vitality lost, so all teams lose. But as of right now, 500 have looked quite good so far. Maybe Mirage is where that changes. Doesn't feel like it will on Nuke.
I think you're right there, Ted. I think you pressed the reset button. But you don't give up until the 13th round is on the board, or when Rainwaker does a bit more of this. He's had a number of multi-kills. Rainwaker has 20 and 5. It's quite the KD score. And I'm sure his damage stats are a little bit more higher than that, as he's always had a say in the matter. 1 round left. And you must imagine CYBERSHOKE don't have too many resources available to them here on out. Mirage already in everyone's minds. AWP again secured for Cirque. And the 500 squad 1 step away from putting Nuke in their pocket.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy what Rainwaker's doing towards the round. By the way, you put a player in that position, he's able to get away with multi-kills every single time. That means you're working with a pretty high quality round player. Volt finally puts to sleep one of the other guys that has been tormenting CYBERSHOKE since the start of this one. Finally, an opening kill going their way, and a little bit of damage done onto Zerg. This is not looking too bad for CYBERSHOKE at the start.
No, it's not. 500 a little bit out into the open without cover. Can't really win the individual engagement. Sure, they've made CYBERSHOKE a little bit low, but Zerg is tested, and he's got Rainwaker behind him.
He's
of course,
arrived.
it's a Rainwaker again. Oh boy. He's providing the pain. That's what he's doing. And making CYBERSHOKE rain. First, that all that remains. Sure, he has a couple of players that are a bit softened up, but without the bomb, without an AK for those one-tap headshot frags, not that he really needs it with everybody losing health. All players is already a difficult task for him. That nade also makes certain that his position is good. Rainwaker chimes in and wants to make it 23 frags altogether for this map. That is an insane stat if I've ever seen one, and continues his multi-frag streak. 13-4 for 500, winning decisively on Nuke. We've got Neo waiting to break this all down, so just going to hand the mic over to him and let him share his thoughts.
Appreciate it, guys. What a stormer of a map number one. And we were relatively confident about this Nuke pick coming through for 500, but that was an unbelievably confident performance. This looks like a new and revitalized 500, and now they're doing it across multiple series, multiple sides, multiple play styles. And we've seen, as of late as well, CYBERSHOKE be an awkward side to play against. No matter the map, no matter the scenario they're in, they're pretty difficult to put aside, and 500 didn't even break a sweat. That is an indictment on just how good this side is looking right now. Rainwaker, obviously individually brilliant from him, but I gotta say the T-side out from Volt was fantastic as well. He was so relentless in terms of his map control and his pressure, and we'll see it coming through in some of these highlights now as well. He was so confident. The amount of space he was taking, the amount of fights he was taking as well, the space he controlled, manipulated, made life easy for his side. This is where this 500 side really started to click. They've got so many different people who can step up in a big way. And another guy that I want to throw out there, even though he didn't run away numbers-wise, I think Cirque had some decent impact moments too, and that's a good thing to see. When Cirque was initially brought in towards this side, people were looking for the Cirque of EG, the Cirque of old, right? This is a new revitalized guy who can play on his own, be a real part of the structure, and doesn't have to be leading the way in terms of numbers, and he makes it look effortless even so. His supporting Utah I thought was absolutely excellent, something that will really go unsung unless you are those watching. Having a player like that who is ready to die for the side, ready to fall for when he needs to, really, really good to see. For CYBERSHOKE on the flip side, you know, no real surprises that Glowing did all right, as he seems to always do at the moment. But unfortunately, there was a real breakdown when it came towards the calls. They were so lackluster. There was not really those gimmicks that were able to break down 500, put them under any sort of pressure. I thought the T side was pretty inadequate in every single way. But you got to look at this CYBERSHOKE's eye and say that if you can't build foundations in that first half on the CT, what can you even do? And just getting, you know, 2 back-to-back rounds, a couple of rounds here or there, it's simply not good enough. That shows again just how good this 500 side are looking right now. They're in red hot form on a 3-match win streak and doing it in a flawless manner, and they're looking to do it once again. And the way they're playing, it feels hard to say that they won't. CYBERSHOKE offered so little in terms of resistance in towards that Nuke. It's not a good sign. It's not a good showing for this series. It was 7 in a row to close it out for 500. Did it with ease as well. Pistol started super well, very, very confident. A similar thing where they were just on that C side, taking a lot of map control, using it to their advantage. They flipped the script on towards the CT and did exactly the same, if not even better. So really, really well played from them. You know, it's really good to see that the side is clicking and clicking immediately. I think you probably have to give a lot of credit to DGL behind the scenes, obviously pulling a lot of the strings, and is doing a lot of work to make this side synergize, right? You can see cohesion, everything's going to a plan. It's a plan that is working seamlessly right now. These are all looking like really decent signs for this 500 side. You know, I'll bring up the same narrative that I brought up in that previous series, and we did see it happen with Partizan, right? Lose map 1 badly. It was 13-5 there. It was 13-4 here. If you're CYBERSHOKE, this mental reset has to be massive heading in towards map number 2, because you didn't even get a foothold in towards map number 1. And if we're being completely frank, they didn't even get to warm up, right? Shots weren't being hit. They looked very lackluster mechanically. How do you then change that heading in towards map number 2? They need a real strong sit down. And the reason why I'm kind of worried about this as a whole, yes, Mirage has been a great pocket pick for the CYBERSHOKE side. So many times they play. This will be the 30th time they've played it now in the last 3 months. Ridiculous, over 70% win rate, all really good signs. However, you've got to extract away all the data in this sense and look at the team that they're playing, the form that they're in, and the individuals that are hitting their shots. And it feels like we're actually not even playing at like 75% for 500. They have an extra level that they can step into. CYBERSHOKE have to come out all guns blazing. This is the sort of period for me where I'm looking at, as much as you want to say it, sort of throwing the game plan out the window a little bit. They have to get online here. They actually might have to play this a little bit more basic, go back to what makes this side tick, get the individuals online, forget all of that, stick with your structure, stick with the individuals, and basically rely on them, bank on them. Generally speaking, this is a very good map for Glowing individually, but he needs more people to support him. And right now, he's not getting that. We need a better performance when it comes towards the ARPing department, especially if, you know, as much as his impact was great, if Cirque's not putting up fantastic numbers, and he wasn't pulling out the ARP as much as he kind of had to, but he will on Mirage. Very ARP heavy map, very ARP prevalent. We need to see that on the flip side for CYBERSHOKE. We need to see them put a lot of pressure on. Rifling core I thought was lackluster as well. None of that got going. The youngsters actually look quite intimidated by the experience on the flip side. They can't bring that in towards Mirage. Now, like I said, this is a home ground map for them. It's their most played. It's the map in which they've really been leaning into so heavily in these vetoes. So signs still look fine, but they've got to find a way to essentially quite immediately shrug off what just happened on Nuke, which is no easy task because of how one-sided it is. Forget all about it. Focus on the present. You're looking at them now. If they don't get the first pistol force fire round to follow, maybe in the first gun round, mentally they could regress back to where they just were on Nuke. That's not a good sign, and that's really the open door for 500. They get a pistol round force by, set themselves up decently in that first gun round, we could already be in trouble within the first 3 rounds of play. That's how bad things looked in towards Nuke. I do worry at times. Those brief moments here or there where CYBERSHOKE felt like they had ideas to bring to the table. It's the execution behind them that was ultimately quite poor. That, for me, is a concern. So we're going to have to see now. We head in towards Mirage. It's our map number 2. And with CYBERSHOKE not bringing a lot for us to fall back on, to now fathom points of how we find success in towards this map is difficult. They've scalped some pretty big names. I'll give them that. I'll give them that credit as well. But you look recently, only, well, I'm looking at now, yesterday, BC game, double OT, a loss there. Long game, drawn out, couldn't quite find it. But big wins before that. Paravision, Sangal, Johnny Speeds, all sides which play that map to a heavy degree and to a fairly decent level at that as well. Scary in their own regards. So there's a good record here for CYBERSHOKE. But I don't think they've got enough to lean on that right now. It just feels like they're not present in the server. It's not a good indication of what might be to come. But we've already seen it happen once in our previous series. Reverse sweep, you shrug off map number 1, you're coming towards map number 2, all guns blazing, and you answer back in the same sort of manner. That's exactly what we need here from this CYBERSHOKE side. It's quite a big ask, and you're looking towards the vets in this side, and in particular, of course, Glowing. I got a lot of experience, but Forrester too. This is a map in which all the way back throughout his career has been such a large part of his profile as a player, and he's played a variety of different roles on it too. So we're looking to these two to really bring in this young core and say, right, this is how we need to play, this is how we break them down, and this is how we make them feel uncomfortable. They can't afford to just play this as a bit of a default and hope things will click. I just don't think currently with 500 and the form that they're in and the street that they're on currently, I don't think that's enough. So we need something different is what I'm trying to say here. We'll have to see how things pan out, of course. I'll have a bit of a conversation with the boys on the desk before we get that map underway. But for now, we're going to throw this one to a break. When we are back, it's preparation stages for map number 2 and potentially even the final map of this series. It's Mirage up next.
He's going to force the kill at the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Alrighty, welcome back. We're heading in towards map number 2 after that dominant showing from 500. And Ted, I'm going to get your thoughts first and foremost, of course. These are your boys and your countrymen for the most part, but honestly, a fantastic showing. Rainwaker still got that oomph about him, right? You know, the reason why he got that initial call up into tier 1. This is a guy who can hit hard, and my God, did he.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like this is a conversation that me and you just had off the camera, but a lot of those 500 players are the ones that will be complemented by the presence of a good in-game leader, a good coach, a little bit of an international approach to the game and mindset to the game, right? And I want to give credit for the performance of Rainwaker, of maybe Cirque if he's got better maps, to actually Hampus, Volt, DJL's presence on the server. But yeah, as you pointed out, Rainwaker was 6, so 500 just got to keep it going.
Absolutely. Game is live, fellas, so we'll keep it brief. I'll throw it back on over to you. We got Mirage up next. Take it away.
Cheers, Neo. This is going to be exciting, man. I hope CYBERSHOKE have got something extra in store for us. They're going to have to bring their A game because, quite frankly, 500 have been there on their A+ game. Okay, we're starting things off strong. It's CYBERSHOKE on the T side, 500 on the defensive duties. As the bomb is closing in on Palace, CYBERSHOKE have taken a bit of a widespread approach.
Yeah, Mirage has been a really good map for the side of CYBERSHOKE lately, so this is probably, if there was a map for them to fight back on, the one and only. In 500, just one Mirage without iteration, a 16-14 labored win over ARCRED. So we can't say that is the cleanest one out there, but again, as myself and Neo have been talking about, Hampus is... Oh, it's been a great idea! Oh my God!
Red Star! He's produced a storm and made CYBERSHOKE drop on the floor by lightning. Holy moly! A moment where you thought a fake was just successfully made there by CYBERSHOKE, where the site could have been cleared by themselves. Blink and you miss it. Red Star goes berserk.
I have to see this one again, man. I have to see this one again. Everyone needs to see this one again. Everyone around the world needs to witness that one again. Look at that. This is a masterpiece. This is a moment of beauty from Red Star. It doesn't get cleaner than that. Yeah, we're not doing that on Deathmatch. People are not doing that on Deathmatch, and he does it in officials.
That's 3 out of 3 for pistols for 500.
That's a 10 out of 10 for me.
That's a 11 out of 1. See that coming, I'm sure. Okay. Great HE onto Blixie. Down to 18 points of health. That's 4 M4s round number 2, Ted. This is 4 M4s round number 2. 500 gone all in on this. Minimal util. Just a few smokes that they just haven't had to use so far. And they're closing on CYBERSHOKE's position. They know their opponents are locked in this corner. And Red Star wants to keep those frags coming. Venom hoping for the 1D. He does indeed find it, but cannot survive after that. Looking to see if that M4 can be salvaged into the hands of Rainwaker, but instead it does not. Wait, did Hampus drop his rifle?
No, he died. He was the one that got 1D.
Oh, he was the one that downed. Sorry, yeah. I'm still taken aback from round number 1.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, well, CYBERSHOKE's turn to buy now.
Yeah. That was a rough awakening. 3 kills over the course of the first 2 rounds. At least you, I guess, make 500 lose 2,900 with that kill onto Hampus in the previous. So it was not too bad, but that is the main thing right now. You don't want to let 500 hold on to that individual dominance that they were through, or they were going with on map number 1. Want to keep them at bay as much as you can right now, which is obviously not going to be an easy task considering that Volt is the short player and he had a phenomenal first map. Rainwaker is an anchor and Red Star as well, and both of them have been shooting quite hard, so it doesn't really feel like there's going to be a lot of weak avenues for CYBERSHOKE to try and exploit as of right now. A bit of a default. Might be leaning into somewhat of an A split.
Definitely seems like it. But yet no distraction shown in from Ramp and Palace. Mostly mid-commotion with a deep smoke alluding to potential catwalk cross, but 500 not buying it. They've got 3 CTs available to this hope. That is an excellent cross out from Forrester. And the Phenomen player also gets stuff done. Red Star, though, continues doing his own little thing. Rainmaker still alive in Sandwich. Hampus has arrived, and Red Star untouched. Forrester scared to make a move into the site. How on earth did that go wrong so quick?
And Hampus is already in towards the ramp. He's heard the steps. He knows
God.
that Forrester has come back. Look at Red Star. He's on top middle right now. Yeah, he doesn't want to give them the fight. Red Star, does he go for the exit kill? 20 seconds on the clock. He's already thinking about holding on to the gun here. He's calling this one off. Another multi-kill coming in from Red Star. Another one coming in from Hampus as well. And 500, regardless of losing a couple of the opening fights, still win this round.
I can't help but feel it was Red Star's mind that said, okay, I'm going to go to T-Sport, I'm going to chase after him, I'm going to be the real boogeyman here. And maybe there was a voice behind the scenes, Hampus saying, chill, I know you're doing great, you're great, you've saved the day, I love you, but hold back. Make sure that a 1v1 doesn't become a reality for your opponents. Don't give them away back in. And indeed, taking the safer stance there, Red Star, 7 picks to boot.
That's not a great start to your map pick if you're CYBERSHOKE. You're trying to fight back. You're trying to show that you can be a lot more competitive when it comes down to a Mirage. And this is already looking a little bit tough. A little bit of speed coming in. Hero rifles being brought in from Forrester. No, the Neki Forrester already going down through the smoke.
Red Star is a complete demon. What's going on?
He's a menace.
He said that Volt and Rainmaker were having way too much fun on Nuke. It's his time to shine. He's everywhere.
Struggling with the boost a little bit.
Yeah. Not having the easiest time. Glowing Court, down to 35 points of health. So he thinks better of going for the boost again. Cirque, all he's got to do here is make sure that Phenomen doesn't cross. But it doesn't seem like it matters. Rainmaker doubles up, Volt chimes in. Not Ineki, he's got the timing here. He could potentially find a frag or two, but I feel he's being revealed now. I feel like a pixel on the minimap has shown where he is, at least approximately. Sure, he's able to get one, but Resta closing up the distance will make sure he continues getting multi-frags each and every round. 4 rounds to nothing for the 500 side. CYBERSHOKE having real difficulty getting their hands on something here.
They've got 7 kills. This is not funny anymore. This is starting to look a little bit terrifying. 7 kills over 4 rounds, and it wouldn't be that crazy if Red Star didn't have 9. So he's got 2 kills more than the entire team of his opponents.
Cool.
And at least CYBERSHOKE right back at it with the guns. A bit of a jump, some fancy moves coming out of Cirque. Opening kill, not quite going his way.
Indeed. This is the first time CYBERSHOKE might have the upper hand here, but of course Red Star will be the disruptor. Volt won't be able to survive for long. Red Star wanting to go in for more. Cirque on the big green duties, holds his ground into this B site. Doesn't really call for reinforcements, doesn't need them. Hampus, therefore, has got all the time in the world to go for this catwalk cross. CYBERSHOKE lacking the numbers here, hoping that glowing can unlock this round for them.
Eyes on Cirque. Oh, posted in towards that B-bomb side, and Nodoneki's leaving, going in towards Thunder, as Cirque's got glowing in. Barely seen him, but the shot connects. Might have missed the first one in towards short, but it's all about the reposition, all about putting yourself at the right place at the right time, and he's seen the final one as well. It's a lovely hat trick out of Cirque.
This is right where we left off from Nuke, Ted. After the timeout between maps, you usually say, okay, it's a great opportunity for a team to reset. They obviously got their own map pick to look forward to, but this is very much more of the same for 500. Not only that, but even better.
Yeah. It really is. That's the conversation we were having. You want to have a big performance coming out of the Oper and Cirque. That was a masterpiece of a round. Red Star able to compensate for the missed shot of the Oper. And it's all about how quickly Cirque was able to make his way in towards the car, by the way. After hitting that first, or firing that first shot in towards short. Now with Pistos, Ampus gonna get a little bit of a jump scare.
Oof. At least there's a trade back from the Tech 9s. Volt still around, and CYBERSHOKE decide against committing to the B-side push.
I feel like it's a weird round in general, because Hampus goes down in towards B right now, and you do realize there could be players up close. You don't want to throw yourselves out there. Issue is they don't really have a lot of veto left, right? So you were working with just a couple of smokes, a bunch of flashes, and you've got 2 of those flashes left. But Nodoneki's low. Cirque, wayward with the flick, glowing, will get his hands on a rifle.
Well, wondering if he needs to split his attention between mid and apartments, but Cirque says, hold my beer, I've got this. Meanwhile, CYBERSHOKE's hope is that they can achieve a bomb plant onto this A site, and it seems like a very real possibility now. 500 very much distracted on the other side of the map. Red Star will allow his opponents to cross. Flash alerting of the T side presence. And with a bomb going down, 500 will start to converge on this location. Likely to group up all together before they make a move, not take any chances and provide a free rifle upgrade to your opponents. Covering mid as well, a lot of question marks on the map, you can tell. Few spray shots, the HG not quite landing where Notineki is. Volt first in, Phenomen's wide swing allows an early pickup, but apart from that, you can't believe that Notineki could achieve a 2 HP 1v3 clutch against rifles. Plenty of time to get this one defused. 500, do not sweat.
Yeah, dealt with pretty nicely, right? They just played the A-bomb side on a bit of a retake. They knew there was a lot of people in towards the B apartment, so you're a lot safer with just focusing the majority of your players or their attention in towards middle, under, top mid, some kind of a con wrap, and then I guess you could play the retake. Cirque being really passive in towards CT spawn, making sure that they don't really run him down with that flash that they had on the ready from Nodoneki. Even got a kill towards the end there, so it's been a great start to this map for him. 6-1 now, Red Star 10-1. CYBERSHOKE 0-6. We're entering that stage of the first half where winning a round is a necessity. You could still make this one really competitive. You could still get right back at it. Issue is, a lot of those rounds have been fairly clean for 500. This is the main concern right now.
Yeah, the main concern is that we haven't really seen CYBERSHOKE's competitive stance, right? We haven't really seen them be relevant, actually, in a round itself. Now's a chance to show us they can battle alongside 500. Deep push from Red Star, looking to be...
Should be dead.
A disruption, and indeed Phenomen does have the right idea, so low chances for Red Star, hoping that a pop flash could do him a favor. But instead opts to drop back, glowing for the wider peak, and escaping through the cracks. Somehow Red Star given a chance to double up, at least for CYBERSHOKE. There's a flank from under, allowing CYBERSHOKE to have the numbers coming into the 1 minute 15-second mark.
Bomb still dropped in towards top middle. Someone will have to go back and collect that, and Volt does not really move the muscle. Still in towards that A-bomb side. Where do they want to go with this? As of right now, you know Volt is the short player. That's the part that makes it terrifying, right? So even if you want to go B right now, you still need to have that to the back of your mind.
But Rainmaker and Volt are the 2 players that you'd want on the clutch for 500. One player per side, and Notineki might just be walking into Volt's hands.
It's just the bait. Rainmaker ran back towards the B-bomb side. He just mollied ups, and he's running in towards CT. They're going to play this one together.
And 500 have the best outcome they could have hoped for here. Walking right into Rainmaker. Push out, Volt, unchecked, not spotted. Could play the timing game. Spray down on both players. Easiest double kill and clutch of his life. 500 do not let CYBERSHOKE in.
It's just absolutely perfect. Why would you be expecting the short player in a 3 versus 2 like this when the A guy is in towards Ticket and barely arrives on time to get a kill to be in towards Under Palace? The fact that Red Star gets a double kill out of it, the fact that Rainmaker is able to charm in with another, and Bolt was there to just put the icing on top of the cake, the cherry on top.
Oh man.
They just can't lose a round.
No, they can't. And even though CYBERSHOKE did so many things right, it wasn't enough. And maybe you start to wonder, maybe a different stance is what's required, a different approach, and an explosive attempt at Rainmaker before the smoke pops is around to find one pickup. He needs to be careful not to be isolated here. CYBERSHOKE could really close up the distance, but definitely don't have the confidence to do just that. Phenomen, though, finally is able to get that collection, and a 4v4 is in line.
They don't have a flash. No flash for the push here. They just have to try peek into it. There goes the white peek. Both does go down.
All of a sudden, there's a chance here for CYBERSHOKE. You've got 2 rifles. There comes a flash from Hampus. Volt assists his IGL to do so damn much here. Triple kill for Hampus. And now down to Cirque and Reds to clean up, sweeping CYBERSHOKE off their feet. Holy moly. This is insane.
Yeah. Welcome to the second season of 2025 500. You're looking damn good, and it's a pleasure being here and watching that type of a game. Rainwaker does so well in towards that A-bomb side. He did go down trying to find a good angle over the stair smoke, but still getting his kill, playing his life. And the flashes on the retake were perfect. Hampus with a key double kill there. 8 rounds on the CT side. Nothing for CYBERSHOKE yet. And you know what? It doesn't really matter who you are. It doesn't really matter how much Counter-Strike you've seen. If this is the way that 500 are entering the second season of the year with their international iteration now, it is exciting. They get the 2-0s over 33 and ARCRED, and you're saying, well, this is not quite the level of competition that you're going to be looking at, right? And that's a fair point. Earlier today, they get a 2-0 over 9, 13-7, 13-10. Now, they're on the precipice of another clean 2-0 over CYBERSHOKE. That's the same CYBERSHOKE team that did get a map off of Simpo in BC game yesterday.
How about that? How about that? Oh, Phenomen are waiting for a Rainmaker there. No issue at all in getting that collection. Cirque able to trade that fight quickly. And CYBERSHOKE look like they want to re-hit this A site. 3 players strong, but they're not willing to take an aggressive stance this time around.
What's the call that you want to make? There's been a lot of A finishes so far, and you spot the upper in towards the ramp. Does that signify this is an A round, or did he just want to go for that early opening? As of right now, it feels like 500 have the right idea.
Flowing is doing enough to distract 3 players. Volt keeping his teammates focused and connector alive. But CYBERSHOKE, this time, not really showing their mind. This timing will be off. They won't expect Notinokine to be this quick, this close. And that means that there's a double here. Again, a 3rd player in connector is not something you would expect. Therefore, Red Star is able to find one. And the fact that Phenomen is low, still a very real possibility for 500 to turn this around. And indeed, the tables have turned. Forrester is alone. The bomb not yet into the ground. 500, plenty of time to rotate.
Look at the reposition as well. Both of them going CT. Forrester's not going to be ready for this, surely.
Holy. Digits punched. Forrester not looking in the right direction. He is in for a rude awakening. Cirque there, and is all that is needed. Even had Red Star for backup if that was required, but no, 500 not willing to give anything to CYBERSHOKE. Want to make this look clean. Defuse underway, and a 9th now collected.
Red Star doesn't even have a kit. He's got $13K in the bank account, and he's playing kitless. He doesn't really need it. Look at the fights going their way. Cirque able to deny the bomb plan. Red Star with a perfect play in towards connector on the break of the smoke, and a lovely flick out of the AWP. Red Star is 14-2, Cirque is 9-2, and 500 is on cloud 9.
Feels like it. It absolutely does. CYBERSHOKE have got a feeling they just cannot shake right now. And they've gotten close a couple of times. A couple of times they've gotten close. Sometimes, most of the times, it was clean from 500, but it's the close ones that hurt the most. Phenomen looking to assist his team to break into this B site. A site has really done them no favors. Red Star blocked off entirely. Cirque, first engagement goes his way. Red Star is omnipresent. Round in, round out, relevance and prevalence.
There you
but
go.
At least there's a bit of an answer this time around. The breakup from Catwalk words, Red Star. If a 1v3 clutch is in store for you, this game is already over. 2 players spotted, gun barrel shown, and Phenomen are able to win that fight. Glowing has to go down with a ship, but finally CYBERSHOKE stamp around in.
Yeah, that would have been a little bit too much if Red Star wins that 1v3. That was the 5 versus 3 that 500 had on their plates and unable to close. Nice opening coming out of Cirque, but then Forrester over the smoke, able to catch Rainwaker in transition. Nice attempt from Red Star, but finally CYBERSHOKE getting around. Worst case scenario, even if you end up winning all the rounds until the end of the half, this is still going to leave you at 3 only. Ooh.
Again, try approach from CYBERSHOKE. This timing is going to be off. 500 not going. I'm not going to expect
All
it.
right.
And indeed, Blixie gets there on time. I feel like CYBERSHOKE know what works for them now, know what they can do. And they found site access with a player's advantage. You've got Blixie deep into connector. This is going to destabilize Volt substantially. I don't think he was going to anticipate that. He's waiting for his team to make moves out of ticket booth. But with the bomb planted, 500 slow things down.
Volt thinks that they will push connector and jungle to clear him out and then play the post plan a little bit easier. The thing is that these are not really being that aggressive, and 500 saving. I mean, I don't hate it. Contrary to probably what we would be expecting, the fact that they did win 9 rounds in a row and just lose 1 doesn't mean that they've got all the money in the world. There was a couple of closer ones, a couple of clutches in there, so they actually do need that save.
Yeah, they're still on the CT side. Still difficult to reinvest round after round. More expensive util. More expensive riflery.
They'll have someone on an MP9, and there's no hope for Cirque in the last round. This is how ferocious CT side economy could be sometimes. Perfect flashes coming out of Phenomenon there. Cirque was as blind as a bat.
And I feel like a 9-3 score for CYBERSHOKE is a bit of a recovery.
I think it is, yeah.
Not a minimal one either.
Still difficult to call it a massive resurgence, right? Still difficult to be optimistic about the second half, but a 9-3 puts you in a position where winning 1 pistol round in the first buy round makes it up for an even game, right? And
I like
again,
the timeout as well.
as we did point out, yeah, DJL knows that this round makes a bit of a difference, but as we pointed out, and Neo already did say, CYBERSHOKE have played a couple close games on Mirage lately, and the closer ones have been their losses, right? A 17-19 OT loss to BC game, a 14-16 loss to Astrum. The wins have been the clean ones. But the thing is, they rarely get completely dominated on this map. The last team to do that was Iberian Soul. That was on the 15th of June, and that was a 6-13 game. That's quite a while ago.
Look at this B play. But also the crunch from Red Star from behind. That's one pick. And if you're glowing, you're shaking where you stand. You've got the bomb exposed. Rainmaker catches Forrester across. And this is a bit chaotic. CYBERSHOKE lost in the plot. Losing HP left and right. This is tough now.
Yeah, it's a 3v3, but look at Cirque as well. He's pushed all the way in towards T-spawn, and that MP9 against the low HP members, that could be deadly. He can hear the steps now.
Finally, Notineki able to win that fight. And this puts CYBERSHOKE in pole here. And for 500, some heavy lifting required from the individuals. Mid and A lying solely and under the responsibility of Rainmaker.
Did they fail the window smoke? Yeah, they did.
Oh no.
That's the bomb.
No.
And they didn't realize it because Fanman was hiding and Rainmaker's just picked up a double. If that wasn't enough of a misery, well, now you've added a little bit more yourselves. They didn't know the smoke failed. Fanman didn't know. He was just looking at short from chair. They had no clue. They thought it was smoked off.
Oh dear. That's rough. That's not how you want to end the half. Not when you're thinking about bringing up comeback conversations back. And Phenomenon, not all is lost. Bomb plant, possible. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt here. Using the smoke to his advantage, finding cover. The bomb isn't planted if you play from ramp, Phenomenon. So he's going to have to shut it down with the players crossing. Position revealed. Rainmaker knows how to approach it now. Can't have these long distances, but takes a wide stance. Phenomenon could not react to it on time. The clutch does not go CYBERSHOKE's way, and double digits secured by the final hurdle at halftime.
With the risk of sounding more American than I am, because I'm not American at all, I'll say that was so free for Rainmaker there. Free as double kill with his life going in towards window. Yeah, first the short player turns around. Then you're looking at the replay of the way that he gets the double in towards middle. Both of those guys that are walking into his crossfire just one bullet away from death. And then the Oper, I guess that was the more difficult one, but still he makes it work perfectly. A quad kill coming out of Rainmaker, and that's 10 kills for him, 10 kills for Cirque, 17 for Red Star. Everything is working out so well, and you couldn't even say that Volt and Hampus are slacking. They're just doing their job right now. This is looking like a well-oiled machine on the side of 500. And honestly... It is quite terrifying for a lot of the tier 2 teams out here. 500 is turning up for the season playing like this. Because they are quite far behind when it comes down to PRS and HOTV rankings. But if this is the way that they're winning the games, they might be able to climb up quite quickly. And it will be interesting to see who they play in the quarterfinals. That will be the winner of Passion UA and the Copenhagen Wolves.
Still a lot of interesting teams around in the playoff spots. Still some cool matches up ahead as well.
All I'm saying is if 500 is playing like this, they're winning the entire tournament.
I didn't want to say it, Ted, but I think everyone was feeling it. Everyone was thinking it.
I think teams like Partizan, like ENCE, maybe like Passion UA might have something to say about this, but
Sure.
they are playing quite good Counter-Strike right now. Really
I
are.
mean, any team on a good day. But 500 are having a great tournament, not just a day. Okay, pistol rounds. Can 500 make it 4 for 4? I think that's a big question in our minds. CYBERSHOKE have the right idea, having 3 players already near ticket booth and the rest trying to converge through mid. 500 unable to convert here. Going finally gets things heading in the right trajectory for 500. Blixie with the backstab. Not quite the backstab, actually. That was through Catwalk. That's interesting. Ooh. This could be a clean round for CYBERSHOKE. Finally, starting
nice.
A half off with the right foot forward. CYBERSHOKE get the first round of the half.
Yeah, got a little bit scrappy there at the moment that I guess they went into CT and Hampus did spot the player towards the back of ticket. That's the fight we were looking for. If Glowing goes down there, this is an entirely different round, but they couldn't get the refrag, and Glowing with a couple really nice finds alongside Node and Eki with the ESP. So this is a little bit of a breath of fresh air coming in from the side of CYBERSHOKE. Now you get a third on the board, no bomb plan, meaning no money for 500. So a 4th round to be expected here. And we already have seen one Mirage that 500 struggled to close. That was the one against ARCRED. Had quite a big lead, and it was an overtime win that they needed. So that is the reason. We're not completely ignoring the possibility of CYBERSHOKE making this one a little bit of a closer affair.
No, absolutely not. And CYBERSHOKE knowing to give a fight even with the matches they lose on a map like this. So
even though it would be obscene if they were to win that Mirage, but
it's
still
not
got to give them the benefit
though,
of the doubt.
To believe that the score will be a lot closer.
Yeah. I'd go as far as to say that I can see into the future, and I think the difference will be less than 7 rounds.
I'd say close to 5 rounds, Ted.
No, the joke was that it's now less than 7 rounds, you know?
Oh.
That's fine.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So good.
All
Virtual
right,
fist
well,
bumps.
500. They took the eco on the 2nd round, and they've got the bye now in round number 15. Venom well equipped, but that's at the cost of an ump in the hands of Forrester.
Straight up A execute off of spawn here. 500 want to pick up the pace a little bit.
I don't blame them. She does hinder Red Star a little bit, down to 80 points of health altogether. I wonder what Hampus wants to do, if he's going to be a bit of a distractor, try and keep CYBERSHOKE players busy on the other side of the map. Naughty Neki, though. That's a great timing for the swing. Catch up onto Red Star. Rainmaker can't cross either. CYBERSHOKE with a grand old hold at double-sided peak. Hello. 500 shut down where they stand, and Venom's Big Green is really singing today.
Now this is looking like a playoff game a little bit more. Node and Eki with a lovely double out of nowhere, and that's the difference maker. If he goes down there, that's so much space that Red Star is going to win in towards the stairs. There's so much space that they can win onto the bomb side, but it just puts a massive nail into the coffin of 500 on that A bomb side. Throws the spanner into the works, if you will. And Hampus, the one to start it off with the U to win towards middle at the start of the round, is now left in a 1v5, looking at a couple kills to try and keep the CT side money low, but you're not getting a bomb plan out of this one, buddy.
Yeah, no, that is not just a tall order, but an impossible one. But at least taking down rifles from his opposing side is something he'll look for. Forrester, though, as smooth as butter in that exchange. And another eco required for 500, breaking the gap down to potentially 4 after this one.
Yeah, no cap.
For real, for real.
I really wanted to keep it going, but my brain rot knowledge is not that
I was about
massive.
to say bussin', but...
Right. But that was the Nicki Minaj song, no? That's not brain rot.
No.
That's culture.
That's some... Yeah, well... You can argue. I feel like you could make an argument both sides there.
That could get scrappy. If he
It
does
could,
get
couldn't it?
pre-fired through the smoke, which oftentimes happens on splits like those, or pops like those in towards B, it is a smart move for Forrester to move away.
Itchy. Doesn't do much. A little bit of a deep lob, and it doesn't reveal much of the smoke either.
They're playing this one really into the blind right now.
Smoke landing.
They don't really know. Now they
Flash
know.
out. Fully alerted, fully aware. Blixie spotted in catwalk. Drop already successful.
Dangerous.
But where's the pick? Where's the collection? Choosing down on the position of Blixie. Forrester is no more. A couple of rifles upgraded to, and full sight secured here for 500.
You can't win this. I mean, no, the Neki's on the other side of the map. You need to call it off. It was just the pistols, just a half-buy. Look at the util for the T's. It's not existent. They don't have anything for this post plant.
Oh no. That's all that was needed. I mean, this is Counter-Strike, right? This could always happen.
See, there is a difference between not giving them, not playing up in their faces when you know they've got the pistols and giving them all the space in the world, right? CYBERSHOKE were just playing a blind round here. They were just hoping that Forrester and Blixie would be able to hold on. Both of them don't get a single kill. They just play from the back of the bomb site. Pistols storm in. Flashes were perfect. The util incredibly well timed from the side of 500, but still, if you're CYBERSHOKE, you probably feel like you should have been able to approach this situation a little bit better.
Oh boy. Oh dear. 2 now left for 500. And they get their foot through the door with a pistol round, no less. Fully equipped now. Kalashnikovs on every single one of the players apart from Red Star, who had a lot of success on the CT side with an M4, so I don't blame him for sticking to that.
Yeah, really feels like CYBERSHOKE or 500 have got CYBERSHOKE in a bit of a chokehold, like they've got an anaconda all around them.
In a chokehold?
Yeah, we keep it going. No, the main point was the Nicki Minaj reference.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Blood out smoke though for Blixie, considering wanting to take a Garner a look in under. The 500 seem to be lining up for a potential A hit, and Hampus is just acting as a distraction. Volt as well, potentially, to break down on mid, make this a double-sided approach. As much as Notineki hopes that smoke acts like a wall, I have an inkling that Rainmaker fancies himself a push, and so does Hampus. The captain of 500 already showing up. A double kill to boot, and now the rest of 500 could walk in. Glowing knows he needs to focus towards Connector. Can't really fight in sight just yet, especially being blocked off by smokes. And that's a 3v3 here, with sprays going across to try and deny a desperate bomb plant here. Rainmaker shutting down Glowing, and 500 now in full control. Phenomen. That's a great answer.
They've got a smoke for Palace or the bomb.
And the smoke does go to Palace. But with flashes still available on Rainmaker.
It doesn't cover it. Rainmaker can just peek at will.
For free. Forrester, great trade, great spray. And Rainmaker, his position held. Defuse, mollied himself. Phenomen holding the angle. Sometimes rounds do end up in funny ways. But
No, that was smart. That was intentional. I think he knew that the Opera was holding him, so he tried to create a little bit of smoke with the molly. That was actually smart. I think he did that on purpose.
all right.
We're going to check it out on the replay, but I'm pretty certain that was the idea here.
I mean,
because he did leave himself enough space for the peak without being tagged.
the reason I thought it was not what he intended to do, because it was in the right direction of the bomb being defused. So I was like,
Yeah, but
is
he
that
can't-
what he's trying to do?
No, I don't think so. He can't really molly default properly like this.
No, not really. Tough one. Tough spot.
Yeah, that was a pretty crafty idea from Rainmaker. We got to give him that. It's quite smart.
Second out of the 3 timeouts taken here. Hampus and DJ are having a word with the roster, knowing that closing out the game is as important as getting started on the right foot, maybe even more so.
Well, now we've got a game in our hands. hopefully CyberShoke keep it going. Blixie's been able to get up to double digits. Phenomen's been having a banger of a map, so has Nodaneki. This is starting to look a little bit more solid now. And we're not overlooking the fact that there's a lot of sharp shooters on that CT side as well. Red Star doesn't win the fight. That would have been a little bit too much. Big find from Forrester.
Indeed. And if CyberShoke continue to get first blood like this, there may be a real chance for them to get a substantial gap close, make them competitive in the map. What's the course of action for 500? You can see the bomb traversing now in spawn. Notineki catching Rainmaker again. Is this going to make things ever simpler for CyberShoke?
Probably didn't need that, right? Especially with the bomb going down. It felt like Rainmaker just thought he had a bit of a timing, exposed himself, and Hams is going to get collected by Glowin as well. Those rounds are starting to look quite dire for 500.
Yeah, not making the right calls, getting caught in various positions.
I mean, they're just going for 1v1 fights, right? It's just the individuals having a little bit of a luck, but you're probably not winning it that way. A tactical timeout might be coming in quite soon. I mean, they just come out of win that 2v5. Or 2v4 now.
500 just came out of attack timeout.
Yeah.
So
there
they
might
do
be
have
another
one
one on the way.
left. Technically, they could go for it again, but I don't think you want to build up the pressure like that. This is looking clean. Dirk wondering if it's best to hold on to the AWP. He's able to take down Notineki in the process. Phenomen. Oh, he's there ready, not quite. At least he knows his backline is being covered. And it's double scope for Phenomen to close that one out. CyberShoke, 3 remain alive by the end of that one. Who would have thought? It's a 4-round gap now as it's slowly getting closer and closer.
Yeah, it felt like that was one of those rounds where 500 would say, well, let's just spread around, have a little bit of a default, have a prow, and see what the individuals can find. Unfortunately, not too much. And yeah, that means that you're back to the half by here. Volt going to be rocking that hero AK. Had a couple big rounds on Nuke especially, creating a lot of the space. Let's see where they're going to send him this time around. Out middle he goes. Flashes from the CT side are good though. And Volt going down, not in a position where the rifle could get picked up either.
Hampers might be able to create that space, and indeed he does. Has to go down to 12 points of health, and the same thing could be said about Cirque. Very close on that HP bar. AK a little bit deeper up in mid. You don't really want to expose yourself to the catwalk angle, therefore it's not something 500 want to go for. It's just 500 looking for these individual fights, looking for a frag, hoping for a 1-deeg. And finally the AK salvaged.
Yeah, much more prominent in a round like this one. You don't really have a lot of veto. AK has been picked up by Cirque. I guess this is good news. You can drop that one over to Rainwaker. Maybe he gets one of those miraculous rounds once again.
You reckon?
Not going to be an easy one. Doesn't even have head armor. Doesn't really matter though. B players got an AK. It's Forrester. Could matter for Blixie, but I guess if you do kill Forrester straight up, then you've gotten yourselves with an opportunity. 35 seconds, they go in towards B. No Yuto on their way, so it will eventually just come down to the fights.
Forrester able to spot his opponents out first. Rainmaker greeting his teammates at that very similar amount of health. Cirque dropping shortly after as well, as Blixie is able to close in on that position. Glowing was also around in market, so plenty of layers to defend. There goes the round. CyberShoke slowly but surely are closing up the distance. It's starting to get a little bit scary.
Yeah, it really is. And as we pointed out, 500 are already in a similar situation a couple days ago against ARCRED, right? So this is not the first time that we're seeing them struggle to close on the T side of Mirage. And I guess you could say that CyberShoke are really giving them the reasons to be a little bit nervous. Nodaneki has been playing a great map. And for a lot of people, they probably forget Nodaneki is a product of TPuDCATb. One of those guys that never got an opportunity to play on the main team, but still was part of that golden iteration, if we can put it that way. Same iteration like people like Zontix, like Donk, like Magno. The list goes on and on and on. A lot of talented players that go through that TPuDCATb team. He did play with Art Frost as well. Yeah, sorry, forgot the name. Owner 2. A lot of them. Big Nate.
Yeah, what's interesting though is Forrester's position mostly, I feel, for this apartment's hold. I'm sure it's something that you can anticipate and try and pre-fire.
Is that a short molly from Zerk? I wonder.
It could be. Yeah, there you go. There's the pickup. 45 seconds in, and you're happy to hold on to this position. Red Star considering that close angle, but Forrester's repositioned a little bit further back. Needs to be peeked. That's a decent flash. Red Star has the answer. Venom unable to convert on his first shot, but gets given a second chance. Now, from multiple directions, Cirque jumps over the van, and it's enough to give 500 the space, a 3v3, but look at Glowing on Cat.
That's the one they gotta be afraid of. Hits available, Glowing being really aggressive with this one, and no one's looking.
No one is looking at all. Red Star, though, might have a chance to create the opening in market. Finally, Glowing is also shut down, and all of a sudden, Notineki's alone. It's a really tough world to live in, and you've got to drop back, hand over the round to 500, and put them on map and series points.
Everything was so perfect. That was not supposed to be the round that 500 are winning. It felt like CYBERSHOKE had all the right pieces at the right places, right? The early nade goes in, softens up the players. They're not getting anything out of it. And then even the Opal Phenomenon is able to collect the first kill. But then Forrester gets deleted. The flashes come in. A 5 versus 3 and 500 are still somehow able to turn it around. Forrester didn't get anything done. Phenomenon got one more, but got shut down by Cirque. And then the bomb side just gets completely blocked. Occupied by 500. This is 12-8. It's been a bit of a tough one to get here, but now you finally get those 4 chances. 4 rounds to make it into the quarterfinals. That would mean 4 consecutive BO3s that 500 would have won in a 2-0 fashion with just one map going above double digits for their opponents.
Yeah, it's a tough feeling walking on the plank and knowing there are sharks ready to eat you up, CYBERSHOKE. But at least you've got a gun available to you. And there is a chance at fight back. Blixie with first blood. A 500 looking to break into B. Forrester, he's looking the right direction. When do you choose to pounce? You've got 2 players that are a little bit far away. Do you wait for them to approach?
The short player has thrown 2 HEs. Surely you realize that they might be playing nearby each other now.
Smoke into jungle? No, that's a connector smoke. That's going to make CYBERSHOKE stick around a little longer in A.
The moment they get the kill or they get into a fight with Forrester, they will realize the bomb side is empty.
Hamper's taken down on his attempt to distract his opponents. Forrester not looking away, 65 points of health, but he's also taking Red Star low. Blixie's there for reinforcements. This is huge. This is much more like it for the B-side hold for CYBERSHOKE. This is what they were looking for. Multiple levels of devastation. And 500 cannot close out on this series just yet.
Yeah, and this is still looking pretty good, right? I mean, you're looking at the previous round. Sure, that put 500 on 12, and it made them look like they're in a good spot once again. But all in all, that was a 3 versus 5 that 500 won. Technically, not a round that you should be picking up. So, objectively, CYBERSHOKE has been the better team over the course of the last couple of rounds. And 500 going for their final tactical timeout. DJL, we talked about the synergy he's got with Hampus. He's got a little bit of time to think about what the best solution could be. 500 still have enough money to give it a go with another buy. Sir could put himself on a big green if he really wants to. Gonna stay on the rifle for now, though. Probably wise to take care of the money at this point in time. Means he could have a hero rifle in the next one if things don't really work out for 500 here.
I mean, you mentioned the past few rounds, Ted, but I'd say in the CT side as a whole, CYBERSHOKE have been substantially the better team.
Yep. I mean, the entire second half, you could say.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a breath of fresh air, considering they've been quite absent from the server the first map and the first half of this one. But now, poised to hold on a little while longer. Volt broken through the smoke. Look at the pushing catwalk as well. Ooh, Hampers thought he was going to go aggressive there, but instead chooses to take up the ladder room.
Massive.
Instead, Volt, that's a big pick to gather. And look at the pushing connector. Oh, they've just walked in past each other. Volt gets a better angle of that, and I feel like this is curtains already. Forrester, a big struggle position to be in. Pincered in the middle of catwalk. Volt's got Notineki's number, and 500 on for the chase. They've done it. Sure, it wasn't as one-sided as the first map. Sure, there was a bit of a struggle on their opponent's map pick. But the series is secured and their undefeated map streak continues in Thunderpick European Series 2.
I mean, unfortunately, we kind of chalk that down to the definition of cosmetic comeback, I think, fellas. But, you know,
Yeah,
it's
sure.
a valiant effort by CYBERSHOKE, but it's just not enough. And we come back to the same points that we brought up throughout this series of 500. Firepower, but protocols there that are showing this is a new lease of life for this side, right? There is a lot to like now about this team. They're really showing depth in terms of the core, the strats, the individuals that can step up as well. Red Star, fantastic performance out from him, but Rainmaker again having the impact that we want to see from him is exactly what is on offer here. And I did ask, I wanted a little bit more at the ARPA on CYBERSHOKE, and Fenrir did deliver, but still was not enough. Fantastic all around. Ted, how we feeling? Your boys 2-0. And 500 looking like they're back to the best.
Yeah, they do look like it. I mean, we were having that conversation all series long. Of course, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves with this 500 hype train, right? Because we've seen that one before, right? There's been moments when they've been really dominant in Tier 2 Counter-Strike, and then things just go down a different pathway. But all in all, so far, especially in this tournament and in general, in the 4 best-of-3s they've played, I mean, they haven't lost the map. So it has to be said that they are playing much better than they were in the first half of the year. For how long they're going to be able to keep it up, we don't really know.
Yeah, absolutely. And I say your boys. I kind of mean our boys. I like seeing Volt win. What can I say? UKCS is back on top in some ways. But Pavlos, I mean, on the flip side for CYBERSHOKE,
Sure.
we have to have, like, I want to say a hard discussion about them, but I actually don't even really have any negative kind of reservations towards them. I just think they got outclassed. I think that is credit to 500. Sometimes you meet a better opponent, and in every single way, it really felt like 500 were better. So CYBERSHOKE, they just met their match today.
No, it was definitely 500's day. I feel like CYBERSHOKE, the best thing that we could have hoped for is them getting into the groove a little bit sooner, right? I feel like if they showed what they brought to the table in the second half of Mirage, this could have been a very different game. But because 500 has had such a big buffer already, I felt like it was impossible for that comeback to really happen. But you're right. I feel like there are things to take note. I just want to mention, though, 500, it feels like there are some weaknesses that they've shown that have kind of carried their way through the tournament so far, that have kind of repeated themselves, that struggle on that T side of Mirage. And I feel for the likes of Hampus and DJL, these are some easy, tangible fixes they can bring to the table. Well, easy, that is relative. We'll get to see if they manage to tackle that their own way. But I feel you don't need to lose your maps to figure out how to fix this. And if you want your first tournament after making the changes to be a success, they've got a real good crack at it.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe we can chalk it up to teething issues more than anything. Still trying to implement this new system, but Ted, it seems like whatever DJL is bringing to the table is obviously working out in wonders. I mean, right now there is so much to like, but I think for me at least it's refreshing because for 500 it always felt for a long time with this side from an outside perspective that they were sort of this all firepower. They were so difficult to beat in any sort of map that felt remotely puggy because they just have people that can hit harder. Now the fact that they can win in other ways is a good light, right? And sure, it's early doors, and sure, we can talk about the honeymoon phase and all the rest. But from what I see so far, it's good. They've still got a tough side of things with the bracket. Chances are they play Passion UA in the next round. That's, I think, a really good match. Passion UA right now also have heavy hitters, but also have a really good system. I think that'll be the true litmus test.
Yeah, absolutely. And as Pablo said, I mean, that T side being a little bit strugglesome, I guess it is to be a little bit expected. We shouldn't be forgetting this is a team that has been together for not more than 2 weeks, right? So there will be some gaps in the pool. They're not just going to come in and be the most prepared team on the T side or CT side wise, protocol wise, strat book depth wise. They probably need a little bit of time to get the map pool a little bit larger. But Passion UA will be a great test for Mirage, right? We know Passion do love a good old Mirage, but of course they will have to win their round of 16 game before we get to that. But if it does happen, that would be a banger of a matchup. Seeing Fem match up against 500 with all the firepower he's got, I mean, that's going to have fireworks all over it.
Yeah, it might even end up being kind of like the game of that stage as well. So we'll definitely keep our eyes trained. But that is us done for the day here on Thunderpick in the European Series 2. We've had some pretty barn burner matches. 2-1 Reason, a bit of a quote-unquote upset over Nexus there. 2-0 by ENCE, as expected, and then Partizan with a miraculous reverse sweep out of nowhere. And, of course, leading into a dominant 2-0 by 500. But that is the day done, as we mentioned. Plenty more Counter-Strike still on the docket for days to come, and you know where to be. Back tomorrow, some more CS action starting at 9 a.m. UK time, 10 on the continent as well. You don't want to miss it. 4 more best threes starting off with that Passion UA one as well. So we get to see who 500 will be meeting in those quarters. But for now, thank you for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure, and we'll see you very, very soon.